Hey, what's happening? Welcome back, everybody. It's launch day for Stars Reach. Can you
Yep.
believe it? I
I
mean,
don't know if I can. I've already been playing for a few hours though.
yeah, I hopped in, did like half the tutorial, but I was still taking care of a small child, so yeah, I'm currently sitting in a queue waiting for a server slot, so that's why the game isn't up just yet. Figure there's no need streaming a streaming a loading screen at the moment. We'll see how this goes. It's launch day on an MMO, right? It's got to be queues and
Yep.
other things. A little bit of stuttering, normal, to
I'm
be
not gonna put
expected.
I'm gonna make a really quick character. Let me just randomize this a few times.
You're gonna randomize a character. Are you gonna get a
Yeah.
stick? Are you gonna get a stick bug?
Hopefully not. I've been seeing those around.
Yes, there's a
I like the face of this
bit of a
one.
character creation bug. This is a new bug. This one did not exist in the playtest a week ago, so I mean, I'm sure that probably bodes well for it being fixed relatively quickly if it's something that is, you know, so newly introduced. But yeah, it makes stretchy stick stick characters. And I'm thinking that after the chaos of the early access launch and everything gets settled down and the developers get into you know, a better clip, better swing of things, we we should totally at some point get a stick bug creature to commemorate the launch. Like just modeled after like a giant stick bug. I mean, I feel like the developers, they're not shy about things. They talk about the issues and how they're working them out and everything, and they've already posted
Yeah.
on Discord with a list of known issues they're working on. The
Yep.
uh the
They
stick
even have
pe-
an in lore reason for the stick people.
Oh, they've come up with an in-lore reason for the stick people?
Yeah, remember how we're being reconstructed from like our memory or something? The reconstructor had a bit of a malfunction.
uh
I am on a haven. If you are still waiting in queue, you might need a restart.
okay, I'll reboot my game because I seem to
Look,
be
sick
in a
person.
queue. So, we'll get in. But
Oh,
yeah,
cool. I'm
worst
on one
case
of the
scenario.
havens that have a hole outside the start.
Oh, so that's only on some of the havens that have a
There was,
hole in the
unless
road?
it changed, I'm pretty sure the one I started on didn't have a hole in the road.
Yeah, I looked for the pothole and I couldn't find it. So my haven when I started earlier did not have a pothole. So I guess only some havens have potholes. So I'm gonna try to log into my character one more time. If unavailable, then I'll just try creating a new character and we'll sort that out later. Because I mean, I may have accidentally broke my own game.
How did you do that already?
So I was getting ready for stream, and what I usually do is like I've got my browser with so many different tabs, and I wanted to load up all the tabs again, but it's also in multiple windows. So when I reopen it, I want it all back. So what I did was I opened the task manager to tell it to end the task because that closes everything at once. If I close it one window at a time, then whatever the last window is, that's the only one that comes back. So I use task manager to close it all at once, then they all come back. I accidentally used task manager on Stars Reach.
Oh,
So my character may not have gotten properly logged out. That may have been part of the problem. Why I was sitting in queue. Because it does look like I'm already loading this time. So it probably just needed to uh, just get refreshed, updated, so that knew I actually was logged off. So, that happens with MMOs sometimes.
Yep.
If you like crash out or something, and then it's like, oh, well, your character's still logged in. And then you
You
gotta
kind of have to let me
wait like
know
5
where
minutes.
you are on Haven so that I can see if we're on the same instance or if I should
I
maybe try to go to
am
Crucible and
sitting on
back.
top of the crafting building where you make mushroom skewers. Because I was doing that quest. I love the new archways.
You're on top of the building?
Yep, I'm on the roof of the Good Leaf Eatery. I'm on the base, well, not the top roof, but up here where there's a bunch of tables and stuff. Just kind of chilling.
Well, there's no one here for me, so off
Okay.
to Crucible and back to see if I can get into the same instance as
Oh,
you.
oh, oh.
Oh? Oh?
That was weird. Doesn't seem to be affecting anybody else. Seems to be okay now. I started to sink into the pavement on the pathways. I was like, why am I sinking into the pavement? But yeah, so we're on different havens. Haven is the only, well, I guess Haven and technically Crucible are the only places in the game that are instanced, and that's just because it's the tutorial starting area, and that's where everybody's gonna show up. Like all these people in the starting room talking to Mayor Bob, and look, it's a stick bug.
You found a stick bug
I
too?
found a stick bug. Now, the thing about the stick bug is this was not a bug in the playtesting, so this is brand new. So,
Yeah, we had some invisible people during the
we
last
did
playtest.
we did have some invisible people in the playtest that would literally just be like hands or or grapples that were floating. I don't see any of those. I don't see any invisible people. Fix one bug, you get another one back. So, let's see here. I what's actually kind of funny is I didn't realize that they were going to make these changes to Haven where we're just basically on an entirely different planet than, than what was in the playtest. The new archways, that giant hand, the seemingly crashed ship thing way out in the distance. I gotta go check that out. Uh, so I was not expecting this, but they have kind of done a sneak peek of this planet, I believe, during a fireside chat when they were showing off like some of the new planetary generation stuff. They just didn't allude to it being Haven. They mostly just showed it as a natural environment. Because this was some of the testing they were doing. They were testing what kind of like 3D models and things they could get to render into the worlds. So they made a giant hand and a ship and tested to see if stuff like that could generate. Man, this hand has a giant cave in it.
Okay,
Neat.
let's try this again.
Think there's anything in this cave? It's a little dark. Where's my emergency flashlight? Oh, this cave's so big that the emergency flashlight doesn't light it up too well. It only just lights up nearby. You ever use the harvester as an emergency flashlight?
Not yet so far, but it does help. I know that it has helped before.
It doesn't have a lot of battery, so it doesn't last very long, but at least helps you get your bearings where you are and what's around you. I want to see what's on the other side of this cave, though. It appears there's light at the end of the tunnel. Though this is probably not helping you if you are trying to find where I am. But oh, I just discovered a familiar face.
Oh?
Inside this cave, I found just a mirage. Like, hey, just so just a mirage is in this cave. Ooh, where does? Whoa, okay. Whoa.
Well, what?
Huh. That's actually really cool.
Did you find the corruption?
No. I found a dragon.
Oh, we found one of the statues.
This cave is massive. There's a bunch of deer living in this cave.
Hmm. Well,
Wow.
I have music. I don't. But I also have a black screen.
Something got mad at me. I'm not sure what.
Hi, Carrot.
Carrot, what's happening? How you doing? I'm exploring a cave with a giant dragon in it.
I'm enjoying it, but mine is currently a black screen. I don't know what I broke.
You're having a little bit of launch day issues.
Only with this new character. My other character was fine.
You know me, Carrot. Yeah, this is. So have you found the dragon inside the giant hand?
I've not seen the dragon one, but I have seen pictures of some of the other stuff.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. I wonder what else is through here, because it looks like the cave continues on in another direction. This is a massive. I'm just imagining. Remember that time we tried to dig out a giant cavern in hopes of getting it to collapse?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at how massive this cavern is that this dragon is inside of, and I'm thinking, we never would have hollowed out anywhere close to this, and this is still stable.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Oh,
the
I
right...
found something earlier on that wild wormhole planet that was just like basically a floating cliffside.
A floating cliffside? Did you find a floating mountain?
Not completely floating; it was still attached to to a mountain, but it felt like it was just like like just a giant hangover that should not have been able to be nearly that large.
Ah, I see. I see. It should have broken under its own weight, you're saying.
Yeah, I think it did have a little bit of support on the other side, which might have been what was keeping it up, but
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you know if anybody's found any, like, floating islands or anything like that? Huh.
I don't think anyone's found a true floating island yet. At least I haven't heard.
Okay.
Whenever I was in the Discord, I didn't hear anything,
Definitely
and I haven't
some
seen any pictures.
definitely some big archways and things.
Yeah, we definitely have had puzzles, and people are really trying to figure out trying to figure out how those puzzles work.
What's my dream build spot?
Next to a nice, pretty lake or something.
Yeah, I do like building near a lake. That's what I've tried to do a couple times. Okay, so I think I found the end of the cave.
This character might just be broken.
Ooh.
Loading in on a black screen on Crucible.
Crucible
I can hear
problems.
people around me. Like grappling and stuff, but I have a black screen.
Yeah, I've
This
had
might
that
be a bug
happen, but
report.
with a loading screen up. You know, it takes a little longer to load, and then a lake guy. A little bit. I mean, when I started playing PAX Day, the first thing I did was run over to the nearest lake and plop my my zoning lot, my house thing down near that. Don't remember me loving builds near water. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just a different type of game. Maybe Minecraft water is just boring. I don't know. I built lighthouses before. Does that count? We did a whole build challenge about lighthouses one time. Oh, wow. Okay. My grapple's already at 90%. Granted, it's the newbie starter grapple, so little on the lackluster side, I'm sure. Hope I find some prime real estate. Well, there's got to be plenty of planets to check. Just to having trouble getting out of the cave. Alright, so that's enough spelunking. I'm going to actually try to get to Crucible, because that's where I have a quest. If I tried going up... Up. I hit the ceiling and I fall back down. So that's what's up. Yeah, there must be... If there's a massive cavern that has a dragon in it, then there's got to be a massive mountain on the outside, too. Because there's no way in hell the cave is bigger on the inside, right? I mean, the physics simulation in this game is pretty intense, but I don't think it's that kind of metaphysical space warping intense. Servers are not a TARDIS. So, I am tempted to go over to essentially that crashed ship over there and see what that looks like. But yeah, that is a really massive mountain that dragon's in. So did you go up to the top of one of those archways? I heard a click or a type, but...
Oh, sorry, I went up into one of the archways for a quest.
Did you see any lemmings?
What?
Lemmings, you know. I went up to the top of one of the archways, and there were some jackalopes that spawned up there. Jackalopes get scared and run away from you. They jumped off the ledge. So I don't know.
Opening my menu.
I don't know if they fell to their death or if jackalopes take fall damage, but you know, it happened, and those poor bunnies. So how are things going for Carrot, by the way?
Might call this a dead character and create a new one.
For the time being, try it again later.
Yeah, it is completely stuck on a black screen, loading in twice, and I can hear people around me. And apparently I'm able to open my menu and stuff because I'm hearing those sound effects.
Oh my.
So that is just like a broken screen completely. I put something in the bug discussion, but...
I see, so this...
I'm just gonna say that, hey, that happened. And
this
is how
ship is made entirely out of terrain. Huh. I was curious what it was going to be made out of. It's made out of rocks, dirt, and grass, and there are trees growing on it. But it's basically modeled like a ship. Oh, hey. I think I do see some, corruption over there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's corruption on Haven now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just busy checking out this giant ship. And the view from up here. Whew. Giant spikes, giant ships, giant dragons. Yeah, they've put in a lot of extra stuff. Really beautified Haven. Oh, I should have my Pathfinder out. Sounds like there's a node on top of the ship. Yep. I should have been checking maps. I doubt there were any nodes in the cave, though. They tend to be above ground. And now you can see some of the details on how the ship was modeled. Not going to be able to see details on how the dragon was modeled, though. So what's the deal with the corruption, I wonder? Nope. Something doesn't like me. Not sure what it is. It saw me. I didn't see it.
Hi, kitten.
An owl deer out here. Somebody actually out here, I guess maybe fighting corruption? Did you notice there's a little bit of it looks like some sort of cooldown timer when switching equipment?
I didn't notice that that seems to have been added. It's probably a good thing. Probably prevents some weird bugs.
Actually, I can think of one thing it might prevent. There were a couple people, I remember seeing them during the server smash event where we were all trying to overload the server to see how much the servers could take. And they were standing next to each other, equipping and unequipping their I forget which tool it was. One of the tools as fast as they could. And the end result was it kind of looked like, well, they said they were shaking hands. To me, it kind of looked like they were doing something else, and I'll just leave it at that. Leave it for everyone's imagination. So that could potentially have something to do with it. Or it could have just been something that was on their list for a while now. I did murder a tentacle.
Nice. Did you do it for a quest?
Nope, I just did it because I was over here.
Oh, there should be a quest about killing one of the really small tentacles at some point.
Oh, yeah, I think I already did that quest, but it didn't point me in this direction.
From Deadeye?
Yeah, it pointed me in a completely opposite direction to a tentacle that was all by itself. Pretty sure that tentacle was spawned specifically for the mission and not just out in the world.
Cool. My other character is in queue waiting for a server slot, just loading forever too.
Ark.
I'm having a good time.
You're having a launch day.
I'm having a launch day.
You're having a launch day.
I'm trying to go to a different part of space because I don't know where you're going to end up in space, so I wanted to try to map out part of it to know.
Is there more than one?
And know how to get there.
Is there more than one place where people are popping out?
Oh yeah.
Is there more than one station, or are some people just popping out in the middle of nowhere?
Oh, there's a station in each space place so far.
Oh, okay, that's good. Because I thought there were going to be some stations with, or some sectors with no station.
Yeah, what I've noticed so far is that each sector has a name, and the planets in that sector are all like that sector 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay. Okay, there's a little bit more to the naming convention now to make a little more sense, a little more logic.
Yeah, I think so far 1 and 2 are normally stable, and 3 and 4 I think are wild wormholes.
I do kind of want to see a wild wormhole. I hope I don't end up in a situation like yours.
Yeah, don't want to get stuck on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just took a bunch of sand from that wild wormhole in the end. I did one quest on it, and then I just mined a bunch of sand on it.
Okay, so who do I talk to about these optional quests? Is it just these random NPCs that are waving at me?
Yeah, there should be 3 of them around that platform in the middle, like one on each side.
Teaching me how to dodge. Perform a dodge. I know how to dodge. I'm good at dodging.
Well, go find
avoid damage using dodge. Oh, okay. So we're gonna legit learn to dodge. It's not good enough you can push the button. You got to go prove you can do it. Okay. Well, let me just piss off this jackalope here and see if it'll actually attack me or if it just runs away. You can do anything? Oh, somebody's doing something. There we go. Sometimes the correct answer to dodging is to dodge into it.
Yeah.
Just dodge right in, especially if it's like a chain.
Some people are having some trouble with that quest because they're dodging out of the way of all the shots, and when someone was saying that, I said dodge into.
I just, you know what?
Attack.
That's interesting. So a new player that's trying to learn how to dodge dodges sideways to try to completely avoid it. A longtime playtester like me dodges directly into it to get the invulnerability frames. Did not even think about that. Just what comes with experience, I guess. Show that I can use my grapple? Man, I've been using my grapple so much. Where were you earlier? See? Wait, I just used my grapple. Huh?
Try it again. I had to do it twice.
Grapple. There we go. Maybe it does require it twice, but it's just not. It's not it telling you that for some reason. The former mayor? Huh.
Head to the dance club.
Cool. What's the former mayor doing up there? Why is he former mayor? Did he retire or did he get voted out because people don't like him anymore?
Who knows? He's fixing the dance club at least.
All right, so I finished that one. Is it just these three that are
Was Deadeye
Deadeye
optional
was in the
quest?
playtest. In like the last update of the playtest, they added Deadeye.
Okay, yeah. So there should be one that teaches you how to camp.
Camp outside of Haven. Okay. Now we're talking about Haven as a town, not Haven as a planet, right?
Haven as a town,
So I just gotta leave the town a little bit and set up a camp.
pretty much.
Fair enough. I can do that.
Yeah, I actually managed to break the camp, dodge, and grapple quest.
Because you went to Crucible and back.
Yep, and my best guess is what happened is that I came back to a different instance of Haven. So the
Oh.
NPCs were technically different instances of the NPCs who
That
those ones didn't give me the quest.
that does make sense.
Yeah, so they wouldn't accept the quest to be turned in.
Oh, I see. Wait.
How long have I been waiting for this queue again? Do I need to just leave
Am I supposed to have
again?
am I supposed to have a camp?
You should. You should have started with a few. They should be in your inventory.
I got no camps.
Uh,
I got no
oh,
camp. I feel like at one point I thought I saw camps in my inventory, but I got no camps.
that's odd. How did you lose your camps?
I might have to make another, which means I might need to abandon this quest, because I think the only way to get the resources to make a camp is I have to go to Crucible. At least I know the
Yeah.
workarounds, but that comes
Well,
from
yeah,
hours and hours and hours of playtesting. So if I look at this, yeah, camp kit tells me I need 30 very common metal. So I'm gonna have to go on my own side quest.
Huh.
Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and confirm that I abandoned that one. And I'm gonna go work on my Crucible quest, and I'm gonna go get 30 very common metal. Craft myself a camp.
Turn off Stars Reach one more time and try reloading and not going to this and not trying to go to the sector space. It really does not like me going there, apparently.
Have they said how many sectors exist out there?
No, that's what I wanted to do was to document how many there were. I've heard at least 4 or 5 different type planet names though.
Okay, so they're probably trying to figure that out. Oh look, there's
Oh
a
yeah, we'll have
nitro
a
in
star
the
map by the
lurking.
end. There'll probably be a star map by the end of the day if people are able to move around enough.
And how long will it stay accurate? I mean, I assume that the space sectors aren't going to immediately go away, but there's the distinct possibility of new ones being added.
Yeah, and old ones being retired, maybe. Well, so far I've seen a linear line of connection.
A linear
So I don't
line.
know.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I think I ended up on one end of the line, so there was only one other way to space from one of them,
No
and in that new place there.
branches.
Yeah,
No
I haven't seen
loops.
branches yet, but
I
we'll
assume
see.
I would assumed at least branches.
I've only been to two sectors of space.
I mean, if there weren't loops, it'd be like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense, maybe. Oh my god, I'm at the Crucible base, and they've cleared out all the smoke. I can see. I actually can see what Clint looks like. Clint, it's good to see you. We've talked so many times, but I've never seen you. Oh,
Okay,
they got the cloud out of the
let's not go in there again.
All right, so travel to the provided waypoint. Okay. Okay, okay. Doesn't look like they've done any major changes to Crucible in general, other than getting all the smoke and fog out of the base. Which, honestly, that's a good thing. Man, players have really messed up this hillside.
Yeah.
What happens when you got a quest telling every player that comes through to go mine the shit out of this one hill? Well, I think
Hmm.
other hills like that one over there, and someone's camping over
Mine was
there.
like right in front of it.
All right, so let's see. I need this nonsense.
We're enjoying the game so far, right?
Oh,
We've been playing
yes.
it for more than just today.
Yeah, we've been playing the playtest for a while. There's the resources I need. I still feel like the animated textures from the ground shifting while you mine is a little too
It's a little
intense.
intense.
But I understand why they haven't fixed it yet. There's, there's higher priority things than this one texture looking a little wonky.
Like bots on wild wormholes.
Wonder what happens if you try it. There's probably no
Three
way.
people established residency on the one I got stuck on.
Okay, well, establishing residency is one thing, but no one's going to be able to level it up in the time it probably takes for a wild wormhole to exist, because you were already
Unless
on
you
a
have
planet.
all. Well, do you have. Is it like you have to give it specific things from that world, or can you give it stuff from any world?
I think you can give stuff from any world, so you'd have to
So someone
pre-plan it, and
could have all that stuff.
you'd really have to do it on purpose. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't think nobody has the
No one's
resources to
gonna be
do that
able
right
to
now.
do that before they fix it.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some bugs. The devs have said this is alpha test level, so it's living up to more or less my current expectations. And I've been playing the playtest for a year and a half and still enjoying it. Even when I'm going through the tutorial for the probably, I don't know, probably 20, 30 times at this point. You're looking at the skill tree, and it seems like 95% of skills are labeled work in progress. Does this mean those skills are completely inaccessible, or just just not fully completed? So the work in progress skills are currently unavailable. I know there's a lot of them, but they do activate new ones over the course of development. We recently got tailoring. We recently got assault rifles. They expanded
Yep.
those trees and activated the work in progress stuff there. So that's kind of one of the main things that's going to be happening in early access is all these things that you see work in progress are going to start expanding out as they activate basically one system at a time. Or maybe a couple systems at a time, because I guess assault rifle and Taylor did show up in the same update, so that's more
Oh
than one at
wait,
a time.
can we use crafting XP to unlock the first level of tailoring? Is that how that's supposed to work?
That's probably the way that's supposed to work.
People have been trying to figure out why, how you can unlock tailoring whenever you have no tailoring recipe to start with.
Yeah, that's a good question. I never I'm not as good with crafting as I am with, shooting and unaliving.
I have been doing quite a bit of that too.
Assault rifles? Yes, Nitro. There are assault rifles.
It is so nice to start with the assault rifle instead of the pistol. I
Yeah.
feel like I can actually kill things.
We actually start with the assault rifle now. I don't know. I feel like the pistol was appropriate for
It was definitely
a
appropriate, but
starting weapon.
it's so nice to be able to kill things.
I mean, you could kill things with the pistol.
Yeah, but it takes longer than it does with the assault rifle.
It feels like it takes longer.
Okay, it feels like it takes longer.
Because with the pistol, you're charging up a charge shot and you're firing it off at maximum damage. Whereas the assault rifle, it's just rapid fire and you just see the DPS numbers going. So it just feels longer with the pistol. I honestly still think the pistol's probably about the same. You know, as far as time to kill.
Yeah, I like being able to shoot multiple shots because I have a bad tendency to miss with like just charging up and trying to hit it with one shot.
Now, I do need to find myself some metal. I think iron is a good... Iron is a good... But I can't mine the iron that's directly at the base, so I gotta go a little ways away and try to find more iron. But I just get 30 units of iron, and I can build my own camp.
Yeah, how big is Crucible? Like, how far can you go?
Crucible's same size
There.
as any other planet.
Really? I've
Yep.
never explored very far in Crucible.
Yeah, Crucible is incredibly underutilized. Most people, like, they go here, they accept the quest, they walk down the hill a little ways, they mine up the stuff they need, and then they leave. And then they never see that there is a full planet here. So, it's rare. But yes, it's a full-size planet. No different than any of the others. That's, in fact, one of the developers in Discord, in voice chat, was talking about wanting to try to find a way to make a mining area on Haven so that they no longer needed Crucible. Because when you think about it, Crucible and Haven, that's two zones. That's two servers. Two server nodes. Whereas if they could just do it on Haven, that's only one node. So it's,
but yeah, it'd be very interesting to try to make the permissions work where you're only allowed to mine in a very specific area and that there's enough area
pretty
there.
sure those permissions already exist.
I guess, yeah, kind of.
With like, because I think you're allowed to alter the stuff that's in your homestead, even on a planet that's like, you can't mine here. Oop. Something hostile. I haven't even been to this particular side of Crucible where I am right now. I've explored like the lava areas around that, but I've never been to this like jungly area that's over here. The problem is I need to find a good spot for mining and getting down to an iron ore vein. Oh look, it's spicy beef.
Oh, I discovered cadmium. I might be hollowing out an asteroid because I got bored.
This thing's really adamant about following me right now. Full-size empty planets? I mean, one of the main points of this game is colonizing and building player cities, so there needs to be a lot of open space. I mean, Crucible's underutilized, that's for sure, since players can't build here, which is why they're planning on potentially consolidating it with Haven at some point. But I mean, you go out to any of the other worlds, you got room to build.
Yeah, you're basically on tutorial island at the moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to deal with this guy. He won't stop following me. I mean, he was really easy to deal with. But, I mean, it didn't have to come to that. He didn't have to die. He chose to die.
Oh.
You know, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Maybe it's gonna be easier to find copper. But also maybe not, because apparently it's over this way. And there is It was a vein of iron. Crucible doesn't have that much resources. Okay, this vein of iron is probably going to be what I need to get. Alright, so let's just see if we can get down there and get the iron. So I can build myself a camp. Then I'll move on. Because I want to see what some of the worlds look like. How many planets have you been to so far?
About 4.
We can at least go back to Haven and therefore be able to go back to Crucible.
Eventually.
Then we would at least have that. I mean, there is plans for making Haven a place you can return to after the tutorial. Kind of make it a like a starting city for new players. But that's on the development roadmap. Which section is that one under? Is that under long term, or is that part of the next priorities? I can't remember.
Not sure, but either way, you can't go back to Haven right now.
Yeah, not right now, but it is planned.
Which is why I'm mining an asteroid.
Yeah. I kind of do want to map Haven at some point. But I don't think I'm going to do it today with this character, because otherwise...
I was like, I'm going to have a tutorial island character. I'm just going to keep on Haven, and that'll be the one that maps it.
I did that on the playtest as well, so I always had a character there. You never know when I'd want to get some footage for a video or something using Haven. Even more so now, because Haven looks so much more awesome now with the archways and hidden structures and things. Do they have those kinds of hidden structures on the new planets out in the galaxy too?
I don't know on the new planets. I haven't seen any of those structures.
Found a common loot cache.
I haven't explored a great deal yet.
Because that's my goal. Once we get out into the actual galaxy and out of the tutorial zone, I wanna find and check out the various planets. Oh, you found Drake?
Yeah.
Again, this animation on the terrain is a little over the top, but I know it's low priority to change right now. It's so trippy though. It's like I just oh, don't you do it. Don't even think about it. I accidentally hit my grapple and I was like, I do not want to smash my head through the roof of this cavern I'm digging. I actually want to get out of this cavern a little bit. I've more or less dug a hole straight down to iron. But I did find a vein of iron that was close to a rocky outcropping, which is kind of what you have to do. Because if you dig in dirt, that does not work well. Try to dig straight down in dirt. It's just gonna fill the hole in as fast as you can dig it. The soil moves, fills the hole back in. You just end up standing in a shallow crater.
Yeah, that was what I was doing to get the sand.
I mean, that's great if the sand or the soil is what you want, because then you can just stand in one place. You just stand in one place mining at your feet and you get all that you want. But if you're trying to get something that's just under the whatever layer, you're going to have a really hard time getting through all the soil. Just like I'm trying to do this the quick way and not the right way, which is why I keep ending up down in a hole that I have to climb out of. Because I'm trying to be lazy and not build a proper tunnel system here. I'm just trying to aim down the hole. I keep falling in. Or accidentally hitting my grapple and flying in. In some cases, you have no choice but to do that. Dig into the dirt. Well, there are some other tools that new players are not going to have access to right away, but eventually players are going to have, that can turn the soil into into stone, and then you can mine through it much easier. That requires the chronophaser, and that's in the mineralogy skills. So it's not hard to get the skill unlocked, because honestly, if you look at mineralogy, it keeps resetting. All right, there we go. Chronophasing is just right here. It's right off the main branch. So, and a matter of fact, it appears to cost 0 money and 0 experience. So, for some reason, this skill is available immediately. You just have to go unlock it. At which point you can use the chronophaser, but the reason why nobody's going to have one right now is because it's going to be a little bit harder for players to have the crafting skills this early
Yeah, I
to
think
make a
if you get enough.
chronophaser.
Apparently, if you had enough money on Haven, you could buy a lot of the tools, but I don't think you can make money on Haven.
I think
Except
there
for
is a
well,
mission terminal.
yeah, and there are the loot caches, and they give you money now.
Oh, loot caches give money now. Excellent.
Yeah. Also, common ones can have recipes.
They added recipes to common ones.
Yep, I've
Awesome.
gotten quite a few recipes from the common ones.
So, as of the last playtest, you did not get money from loot caches. You only got items. And common ones pretty much never had recipes. I never saw a recipe come out of a common one. Good to see that common ones are more interesting now.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be I didn't even bother opening the common ones because I was just going to end up filling my inventory with stuff that I didn't feel like I needed or wanted. But now that I know that there's recipes in there, it's going to be more interesting to see what's inside. I actually have one I want to see. Common loot cache. Why does it have a durability of 2? I mean, I guess everything has a durability.
Oh, because whenever you get to the higher level ones, those are the ones with puzzles on them,
Oh, okay. So this
and you
shouldn't have a
can have multiple
puzzle.
attempts.
So this shouldn't have a puzzle. All right. Wait, can you actually repair it?
I don't know. We haven't. I don't know if people have tried that yet.
All right, let's
They've just
find
been very
out.
confused by the
Ooh,
puzzle.
I got a street lamp recipe and a stitched lining recipe. I might legitimately use that street lamp recipe. I
If
might
you
make
want,
a character
are you
to
gonna
make
be?
building supplies.
Yeah, I have a few building recipes already, like the hexagonal light. I also have a tier 3 oven that I'm
Oh,
sure someone will want.
interesting. Maybe send Chef Jarek a message about that one.
That's what I was wondering. It's like, hey, you want an oven 3?
You want an oven? I I I bet he would.
Mhm. Give me
Let's,
literally any tailoring recipe and I'll give it to you.
so is this a tailoring recipe I found? Stitch lining? I think it is. Yeah,
Oh, yep, that
knit
is.
soft cloth, coarse thread, stitch lining. So yeah, I'll probably pass this one to you. It looks like a log, but don't have all the icons in yet.
Yeah, they don't have all the icons in.
And then I'm going to keep the street lamp for sure. I don't know if it's going to be this character that I turn into a crafter or not, but I'm going to use that.
I'm a hunting a reindeer. That's a literal sheep.
Did you find a sheep?
There's just a sheep here.
Yeah, because I
The
think
sheep's
that
gonna die.
what's interesting is I don't I don't think that's a new addition. I just think
Oh, give me
in the
wool.
last playtest, we only had so many planets to playtest on, and I don't think we saw all the creatures that were available. So, because I think there's also other creatures, because someone asked if there would ever be goats, and the developers were like, well, I think we actually already have goats. Maybe they're just
We
not
just
on the
haven't found them
worlds
yet.
in the playtest. We just hadn't
Yeah,
seen
I
them yet.
mean, they made spiders go extinct on the playtest world, so
As they should. We should make spiders go extinct on every world that we go to. All right, I've
yes,
got
there's gonna be a
camps.
reset random at the end of early access, maybe sometime during if they have to change something big.
Yes. So we have one guaranteed wipe that will happen when 1.0 releases. And then we have potential for others, but they're going to avoid it if they can. If they don't have to wipe, they don't plan on wiping. But, you know, you can't always guarantee these things. Alright, I'm going to get my camping quest again.
Oh, they still haven't fixed that bug. I'm fine with that though.
Oh, I've got a pothole in my road.
Nice.
Oh, so this is the infamous pothole people were finding.
Yep.
So
Oh,
after
I think there's actually floating planets on this
floating
planet.
floating planets
Or
on this
floating
planet.
floating platforms.
Interesting.
Yeah, these are not connected by anything.
There could
No
be
wonder everyone's here.
anti-gravium on the underside of them.
Yeah, I
So I bet
have a feeling
that's
this is gonna turn into
could
one
turn
of the
into a
most populated worlds.
could turn into a gold rush. Don't know if people are going to stay living there, but they'll definitely try to
Yeah.
mine that up if there's anti-gravium there.
The question is, how do I get on top of one for a quest?
Don't know.
Oop, I got my grapple. Oh, it dropped me.
Save my real life pattern. I can do that. Ta-da! Return to well. All right. Well, I've completed my camp quest. Well, once I turn it in, anyway. I wonder if is there really a point to doing these side quests, or am I just doing it for completion's sake?
You get some XP, and at least the camping one gives you like 5 more camps.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to die of fall damage if I keep doing this. How do I
Hate when
get up?
my
How
you
do
hate
I
when
get up there?
random hates when his planets have planets.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I'm pretty sure I've completed all the Crucible quests.
Ah. I gotta...
So I'll go talk to Mayor Bob. Hello, Bob. I did also read all the terminals in the university for all the lore entries.
Same.
Got my journeyer title. Man, that's a lot of people just standing at the return platform from Crucible.
Yeah, I've been noticing that too. I wonder if they're having the black screen bug I was having. Bring it down. I don't think I'm gonna bring this place down. I like the floating platforms. I would
I
love to
guess
build
it
a house
is.
up here if it looked a little nicer.
I guess it is possible. Because if you remove the anti-gravium, I think it will collapse. I think that's the only thing that keeps it in the air.
Yeah.
I could be
I wonder if
wrong.
they're working on. I wonder if they're already working on making. On leveling up the GovBot here.
Who all's there? Was that where you found Drake?
Yeah, it's Kohu Futa 2.
If that's where Drake is, I bet there's
And there's
definitely people
16
trying
people.
to
Yeah,
make
there's
a
a
city.
population of 16 already.
Yeah, I think they're planning on inhabiting that world.
Yeah, I actually really like this one. I might become a citizen to start here.
I gotta check out the other worlds
I can always move.
after I get out of this queue. Now, one of the interesting things is about this loading screen. If you're worried about it implanting hypnotic suggestions, or if you just find it hard to look at, you can pause it. There is a pause button.
Wait, that's what that does?
That's what that does. So I do pause it. Is there actually a material that keeps the floating islands in the air? Well, here's the thing. I've heard it talked about. I've heard the developers talk about it. I've never actually seen a floating island
Yeah,
personally.
this is our first time seeing
So
them.
I'm basing what I'm saying off of what I've heard from the developers, that there is anti-gravium or something that keeps that
I
island
guess I
in the air.
can look at the tab menu on my terraformer to see if there's anything similar to that
Yeah,
here.
if there's any anti-gravium on the planet, then that's probably what's holding the
Yep.
islands up.
Yeah. Tab. Yeah. If I scan for it, yeah, it tells me it's over towards the island.
Yep. So I'm assuming That is indeed what is keeping the island floating. So if somebody mined all of that up, that island comes crashing down. But it's also a critical resource for making grav meshes, which everybody wants a grav mesh.
Oh
So,
my, yeah, it's gonna get mined up.
so I mean, if Drake is there trying to establish that that planet is a place to colonize, then they're probably going to want to try to protect some of the floating islands, and they'll probably start putting homesteads down on floating islands to make sure
Mm.
no one can mine up all of the anti-gravium.
Yeah, go get your anti-gravium from the wormholes, I guess.
I'm in a queue waiting for a server slot.
Uh-oh. Hopefully that doesn't last too long.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Hoping to get out into the wider world. I wonder where
Oh,
it's.
oh, that's a camp.
I wonder where it's trying to put me, or I wonder if it's trying to spin up something new. So, what kind of biomes and environment does the floating island planet have?
There's some forests, some nice green hills. I really like it.
That does sound nice. I like nice lush environments, and also
It's nice and green and not foggy.
not foggy would be a good change of pace. The last world we
I've
were on
already
was
been on
very
at least
foggy.
one place that was really foggy, and I don't like it here. I want to leave.
All right, I'm gonna really quickly here just kind of try to reboot this. I'm in a queue. Maybe I'm just being impatient, but I'll just go
It,
ahead and
yeah, I've been leaving queues for as long as I can, but they just do not feel like they're moving.
yeah. Because see, the thing was, the reason why I'm doing this is because earlier when I was queuing, I was just like, oh, okay, I'll wait, and then you logged in and got through the queue that I didn't, and I'm like, wait a minute,
Yeah, and that means that something's broken,
that
right?
it means I might be
Or
stuck in a queue. So
oh, branches.
you want to live in a sand or snow desert? You said you
Ooh,
mined up a
there.
lot of
I've seen
sand, right?
some sandy places.
I've seen sandy worlds in the playtest before.
Mm-hmm.
Not recently, but
It's
play
not a cute stack.
whatever you say, random. But yeah, and I've seen planets with snow. I remember the first time I encountered a planet with like a cold mountain peak. I went up to the top of the mountain and suddenly realized that the frozen ground was slippery.
Oh, that's really cool.
So,
There's some desolate parts of this world too.
oh, it has some desolate areas as well.
Yeah, it feels like there's a mix of biomes here, actually.
I mean,
Like a good mix of biomes.
that was what they were working towards. I know in the I know in the playtest we mostly got like single biome worlds just because the system was still being worked on, but now it seems like maybe there's possibility for variety in a single world. All right, definitely loading in this time. So rebooting the game was the proper response to that queue. And we'll see where I end up.
Yep, tell me the name of the world and I'll tell you if I've seen them before.
Just got to ground the player here. Oh, it spit me back out in Haven. Never mind. I got to go back into
Ooh.
space again. Hey, guys, I returned to Haven after trying to leave. That's rare. All right, I'm in queue waiting for a server slot again. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
I'm
wonder
guessing I never
I wonder if
actually
that's a little broken.
departed. I'm guessing I never actually departed from Haven. It's just like you gotta wait for it.
Yeah, I think there's some problems with that right now.
Oh yeah, when it's 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer worlds, it's I could see a dozen biomes and something like that because it's 16 times the size. Though, from what I understand, they're going to kind of work their way up to 4x4 because I think at some point they're going to start with 2x2. And the way I remember them mentioning it was that they'd start with wild wormholes first in the 2x2. That way they could spin them up and shut them down relatively easily for testing without anybody getting too upset if things didn't work properly. Because, I mean, if you spin up a permanent world that's a bigger size and there's performance issues that need to be worked out first, people that try to go there and live there might start getting frustrated. Whereas people that go there to explore a wild wormhole, I mean, it is a testing process. So I'm starting to think maybe this queue is legitimate because, this has happened twice now. So maybe it really is just kind of waiting for some space. Squatchy culture emphasize labor. All these little lore excerpts. Of course, I'm pretty sure there is a page somewhere where playtesters have archived every single one of these, unless they keep adding more. Elioni myths are commonly preserved through performance. Oh, interesting. Didn't know that because I haven't read all these. And also, I don't even know if I'm saying the name of my own character race properly. Like Elioni, 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 Elioni. How do you pronounce it? I don't know. I just pronounce it the way it makes sense to me. I need to maybe one of these days I need to go to like a fireside chat and be like, "Hey, could you guys definitively answer this for me and tell me the proper pronunciation of Elioni?" I'm sure there's a
Have the
video
Haven
somewhere.
branches?
Hmm?
Here, have the Haven branches. I don't want them.
Haven branches?
I'm getting citizen points for contributing resources.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I dumped some Haven stuff into the last planet I was taking part in
Yeah.
during the playtest.
Oh my gosh, Dr. Drake has contributed 471,000 already to this.
He's
And
gonna
Poison is ranked number 2 with 129,000.
Drake's gonna secure himself another mayorship, it sounds like.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure
Cause
that's probably all he's done since he started.
yeah,
Probably
that's
found what planet he wanted and said, start.
he did a speed run of the tutorial, I'm sure, and then just went straight into gathering resources for the GovBot. Because apparently, because I was actually talking to him the other night, like messaged him directly because I knew he knew about this stuff, and I wanted to ask him a question about planet governance so that I could put the information in my latest video. And he was saying, I guess it takes 2 million points total to get to the next level and assign a mayor. So if you think about it that way, if it's 2 million points to level up, that means you have to contribute 1,000,001 points worth to
To
guarantee that you
guarantee.
become mayor. Because the mayor is the person who contributed the most. But
To start
but
with.
yeah, to start with, the first mayor is the person that contributed the most. So technically speaking, you would need to contribute 1,000,001 to guarantee it. But as soon as multiple people start contributing, the amount you have to contribute to be the most ends up decreasing. Because if you think about it, if Poison's already got, let's just, oh hey, Thank you. It did just take time.
Ooh, yay!
But yeah, so if poison has, I'm just gonna, I forget what you said, but I'm just gonna round to say like, oh, um,
Nearly 500k.
so let's say they have 100k, and somebody else has 100k. Well, then the that means at all the points that are left, there's 1.8 million. So
Stitched lining.
you know what? I actually don't want to do the full math on this, but yeah, essentially the max, if there's multiple people, the max you need to guarantee that you win the election or the mayoralship gets less and less the more people contribute and the more they contribute.
Oh, I got a circuit bench 3 recipe.
I'm looking at my fancy new spacesuit.
You like it?
You got a fancy spacesuit.
Yeah, so where are you?
Let me see here. I probably need to open my map to see the name. Awis New Huno?
Alice New Huno.
Multiple landing zones that I don't really know where they go. Would be nice if they said more than landing zone, huh?
Huh, I haven't heard of that one. So it starts with an A?
OWIIS.
Oh, that's the one I keep trying to get to. You're actually one system away from me.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains why you were trying to get here and not being successful. It took me a long time in a queue to get here.
Yeah, so if you want to come and see these worlds, because I think they're nice and
Ooh,
they're kind of nice over here, and it's pretty popular over here.
they've made some tweaks to
Uh,
the crafting room. I see.
yeah, if you go to, it'll be one of the stable wormholes that'll take you here.
Hey,
It'll start with a C.
hey, real quick though, random, check this out. Mom says we have Master Chief at home. Oh, I do kind of like it though. It's cool. It's nice to have a slightly different spacesuit. It's nice to have a spacesuit again.
Oh, I
Here's
just
the
looked.
homesteader
Just went through them.
shop. They oh. Oh, they increased the price of homesteaders more than I originally thought they said. I thought they said they doubled the
Oh,
price. They multiplied times 10. Huh. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of crafting stations here. It seems like there's less crafting stations here than there was. But oh, they did. They added the thing I requested, though I'm sure lots of people have requested it, not just me. But now when you mouse over the crafting stations, the name of the crafting station appears. So you know what type it is without having to click on it and read it. Already there. Interesting. Yeah, I swear I heard two times. I heard double at one point, but it's possible they've changed their mind and said 10 times since then. I just hadn't heard it. And either way, it's not a particular issue, I don't think. I'm not seeing anybody that I
oh, they also
recognize here.
have. There also is a vendor in the space station where anyone can sell anything.
Yeah, I did
Make
see
that
that
interesting.
the TPL public vendor exists. So this is kind of
Mm-hmm.
cool. It's kind of like the old school Star Wars Galaxy's Bazaar terminals. It's a good start to get the player economy moving.
Yep. Yeah, I found. I was like, oh, I have one recipe for dried herbs, and I'm sure that wouldn't be incredibly
Okay, so
hard
this is the
to find again. I'll see
second
if I can sell
time
that.
second time I've seen that bug, but that bug just self-corrected, so that's good. Somebody's grapple was stuck and continued to be attached to them and going off to where it last hit the ground.
Mm.
I've seen that bug before, and I remember back in the days when it did not self-correct and it was like permanent until you left the world. You would just see essentially energetic jump rope stretching across the entire zone. Glad to see that it fixes itself now, even though it does still appear to linger briefly. 20,000 I think feels like a lot, but I think long term, as far as the game is concerned, it's not that big of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
Especially with so
like,
many people doing quests right now to get to start the money flowing.
yeah, but there are definitely a lot of people that are sitting there debating. It's like, do I go contribute to the GovBot or do I save up? It changes the math. It changes the calculus a little bit. Now, I kind of wonder, do all the space zones have the same asteroids? Or is it different?
I'm not sure.
Because this... I'm gonna throw this out there. This looks like the exact same configuration of asteroids that we had in the last playtest. Except they're not all hollow right now. They have resources. So, yeah. People are just mad because you start broke. Yeah. I mean, you can't just have everything given to you. You gotta earn some things.
Mm-hmm.
That up there. Oh, I see dens in space now. That's new. Instead of makers, I'm seeing dens. All right, now what world or region are you in?
So mine starts with CO, like
CO.
Kohu Totag.
Man, this is gonna be such a pain. I am already bad with names of places and planets and
Yeah,
things,
you're
and
just
now we're gonna
gonna
get so many more.
yeah, you're gonna look for a stable wormhole, and it'll start with CO, and that should take you to where you want to go.
I'm good with maps. I'm good with maps, and I'm good with descriptions. I'm not good with names. So if you give me a map and tell me to go to the world with the floating islands and the nice lush greenery, then once I know where that is, then I will always be able to get back to it. But you then tell me to go to whatever the planet's name is, and I'll be like, come again? Yeah, so you hear tailoring is impossible. Yeah, because I guess the first...
Maybe, but I haven't tried to do any crafting and tried to open it with that, so
Yeah, we'll have to experiment, I suppose. Okay, this looks like it maybe goes to another system. Let something of us.
nope, that's not where you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of want to check out the worlds that are in the system I'm in. Like, here's World 1, so you said this is probably one of the
Mm-hmm.
stable ones.
Yeah.
I want to see what... Whoa. That stick bug has a head. I haven't seen a stick bug with a head before. Yeah, that stick bug totally has a head. Like, everything else is still stick bug. Just has a head. Oh, there's another stick bug. It also has a head. Wait, are stick bugs just different in space?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen a lot of stick bugs in space.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Red God.
All right, so I'm headed to planet number 1 to see what it looks like, what kind of biomes it has. Do a little survey of this. Ooh, okay. Um, there's already 13 people living on this one.
Hmm.
It has... Well, it's nighttime at the moment. It does look like it has some tropical trees. It looks like it might have bananas. Might have space bananas here. Yep, I got some space bananas.
I found space wasps. They must die.
Yes. It looks kind of arid, but it does have like some tropical-ish plants, so maybe warm and arid. I think I see some stone archways. Some sheer cliffs. Ooh, some very sheer cliffs. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the resource world from the last playtest, except a little more logic to it. I think it definitely looks like there's sand here. So, sand, cliffs, dry, arid, but with some tropical plants here and there. Also some blue glowy plants. Some archways and things. That archway doesn't actually look like it's attached, so it's kind of just a curved stone pillar. It looks cool. Not the kind of planet I'd want to live on. I'm not big on, like, sandy, dusty, arid worlds. I'd rather go someplace lush. I can do tropical. Tropical's cool. But arid, no thanks.
That's random.
Oh, do I need to push the button?
Yeah, I just...
Oh, I'm glad Random's over there watching.
Fight with a bat.
With a bat?
I flew right into it. I forgot how to get...
I didn't see...
I was trying to fly away from it and shoot it, and I flew into it instead.
I didn't see what kind of creatures this planet has. I gotta see at least one example of a creature here. I don't need to see everything the planet has to offer, just a sampling. I already know I don't want to live here, but, I mean, it's a cool place to visit. Oh yeah, let's go into the mist, into the fog. This is gonna be great for when I bump into a giant spider or scorpion or some crazy thing. I'm not saying scorpions exist.
Other than bosses, I haven't seen any red or purple level threats yet.
Well, I'm sure it takes time for the makers to power up.
But yeah.
I'm hoping they tuned that a little bit and slowed it down somewhat, because I think a lot of people felt like they were growing to high level way too quickly. Then it became very dangerous on any world.
Mm-hmm.
So, slower progression of... Hey, if we gotta have slower progression towards unlocking houses, makers need a slower progression to be badass. Huh. I feel like some of the dirt and soil here settled naturally in a weird way. Because I don't feel like this is something a player did. Just weird settling. Yeah, because there's more of it over here. I think it's because there was maybe a ravine carved into a section of this that caused some settlement to happen. I'm yet to find a creature on this planet, though. What I wouldn't give for a ecology terminal to tell me what kind of, the number of... Oh! Oh, no! Oh, this poor planet. Oh, it has the bugged sky sharks.
Yeah, the sky sharks are still bugged.
Yeah, it's got the bugged sky sharks on it. I just found a bugged sky sharks. They're missing their texture and animation. Don't know what's up with those bugged sky sharks. But it's got bugged sky sharks. Now, where the heck is the portal? Is that somebody dead over there? I see like a blue glow in the distance. It looks like maybe somebody died. I think the portal is over that way. Or maybe it's... No, it's... Okay, it's through the fog, not past the mountain. So it's that way. Okay. Alright, time to go either... It depends on what portal I find first. If I find the portal to your sector of space, I'll go through it. But if I find a new planet in this sector, I'll go through that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
because I'm not ready to settle down yet.
Most of my money.
See, here's the thing. I like Dr. Drake and I like the people in Gunk, but they feel like the large guild.
Oh, yeah.
They feel like the big, large guild. And I'm like, you guys are nice. You guys are good, but I wanna find a community with smaller groups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
I don't need to stay there forever, but I wanted to at least play with the gov bot a little because I haven't touched it at all before.
yeah.
Kill a dangerous deer. I can attempt
But yeah,
that.
movement in this game does it's there's a couple different things that go into movement in this game. One, the type of terrain you're walking on actually does affect your movement speed. So, like, if you're going up a slope, it's going to be slower. If you're walking through mud, it's going to be painfully slow. Like, mud is terrible. But then you also have grapples, which make it easier to climb and faster to get around. If you're walking through mud, if you're on a very muddy planet, then chances are you're going to be jumping a lot and grappling a lot, because you jump to get a good angle to grapple, and then you grapple to get away from the mud. But other than that, there's also the grav mesh. So nice little bit of kind of like a temporary jetpack. That's also pretty useful for climbing and just getting around in general. It's not really a one or the other type thing, though, because I kind of feel like the grapple and the grav mesh both work pretty well together to increase mobility. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I have a grav mesh from my um
Yeah, you get to
from my
fly.
from my cosmonaut starter pack, but I'm not using it right now because I'd rather I'd rather players tuning into this first launch stream to see what it's going to be like, even at the base level. So I'm using the base grapple, and I'm just traveling around normally. I'm still wearing my cosmetic spacesuit, but that's cosmetic and doesn't do anything. So,
Yeah. I did spend most of my money because I was looking at the vendor thing and I was like, oh, people are selling more things. And I saw a sewing bench like level 4 for sale. The recipe for it, and I was like, that's a
ah,
recipe for tailoring. I'm gonna just take that now.
fair enough. But yeah,
It was only 2,000.
after today, I'll probably start using my grav mesh, but I don't think I'm going to use it today. Not in the launch stream. All right, what's through this portal? Is it another planet or is it another zone? Considering there are 3 portals right next to each other here, it's probably another planet, because I think... No, it's actually... I think it's the zone you're in.
COHU?
Does it end in a G?
Yes.
Okay, so I think this is where you are. Okay, so... Interesting. If you wanted to go to whatever this other space sector is, you could very easily just go through this zone and be done. But that's one, two, three. There's okay, so there's got to be at least
There's at least 3, if not 4, maybe 4 or 5.
there's 7 there's 7 portals in this zone, in this
Oh my
space zone,
gosh, that's a lot of portals for one zone.
and I'm pretty sure the mission terminal I was at only showed 4 planets. So I'm thinking there may actually be 3
Well, and it might
different
show
sectors.
4 planets, but I think most of the time 4 and maybe 3 are wild wormholes that aren't always open.
Yeah, but there were 4 at the time, so I'm thinking that maybe this one has 3 junctions. Oh, look! Not only did the planet have broken sky sharks, but so does space.
Yeah, space has sky sharks.
I mean, that's where I
They're doing
expect to
well.
find sky sharks. They seem like an alien. That was weird. I went through the to your sector of space, and I heard the sound effect like somebody was picking up loot caches.
Weird.
That's a weird sound. Okay, so I'm immediately right next to... Wow, a lot of portals all in this area. That's cool.
Yep. I think the
Oh,
one
I see
I'm in is
Dr.
the red
Drake.
one.
He just went into this portal.
Yep, that's where I am then.
Yeah, the red one?
Yeah, the red one.
Okay, well, I'll just follow Dr. Drake then. It's number two. It's planet number 2. So I can finally
Yeah.
see... I can finally see this, world you've been talking about with the floating islands.
Yeah, sorry, I was out killing a deer. I'll come back to spawn soon.
Yep, there's Dr. Drake wearing his fancy suit. Hi, everybody. Madcap's here. Yeah, they're all wearing their special cosmetics, so that they're, you know, like they're wearing a uniform. I will say one thing though. I think like this one ground suit that like the one that Dr. Drake is currently wearing, it needs to block the shoe slot, I think, because it messes up the shoes. And it has its own
Oh, is that why the
built-in.
shoes look weird? I've been seeing
Yeah.
weird shoes on people.
Yeah,
Oh,
cuz
that is a red bat. Why is there a red bat here?
oh, already happening. This your new
I wonder if the
world?
surprise is the fact that there's corruption on Haven, and obviously the corruption is just in the game now.
I mean, I feel like part of the surprise they were alluding at was the drastic changes to the terrain and environment on Haven. That's one of the
Mm-hmm.
surprises. Don't know if there's
Yeah, I
others.
think maybe the surprise was Haven. There was chats about like what, trying to figure out what the surprise was in the Discord on the.
I don't feel like it was. I don't feel like the surprise was corruption on Haven, because I think I've heard mention of that multiple
That corruption
times.
was gonna be in early access.
That corruption was going to show up in Haven.
Hmm.
So this is the. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. So is there just one big floating island, or
I thought I saw a second one, but
can I get up there? Yes.
it
Yes,
was
I
very
can.
hard. But yes, you can.
It was very hard. Does it first try?
Oh, lucky you. I nearly died trying to get up there.
Yeah,
My grapple kept hitting the bottom instead of the edge.
yeah. So I now that I'm on it though, what I need to do is go over to the edge, since I'll be close enough, and I need to scan it and see if it really is just an entire layer of anti-gravium on the underside of this. So let me just get my terraformer here. I'm not going to mine. I don't think they'd appreciate it. Wow, there's lots of resources on this planet. I'm not used to that. All right, so all
Yeah,
I
we
all
actually
I
have
want to
resources.
do is okay. Yup. The entire underside of this is made of anti-gravium. Like when I scan, what I'm like a layer above is a very thin layer of anti-gravium that makes up the entire bottom of this thing.
That's what
Granted,
that little purple
granted,
shiny
I
stuff
don't
is.
know what those pointy reverse mountains are in the middle. I don't know if they're just like there's a layer of anti-gravium, or if it's those reverse mountains are like an entire chunk. Because if those reverse mountains on the underside are an entire chunk, then you probably can kind of balance preserving and mining. But if it's just a thin layer across everything, preservation's going
Yeah.
to be hard. So, but I'm not going to be the one to take this resource.
Mm-hmm.
It does kind of
Yeah,
look like
I have no
maybe
need of it
it
right
does
now,
kind of look
so.
like maybe some people have taken some samples around the edges, because it does kind of look like
Yeah, it does look like I did see some things that looked a little like holes now that I think about it.
Yeah, so it looks like people have taken samples around the edges, but that won't be me. I don't need to take samples here. Oh, yep. There is one other floating island I see over here. And it
Yes.
it
Die sheep, give me your wool.
it looks like this one's going to be a lot harder to get to. Like I was able to snap up to the low one real easily, but my graph mesh, or not my graph mesh, my grapple can't reach the other one. Whoop. Okay. I didn't realize there was a ladder up to the island.
There's a ladder up to the island?
Not literally. I accidentally slipped off the edge of the floating island and immediately like went down 2 feet and was attached to climbing a tree.
Oh, the tree. I tried to climb the tree. It didn't let me.
But yeah, now I kind of want to see if it looks like somebody's...
Where are you in relationship to the islands?
Somebody is mining the underside of this right now. They're mining a hole. I don't know for what purpose, but they're mining a hole on the underside in the middle of the island.
Huh.
But I'm more...
On a rocket?
I can't find a way to tell if these reverse mountains on the underside are like solid chunks of anti-gravium or if they're just coated. Chunks are coated. I can't tell. Oh!
Oh, yep, there's a hole.
He poked a hole into like soil.
Yep. It's flowing.
Huh.
Huh.
I mean, wasn't gonna be me that did it, but I am curious by the sight of it. Oh, hey, yep. Sunlight can get down here at certain times, I guess. So what is this stuff? Is this sand? Hello, you hippie. This sand, dirt, or something else? Let me see if I can do some scans. There is sand. Is this sand?
It might be.
Yep, that's sand.
Yep, sand and silica.
Okay, well.
Well.
Hey, how's it going?
Huh.
I guess they're technically in your chat, but I'll say hi too.
Yeah.
We got shared chat going.
Yep. Yep, someone poked a hole.
Someone did indeed poke a hole. It's actually a lot of stuff coming out.
Yeah, I'm worried.
I want to go see from the top what's going on here. See, this is why I wasn't too terribly concerned with trying to claim a planet in early access. Because I don't want to have to worry about, oh, well, somebody's making a mess out of my planet before I can claim it. So,
I enjoy the game. I really like... Oh, I found where it's draining from.
Hey!
It's definitely not for everyone, and it's definitely still in early access, but I love the terrain generation. They've definitely put a lot of work into making the worlds...
Look at it flow.
Very interesting.
Look at the flowers fall down. But, yeah. Happy early access launch to you, too.
And I really like how... Not a lot of people are going to like it, but I actually do like how complex the crafting is. It's a fun challenge.
So, the hole seems to be draining out somewhere around here, and it looks like it's going to be draining a lot of material. They really poked a hole, and they're really going to put a lot of sand down there. I'm not sure what Dr. Drake's going to feel... How Dr. Drake's going to feel about this.
Probably not very happy.
I'm just glad I'm not the one that did it. I had nothing to do with this. We have video. We have the video.
We did not do it.
I had nothing to do with this. I mean, I'm going to watch the results. I'm going to study the results. Maybe I'll do a report on the results, but not my fault. But I might turn it into my story.
Yeah. Breaking news. Someone pokes hole in one of the first floating islands known to be in the game.
Breaking news. Floating island leaks sand. Local residents perturbed. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to take it. It does kind of look like sand may have flown or may have flowed off the edges and through small holes already, but that may have been
maybe that's what
naturally
made those
occurring.
little-
Local residents blame Sandman.
That's pretty good.
He'll probably plug up if if it's just sand, sand will flow and flow and flow.
Yeah,
So,
sand is very flowy.
But
Hey,
then
you're
again,
watching it down there. I'm watching it up here.
oh, I'm coming back up because I'm just kind of curious.
Oh, it's not getting any less. It's still flowing here.
That just implies that there is a lot of sand.
Yes.
Like, we don't know how deep this sand is. And is this sandstone on top?
Maybe.
I mean,
I guess we could try
mining
a sample.
oh,
I think it might be limestone. No, it's sandstone.
Yeah, I don't mind samples. I do scans while I'm standing next to it to see what it is. That way I don't damage anything. I'm trying to be very, very conscious of...
there's more stuff in this stuff.
Yeah, there's layers.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. But yeah, I think this is all sand right here. And I think a lot of it's going to go down that hole. That hole must be right around here somewhere. If I had a chrono phaser, I'd try to lithify it and close it, but I don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So... Typecast is hanging out. I see them in the in-game chat.
Oh, yep.
All right, let's see if I can get down safely. Nope, just gonna break my ankle. It's fine.
Yeah, it happens.
There's another doctor on the planet. Dr. Jackson Cole. Didn't realize there were so many doctors around here.
Nope, I hurt my legs.
So apparently, so I guess the most basic form of camp now just has a relife station and no crafting terminal?
Yeah, nothing else.
And I guess Hoobie already has well, I don't know if it's Hoobie's camp. It's the camp Hoobie is standing in. Someone already has some upgraded camps.
I wouldn't doubt it. People have been playing for a few hours now.
And why are there now 3 camps around the spawn? I'm not sure what the purpose is, but okay.
Yes, finally,
yeah,
my wounds.
see, part of the problem is, the game is smoother when you're not in, like, the tutorial area with all the people trying to play all one area all at once.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few people here, but it's still running pretty smoothly.
Exactly. No, it's not bad. But there are people on the Steam reviews that have played for, like, a half hour complaining about lag and stutter and all that. It's like, well, maybe get out of the tutorial before you make that review. That would be my advice. So, alrighty. I do like the look of this planet. It looks cool. I'm curious if there's any water anywhere.
You know what? I haven't seen water yet on any planet. Huh.
Well, I've only been to 3 planets if you count. Well, 4 planets if you count Haven and Crucible.
Yeah. Ooh, the map of what I have mapped out on this planet is pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. There was always going to be that kind of stuff in reviews. Oh, somebody became a citizen. I heard it. But I want to go see other planets.
Okay.
I want to see what else is out there.
Portal.
I'm not ready to settle down. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's other worlds out there with floating undiscovered. We'll just. I'm curious if I should try to
Why
find
is the space station?
the other planets in this
There
sector, or
it
if
is.
I should go back to the other sector since I've seen one of the planets there.
Oh, hi, Saku. Do you want attention?
Poison wave to you. So I'm curious, are white portals to other space zones, or does the color matter?
I don't. I'm not sure if it's for sure. Maybe.
I have no
I
idea
think
how
for this
many.
sector so far, the white ones are the portals to other sector to other zones.
Yeah, I have no idea how many planets there are right now. I know we've got stable planets and wild wormholes, and I don't know how many space sectors there are. I've been to.
Yeah. I know for sure there's at least 6 to 8 planets that are like stable all the time, and at least 3 or 4 uh probably closer to 5 or 6 that are wild wormholes that turn on for a little bit. You can mine the resources up and then they turn and then they close.
Okay,
Oh,
so
hi Mush, how long have you been there?
I've landed on planet 1 of this system, and it seems there's already a population of 7 here.
Yeah, I didn't like that one as much. I think there was some fog.
It's got some little mountainy things. Kind of actually has some big mountainy things. Could take a look at the resources that are currently available.
Why is
There's
this
gold
common?
here.
Oh, that's interesting. This common loot case has a pristine durability.
Oh, neat. So lots,
Or
lots of
maybe,
mountains
or
here.
no, they all have pristine. Why is this one yellow? Why is this one blue and the other ones aren't?
Not sure, but I'm trying to see. Yeah, this is. I'm not sure I want to live on a planet that's
Maybe.
too terribly mountainous. Kind of feels it would be like it'd be restrictive and be hard for movement,
Weather.
hard for exploration. But I bet there are people that like mountain regions, right?
I keep getting wall panel recipes. Oh, a simple hat recipe.
A bump of players going into the weekend, because yeah, that's another thing about the thing. We don't know exactly how many planets there are. I bet the developers would know. They could probably just look at uh, some sort of console and see how many. But for the rest of us, we don't necessarily know without exploring, and they can add more as the population of the servers increases. So
Oh, a woven plant cloth recipe. And
what's
a computer bank recipe? A computer bank?
I think that's a decorative thing you put on a wall.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Interesting.
that's the planet I just went to. I went to the wrong thing. Okay. So I've seen 1 and 2 in this sector. The wild wormholes I'm not necessarily as concerned about. So my opinion on the game right now, well, based on what I've seen with some of the Steam reviews, is that some people immediately gave it a negative
Why
review
do I have
because of stutters and lags in the tutorial zone, and it seems silly to me to give it a negative based on that of the launch day of an MMO. That seems like a little too hasty to me. I've been playing this for a year and a half in the playtests. Okay, that looks like it goes to another section of space where I don't want to go just yet because I want to find the other planets. Um, but I mean, this is an alpha test. That is legitimately what it is. So
Mhm.
for for people considering the game, I'd say that is definitely a big consideration to make. There will be bugs. Um, there could be some stability issues here and there. It's just what you're okay with playing. Yes, yes, this is an alpha phase. And for an alpha phase, I've been enjoying it quite a bit. I like the way it's going. I like what it has. I like the hanging out with the community that's forming around it. But yeah, I mean, it still does need work and more content. If you look at the skills, for example, there's some fun things to play with. Like if you want to do combat, you want to do assault rifles or grenade launchers or pistols, uh, sniper rifles. Sniper rifle, you can see the skill tree is actually a little bit stubby compared to the other weapons I just showed. That's because it's still being expanded upon, still growing, still testing. But those four weapons are what we currently have. And if you look in the combat tree, you can see that there's work in progress for bows, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, shotguns, all things that will be coming over the course of early access. So, crafting is similar. If we go to crafting, there's a few professions that are really kind of fleshed out, like cooking, but then there's other things that feel a little more stubby. So, and there's work in progress stuff.
Yep, yep.
That's just the nature of the game, and the developers have been pretty clear and open about that. So I suspect that I don't have a problem with that. Like I
Oh,
said, I've been playing.
oh, that's a gate I haven't been to before. What's that one?
I don't know. I think I'm flying towards a wild wormhole here, but yeah. So like I said,
Oh,
I've been playing the playtest for a year and a half. They've got a. Ooh, this thing's massive compared to the other gates.
yeah, it really is.
In we go. But yeah, I've been following the development roadmap, which I think is actually really awesome because they've got things on there laid out for what's in testing, what's being worked on, what the next priorities are, and what's the long term. And those things update regularly. So they update almost every day. And recently, they've even been updating on weekends too. So, they've been busy. Dev
Yeah, and we might
team,
not see as much weekend stuff. Well, we
yeah,
might see it for a little bit, but then it'll calm down
in the
again.
future, I assume weekends are going to be a slow time for the development roadmap. But I mean, they do update it
They were
regularly,
trying.
and
Yeah,
they
they were trying
communicate.
ready for early access.
They communicate at a level that I don't see that often with
Oh yeah, I mean, I
developers.
literally got trapped on a planet earlier today, and a developer was communicating with me almost directly to get me off.
Yeah, so it's I think it has very strong potential. So it all comes down to my recommendation all comes down
What
to one, do you
has?
like this kind of sandbox MMO, and do you like what they are, what their goals are, what they're seeking to achieve, because it's not all there yet. If you like how it looks, if you like what the plans are, and you're okay with playing an alpha test, then yeah, I recommend playing it. It's fun. If you don't like alpha tests, uh, if you don't want a little bit of lag in the tutorial zones on an MMO's launch day, maybe wait it out a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing says that you have to enjoy the game in its current state.
Yeah, so
Oh, look, a person.
so
In the
apparently some
middle
people do
of...
live on this wild wormhole world, but I
Yeah,
assume
they shouldn't.
that's gonna change.
Yeah, that's a bug.
Yeah, a bug at the moment that wild wormhole worlds have govbots. It's actually not a bad looking planet. It seems a little plain compared to some of the other worlds I've seen, but it wouldn't be a bad place to live. It's got lush green forests with tall trees.
Yeah, it's a
It's got
wormhole.
green grass. Yeah, it's a wormhole planet, so no one's gonna live here, but um it's not a terrible planet. Just a basic planet. And some of the planets probably will fall into that category. Less alien, more just what's the right word? If it's not alien, it's
Uh, uh Earthland? I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
we're gonna sound like a broken record saying that the tutorial is a little laggy right now just because it's a launch day and there's lots and lots of people there,
yeah.
causing some frame rate drops for some people. But at least out in the open world, I have had almost no lag since leaving the tutorial world.
Yeah, it's a little rough on the tutorial world. It gets a little stuttery, but I've not been having too bad of a time once I got out of there.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
there's also
random
some longer
says
loads to go from from one system to another, but that's
yeah,
about it.
random says I think what people are confused about is that early access usually means the game is almost done, and you know there are some expectations, and I'm like, I guess that's part of it. I mean, there is that
hmm
expectation, but I feel like the developers have used the word alpha, so I mean, it the expectations versus what's been different things.
hmm Yeah, like they've been fairly clear in most of their public statements that this is alpha, not anything insane. Like
But yeah,
I guess this is the build, but
the
that doesn't really tell us.
one of the things to consider here with that is, I mean, with the expectation of it being a nearly completed game, MMOs, especially when you're doing something like sandboxy like this, that's quite a bit different from the standard theme park MMO, it's gonna take a lot of time, effort, and resources, which makes me kind of feel like if it's not supported early by players, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to try to develop something like this. It needs buy-in from the players to materialize one way or another. So is the alternative is to give up on games of this type and just be like, okay, well, it can't be done. And I'm like, no, I can play an alpha test. I can enjoy what is there while we continue to develop and receive more along the way. So that's what I do.
hmm Also, the comparison to Star Wars Galaxies, the head of this entire project, Ralph, what's his last name?
Ref Coster.
Ralph Costner. He was one of the uh, heads of Star Wars Galaxy. So that's where some of that comparison comes from, and he has said that he wants to do stuff in this game that he originally wanted to do in that game, right?
I believe so, because yeah, it's got a very open-ended skill tree, which is very reminiscent of Star Wars Galaxies, at least in the early days. So, I mean, there's that comparison. That is one of the big comparisons to Star Wars Galaxies. I mean, the other comparison is it's, you know, player driven economy and mostly a sandbox. So,
Yeah, the only NPCs are going to be on Haven, right? Well, I guess there's a few on the space stations, but they don't really do anything.
but yeah, so it's also the sci fi element to it, also is inevitably going to have some similarities with things like Star Wars Galaxies.
Oh, got ads.
Nope. I mean, that happens. I mean, I don't know
I
specifically what this game has received as funding. I know what the Kickstarter contributed, but that
hmm
was over a year ago at this point, so
Yeah, and they have a decent sized team behind us
yeah, I mean,
that are all
MMOs
working
are
full time.
expensive.
I have heard multiple people talking about they wish the early access was cheaper. I mean, at least the full game when it releases into
Okay.
1.0, that will be free.
So Save Them seems to believe that that is indeed accurate, but not sure how long ago that was. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that one. Not information I'm familiar with, but I think I mean they've been working on this game since I guess pre-COVID because COVID
Really?
really shook up their development because I think they were even an in-office like studio before COVID and then everything went remote. So,
I didn't know about that it's been under development that long, but it makes sense because they probably started with some of the world generation stuff, right? Oh,
okay,
there's
what
an
if
endangered resource already? What?
are you in space?
I just got a warning from the servitors that that I
It must have
apparently am touching
been
an endangered resource.
it must have been rare from the beginning. I've seen that
Yeah, let
happen in
me
space before.
tab. Yes, this is
Um
the one that is saying is endangered. And apparently
apparently
there is some nearby.
apparently copper is also not looking too good here in
There it
this
is,
space
way over
sector.
there.
I went to the ecology kiosk on the station. It looks like copper is also
Hmm.
problematic. There was only apparently
Let's see.
6,800 units of
Copper?
copper originally, and it's already down to 1,300.
Yeah, I was just mining out an
Weird.
asteroid waiting for you to come back.
I'm back. I was going to explore planets. Where are you?
Well, I didn't want to go into the wild wormhole.
Oh, okay. Well, I went into the wild wormhole. I came back. You want to go to the sector of space I originally started in? You said you tried to
Oh,
go there.
yeah, that's the one I couldn't get to. Otherwise, we could try one of the other ones. I haven't been to the one over. That's pretty far away from the space station.
Pretty far away from the space station. So I see a wild wormhole over there. I'm just trying to
It's
see
near
where
where the
things
boss is right
are.
now.
Okay, so that's the wild wormhole over there. Okay, yeah, that one way over there,
Yeah,
past
I
the
haven't been
boss.
there.
Yeah, because there's a cluster of 5 right here, and then there's one way over there. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go the distance. We'll see. So it does seem like the white ones are to other zones, and it does look like maybe there are 3 of those in this sector of space too. So
I must be corrupted by like AAA games or something. Because I really did not think that $30 was a ton of money to spend on this.
I wouldn't know.
This is let some let
Oh, are you already there?
let it yeah let it mo pass. I trying to pronounce any of these is next to impossible.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, I'm waiting by the portal to go in closer to when you get here.
Yeah, I'm flying that way myself. I'm almost there, I think. Passing the boss thing. I don't see a boss though.
Maybe
I'm
it
a little
drifted.
confused. Hey, I see you. There
Yep.
you are.
Hello.
Are you trying to shoot me? Don't shoot me.
Maybe.
Just
Oh,
because
that
I have
actually
a
hurt my rifle.
just because I
Probably
have
should
a
stop.
just because I have a fancier spacesuit than you.
There's eventually gonna be spaceships. We got to fly around in some spaceships at the very end of.
Yeah, spaceships are on the I think in the next priorities category, or is it in the currently? I should double check that before I say one way or the other, because I do like the developer roadmap.
Hello.
All right, so let me just bring this up real quick. Development roadmap for Stars Reach. Which category did they put there's spaceships currently sit on? It's sitting in the next priorities list. So the currently being worked on includes weather and polish for species and guilds, among a few other things. And then next priorities includes the better structure building system, spaceships, landmarks, and points of entrance. So I'm really excited about that new building system, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the old building system was a little finicky to use, and apparently when there was too many props, it was causing lag, right?
Yeah, there is a bit of lag that comes from building with the prop system. So the new building system is going to be a lot more efficient, and it's going to be for walls and floors and structural components, whereas the fabricator and the prop system will continue being uh, basically for furniture and decorations. So you won't have to build walls and foundations and things using the fabricator anymore. I mean, see,
Mm-hmm.
the thing with
That's fair.
no spaceships to me is that, you know, my very first MMO was Star Wars Galaxies. That's Star Wars without spaceships at launch. And
Mm-hmm.
spaceships were an expansion you had to pay for separately when it did release. So, I'm just glad that hey, this game's gonna have spaceships during early access, and it's not gonna require the purchase of an expansion. It's gonna be an update. Hmm. It still is laggy and clunky in the playtest. Well, I'm getting a slight a bit of lag right
Yeah.
now, but
Normally this area is a little
I
laggy.
haven't been getting as much recently. Maybe it's just this zone,
Well, I
or
decided to go to the space station. There's quite a few people.
is this a
Quite a few people
populated
here.
area? Very populated area?
Maybe. I,
Let me
I'm seeing
see.
quite a few people. Like there's people in the crafting area. There's at least 5 or 6 of them
Woo,
here.
yeah,
There's like 5 or 6 in the
there's more people in this station than
mission.
the last station we
Oh
were
yeah,
in. So
yeah. There's a lot of people running around here, which is
so th-
definitely something that can cause a little bit of lag.
so this zone might be a little overcrowded at the moment, but we're trying to do a survey of planets, see what we can find.
Hmm.
Overall, it hasn't been too bad lag wise. There was some stuttering in the tutorial area around Haven and stuff.
Let's look at this
Um,
market.
the other worlds we were just on seemed pretty smooth. This stuttering here in this space zone is probably the first stuttering I've encountered in the last probably hour.
Wow, someone's trying to sell common loot caches for 500 to
Oh, people got
1,000.
stuff for sale.
Hmm. Oh my gosh, there's rare and epic loot caches for sale that are 1,000 and 1,500. The
Hmm.
epic's 1,000. Why is the epic 1,000 and the rare and 1,100? One.
Different. No, wait, it's the same seller, isn't it?
Yeah, same seller.
They've
I'm just gonna
they've
buy
got
that epic one.
they've got their they've got the hierarchy out of order. They're
Hmm.
confused, not realizing that epic is better than rare, so they've switched the prices.
Yeah, I see a bioprocessor level 1 or refinery level 1. Ooh, a sewing bench 1 recipe. I might actually buy that too, just to have it. There's some nice stuff for sale here. I'm just gonna keep spending all my money on things.
You're never gonna be able to afford a homestead.
Nope.
Are
Yeah,
these are
I'm
these
gonna spend
actual?
all my money.
Yeah, they've got
Oh my
actual
gosh, there's someone
refineries
else
and
selling
things.
epic and rare ones for 500.
Just gonna buy
I
all
don't
these
have enough
people's
money
loot
for it.
caches.
I don't have enough for it anymore. I spent all my
Yeah,
money.
I've just got the money I got out of the tutorial. Hey, you might get some money out of opening those crates. Well, how much of a discount do you get by refunding? Like,
I mean,
open
the
it
whole
up.
reason I wanted to open the
Oh, look
epic
who it
one was because there would be
is.
a puzzle. Oh, it's worn. Someone's tried the puzzle already once and didn't get it. So let's try a
Oh.
puzzle.
So, Chef Jarek.
Okay.
This is where Chef Jarek is.
The inventory limit currently is 500. It's pretty big.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that's still going to be due for revision at some point, but
Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
so I have the puzzle up. I have no idea what the goal is.
did you check to see if you could repair it before you started trying to tinker with it?
I think it said I couldn't, but we'll see. But the question is, what am I trying to do?
Uh, you just
State is
immediately
used.
crack into a puzzle and just like, well, what do I do?
Yeah, I've seen a few people uh trying to do these, but I don't know what my goal is. I wonder if I'm trying to get all of them to be the same.
Hmm. I need to bring this up so I can see what you're looking at because I don't have this up on my screen. Where is
Oh, I did
it?
something. Align cells
I'm
vanish,
glad
and the queue
something happened.
feeds new states into the grid.
So did you get some sort of
What?
explanation or?
I don't know. I made one road turn gold.
All right, well, I'm breaking things on my other monitor here. Give me a second. So let's see here.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm trying to pull it up so I can see what you're looking at. Okay, so you got a bunch of alien symbols.
And I can click on these 4 top ones and these 4 down ones.
You can click on the 4 top ones and the 4 down ones. So you can't click on
And I did
anything
something that
else?
made these turn gold. Yeah, you can't click on these.
Hmm. Moves left. It looks like you can click on other things. Aligned cells vanish and the queue feeds new states.
The state feeds increments, but nothing collapses.
State field increments, but nothing collapses. Huh.
Oh, that's something different.
This is, well, okay. That is just very
Bizarre.
strange. There's just so many alien symbols and buttons.
Yeah.
Okay, so now your top
Oh, and
roll is
the
in.
core consumes the required alignment groups and unlocks? What?
did, did you just like push a bunch of random buttons until it opened on its own?
Yes! I got a bean paste recipe.
Well, at least you didn't break it.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
All right. Well, Alexa has completed
I have
a
completed my first
puzzle
puzzle.
box. Congratulations. Do I have?
Yeah.
No, I don't have anything. Okay, so let's go find an actual planet to look at here. I want to see what else is out there. We've only seen a handful so far. So, Let's see. We're looking for, I think, anything that isn't just a... Well, there's a red one right out front.
Oh, yeah, let's go there.
Might as well see what's behind door number 1. I like how the TPL officer in there, one of the NPCs, was like, space spiders, space eagles, space wasps. I swear, it's like
Oh,
those old Terran arcade games.
is the Jarek in the server our Chef Jarek?
Well, he had the title chef, so I assume so.
Oh, yeah. Should have asked him if he wanted if he wants a oven.
If he wants an oven recipe,
Yeah, maybe later.
I
Is
don't.
that what's going? Okay, I thought that was a space shark. That's just a stick person.
Stick bug.
So yeah, this is planet number 2.
All right, so door number 2. Away we go. Not too worried about the stick bug. Always seems to be last, which I guess would make sense. You don't load the terrain first. What are you going to ground to? Feel like attaching.
Wow.
What in the world? Did this happen naturally?
Like all these trees?
This is
like
really dense.
Yeah.
This is like too dense. It was flickering for a second, which I know is what happens when you when you overload the plant life, it flickers, and I feel like this one might have overloaded itself naturally. I don't think it got planted this way, did it?
I don't think anyone's had time to plant this many trees and have them grow.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, these mountains are got like mush and mud. They're hard to climb. I'm slipping down them. Ugh, I'm already not liking this planet. This planet's ick. And I think part of it is ick by design because they got these muddy mountaintops. But I do want to get to the top of one of them so I can get a better look.
Which mountain are you going up?
Have I seen any jungles? I've seen a little bit of what could be considered jungle-esque. This is definitely thick like a jungle, but I don't know if I'd call it a jungle. But yeah, the Z sorting fighting, I mean, I don't know that's necessarily it. The Z sorting and fighting issues normally come from two things that are near perfectly overlapped. Whereas these things, it's just a lot of plants in one area. And they start flickering. We saw it in the playtest when someone planted a ridiculous amount of plants all in one area. Oh my god.
This entire world is a forest.
This cannot be I don't think this was intended. I think this is overgrowth.
Yeah, we need a trailblazer out here.
Oh yeah, give me a flamethrower here. An assault rifle with fire bullets. I'll thin this place out.
It really needs a good calling.
Yeah, I got up to the top of this mountain. I just see that it's literally like it's like the floor is textured with tree.
It is. That is so many
It's too many trees.
We found like the only little valley without them.
Somebody set the tree slider too high on this world. Oh my gosh. Wow.
It's amazing. You know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of exactly how thick this forest is, and I want to come back in a while and like come to the same spot and see if it's still like this in like a week.
I mean,
or if someone's going to get a trailblazer and take it.
There are other players on the planet. I see at least somebody down there digging something, but man, this is forest overload.
Very much so. Oh, it's clay.
Oh, it's not mud, it's clay.
Mountains are made of clay.
I mean, it's great to get if you're looking for clay, but honestly,
you want to make some Want to do some pottery?
This is a crazy dense forest.
Oh, and sandstone.
Well, something's got to be structural under there.
Yeah, apparently it's sandstone.
I mean, I don't know if I'd be a lumberjack. I'd probably be more of an arsonist.
Yeah. This place is begging for an arsonist.
I mean, I already miss my assault rifle from the playtest. This assault rifle they gave us is just kind of a pretty standard one. The one I had on the playtest had fire ammo, and if I activated the status ammo ability, it would literally light an entire forest on fire.
Now, where is the portal?
Good luck. You're gonna have to climb a mountain to find it.
Again, I guess. Okay, that way.
I did find it, but that's because I didn't go very far. I just climbed the nearest mountain. But yeah,
Are you already back in space?
Yeah, I'm healing some wounds for people that are chilling here. Seems like a few people needed it. Seems like somebody here died and somebody else was just hurting. Oh, I see you.
Everyone quite understands the healing thing yet.
Yeah, the dancing to heal wounds. I mean, you really gotta be a Star Wars Galaxies vet for that to immediately click. And I mean, it's easy.
I was running around Haven dancing near people because I was like,
yeah, it's easy to explain to people, but I mean, again, if you weren't a Star Wars Galaxies vet, if it's like, you do what now? You dance to heal wounds? What? Oh, is that a blue portal right over there?
oh, there, yeah.
I want to see what else we got here. So that was planet number 2 of this zone, right?
Yep, so if we can find planet 1. I know that 3 is a wild wormhole because I saw when we joined, it said it closed.
Ooh. Yeah, the wild wormholes seem to open and close way quicker than I initially expected.
They said they're only supposed to be open for like an hour or so, half an hour to an hour or something.
Yeah.
At least that's what the people in the Discord were saying.
Well, here, this is planet number 1. I mean, I don't know how long they're supposed to be open. It seems like they could be open a little bit longer than that. I mean, if it's only open a half hour, that's like hit and run.
Yeah, so maybe
and
like 2 hours.
They're supposed to be resource worlds where we gather without worrying about destroying. So
oh goodness, is someone trying to flood the portal zone with tailings?
I don't know, it does kind of seem like some stuff's pouring in, but at the same time it also seems like
they just put their tailings down like right around here.
What
is going on here?
This seems to be some sort of organized effort of some type.
Of some sort. I don't know what they're trying to do. We need a ramp into the hole.
I don't know, what's the I gotta know. What's the project going on here? I gotta ask, what's the project going on here? What are you guys up to? Building a big hole? Just digging. Digging a hole.
I mean, can you blame them?
Diggy hole?
Murdering the world for loot, XP, revenge?
Revenge? Okay. Revenge from what?
They got buried alive.
Oh my.
This is amazing.
Oh,
what is that tool?
Killed my paw.
Madcap, what's this tool this person has?
The what?
The tool.
Oh, that a new form of the healing tool? Yeah, that's the new look for the healing tool. Because remember, the healing tool used to look like the terraformer, but like a different color, I think, at one point. So did some of the other tools. So yeah, I think that's supposed to be the healing tool.
It's an organized big effort. Let's make the hole.
I feel like we let me double check something. Because I have a theory here about what's going on here, and I'm gonna check. Let me just do a little search here.
There's so many beams.
Okay, yeah, so yeah. Fun fact. We are not the only two streamers currently covering this hole. I recognized Linux MMORPG over there. They are also
That's
streaming
amazing.
they are also streaming this hole right here. There are 3 streamers streaming this hole at least. At least I don't even know if there's anybody else.
That's amazing.
So, digging a hole is apparently a popular stream activity.
I mean, can you really blame them?
What's the what kind of resources are on this planet? Oh, there's anti-gravium on this planet. I want to know where.
Sandy dirt. Oh yeah, you want to go look for anti-gravium?
I think
They're already destroying this world. We might as well take some.
I think there's some floating islands on this planet, and I think they're really
I
high.
think I see it. Yeah, that one looks real far up.
We're talking skybox level here. But
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
look at that.
Oh yeah, there's more.
Some of those might be reachable.
Yeah, some of those are gonna be hard to reach. Others maybe not. I will say one thing though.
Over in the sky.
Oh, that I think they still have the bug where if someone disconnects while dancing, the
Oh, is that what I was? Okay, I was being tricked thinking those were the wild wormholes because people said they looked like pinwheels, and those
Nope.
looked like pinwheels in space.
that's somebody that was dancing and disconnected. But yeah, that one looks like it might be reachable. But yeah, this is probably
Goodness,
this is a
world
good
barren. This is gonna be a resource world.
yeah. Even though it's a stable wormhole, I get the feeling that yeah, this is just going to be one people tear
that
apart.
one over there might not be impossible to get to. Oh, and I think there's a lower one even farther past it.
Yeah, so there's several floating islands here. But it's funny because I did see a
There's a surprising number of people on this world.
I did see well, there's a lot of people in this space sector, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
probably just kind of went out to the nearest planets.
Oh, to do missions, yeah.
And yeah, so I suspect a lot of these floating islands on this world will end up coming crashing down because it's not the prettiest world I've seen. And while it's cool that it has floating islands, people are going to want that anti-gravium. So
yeah, people want grab meshes.
So I think these are going to end up coming down. The weird thing is, nobody was dancing in that location, I guarantee it. I don't know how exactly that one got there, but that is the dance particle effect. They got stuck in the sky. Just literally in the sky. But it's funny because I saw a Steam review complaining about floating islands, and
I was gonna say I saw that too, and I was like, "What?" But that's intended.
like they don't understand what they're experiencing and what they're seeing. Yeah, I don't think we can quite reach this one. Can we reach that one over there?
Yeah.
But man, some of them are pretty
That
broken
one,
up over there. These ones are big. Those ones are slivers.
Yeah, it looks like someone might have poked a hole, and that this mountain is the result.
Can it really go that high, or do you think maybe that was it definitely looks like it was the result, but I don't know. It's a really high hole for someone to poke.
Well, they could have poked it from...
There's Carvix over here. I was gonna try to see if we can get up to this one.
Do we need to take him out?
Potentially. Open fire! Whew.
Ooh.
Got some plasma abilities here.
Yeah. It's dead.
Alright. Seems that they don't they don't split into multiples anymore. They're jumping. I just saw one jump off of the floating island.
Oh, interesting. I
They're
wonder if the
they're
maker
coming
did that
down from
manage up there.
above. Yeah, the maker might be up there.
Do you have homing attacks? I can't tell.
What are the professions that released with early access? Let's
Taylor got
see.
its own
Well,
its own spawn trees.
there's various weapon skill trees for assault rifle, grenade launcher, pistol, sniper rifle. Sniper rifle isn't the tree isn't fully fleshed out yet, but it's at least available. There's the ranger skill tree for doing things like camping and
I don't know if
surveying.
we can reach it up there either.
Yeah, I think we're a little too low for this. But maybe over
Oh,
here,
wait,
there's
over
a
here.
hole.
Yeah.
But there's also tailoring and chef have pretty big, fleshed out.
Yeah. Chef has a lot, I think. I get a lot of recipes for chef.
There's a construction profession that's based around making stuff for homesteads. What else is the mineralogy one? That's basically mining and things like that.
I got a little bit of anti-gravium. Just to discover it.
Did they add anything for engineer machinists to craft? I didn't do much with those
I got a
skill
circuit.
lines.
I got a circuit table of some sort. Let me find it.
I'm assuming they probably went through and connected up some of the core key recipes, because, I mean, that is partway down the line. You get to the pistol, assault rifle, grenade launcher stuff, and I don't know if all the way down that line, I don't know if all the way down that line has all the things you'd want yet, but there is a new line for recipe book capacity. That is a new line that they didn't have in the playtest. So you can increase your recipe book
15?
size.
Yeah. Because it starts out at like 15.
Yeah, something like that. Though, in all honesty, man, if you I feel like if you go mineralogy and you go refining, like, I feel like one refining skill is gonna use
I
up
think you turn them on
most.
and off manually.
Something like that. There's a lot of managing if you're doing refinery. Engineering has moved to a subtree. Yeah, it does have a subtree with botany construction. It doesn't look like the tools that you can make have changed all that much. But it seems like there's still probably more to come for engineering. It's just got its own subtree now. Because they've also added a bunch of work in progress stuff for artisan, which I think is going to maybe tie into, it's hard to say, point capacity, bonuses. I think this has to do with experimentation, which will be coming in the future. So
are we sure they're not going to want to, like, take over this world and make it look nice?
I mean, I have no idea, but I just know
just
I
dig
wouldn't.
Straight down and see if I can poke a hole in it.
I just know I wouldn't bother with this world because it's not one that I'd want to live on. It's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's nothing but like white sand and floating islands. Now, if you could tweak this biome so that it was more tropical and had some water and it was like had white sand beaches, then I'd like it. But if it's just like white sandy mountains, looks like I'm living in a field of chalk. So you're gonna focus engineering. You excited for drones, turrets, and such? I mean, that does sound like fun. Oh my god, this planet has. For a second there, I thought it was a sky shark, but it's an acid fish, and those work. Those aren't bugged.
Oh. Where are you?
Do I think the game will survive for the long run?
No.
Or they will have issues with funding? Oh, I've always been bad with those sorts of estimate questions. I mean, I'm definitely wanting it to survive for the wrong one. I want to see more out of this game. We don't see a lot of uh, sandbox MMO projects like this that, you know, even get this far. I mean, I actually have a little bit of a history with this. I worked for an indie development team trying to make a sandbox style MMO. This was back in the mid 2010s, and we 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 had trouble with funding as well, and it did not survive. So I want to see a successful sandbox, and this one's gotten remarkably far along compared to some of the other projects I've seen out there. So I really hope this will be the one. I really do. But do I have an estimate of whether it will succeed? I'm all I can say is I want to support it. So I'm gonna, you know, do what I can. I kickstarted. I, bought a couple copies for a few of my friends. So we're gonna have some fun, I think.
Got me into it.
I got Alexa into it. Got her into playing the playtest. So I'm trying to form a guild right now. Mostly new player focused, but also, PvE and player organized events, as well as I want to focus on like the journalism skills that are going to come to the game. I mean, they're not in yet, but what they have planned for them sounds really awesome. So
There's this one.
I'm definitely going to be trying to do journalism. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the most popular profession, journalism, but for the right type of person, I think it's going to be a really unique experience to have in an MMO.
Yeah, I definitely know journalism won't be the only thing I do. And I mean, right now I'm focusing on hoping to make a tailoring character, but who knows if that'll be what I continue to do.
Huh.
Oh, hello.
Dirt started shifting on this hill.
I wonder if it...
Oh, I feel like someone made that hole. That looks like a man-made hole, not a natural hole.
There's a lot of man-made holes, it seems like. I want to see how big the hole
they're making over there is. Try to secure a planet? My current plan for our guild here is that for early access, we're going to find other groups of players to kind of share a world with. So we're not going to focus on securing just a specific one for ourselves. But once we hit 1.0, after we've had time to build the guild throughout early access, 1.0, we're absolutely going to go try to claim a planet for the guild. So we've got some build projects and stuff in mind. Once we find a world and a group of people to kind of share space with, we're going to build kind of our own news and kind of media studio, since, like I said, I'm interested in the journalism profession. They're still digging this hole, huh?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it's going. I'm enjoying this. I would sit here and dig for like multiple hours.
Isn't this kind of what Random wanted to do?
Pretty much.
Dig a world just entirely. Dig everything.
Yeah.
Is someone dumping tailings back into it?
Possibly.
Or was I just seeing the wrong beam? Who do you think started digging this hole?
I mean, one person said that they started it for revenge because they got buried alive. And I think people are probably... And it probably started with like 2 or 3 people, and others were like,
I'm gonna contribute. I'm gonna contribute a little bit. Oh yeah, it really is chalk. I said it looked like if we lived here, we'd be living in a field of chalk. I discovered chalk. Oh,
There's the chalk.
yeah. There's chalk in here. Okay. I expended 1 battery's worth. That's all that time I have for this hole. I want to explore more planets.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
just gonna dump my tailings over here somewhere so it doesn't fall into their hole. There we go. Hopper empty. All that's good and gone.
It's so much fun, though.
Digging
It
holes.
should not be
Well,
fun to dig holes like
what's there
that.
do what's there to do in this game? Well, apparently one thing is dig a hole. I know that doesn't sound like the most exciting thing, but apparently it's got a lot of attention from all those people over there. Um, the world physics though are really kind of interesting, so it does make mining kind of a unique experience since, things shift, things can collapse. Some are better at holding their structure than others. And sometimes you drop a mountain on your head. I mean, we've done that. We've done that. That's one thing to do. There's crafting. There's combat. You can go out. You can run missions. You can earn money. You can build a house. You
Yes.
can build a house pretty much anywhere. You can build a house on a planet. You can build a house on an asteroid. I could build a house floating in space right here if I wanted to. Well, actually, I'd probably
I'm
need to get a homesteader first,
lost.
but yeah. I'm headed towards what looks like a yellow portal on the far side of the space station.
So go towards space
Will there
station.
be a wipe before 1.0? We have been promised there will be a wipe at 1.0. When 1.0 starts, they're going to wipe fresh. So we do know
Mhm.
that. As far as additional wipes, they want to avoid it as much as possible. So they're going to try not to do any other wipes, but
But if
there
they have to, they
there's a
have to.
chance. There's a chance. So the only guaranteed scheduled wipe is 1.0. Everything else just depends on how development goes and what kind of situations they encounter. Digging digging a hole for 2 hours doesn't seem like a good stream? Question mark. I don't know. What do
Maybe
you
not for
think,
the
Alexa?
stream, but for my personal time.
Didn't we do that though? Didn't we dig a giant cavern on a
Okay, yeah, we did do
stream
that
because
on
we
a
were
stream.
trying to
And
make a mountain collapse?
we also made a mountain collapse on stream. We've done it twice.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you want to play with the physics engine. It does some cool things. I mean, it does more than just collapse too. If you get a chronophaser, you can heat stuff up and melt it, make magma, um, burn stuff. You can technically freeze stuff too. Oh, this yellow
Mhm.
one actually appears to be the return to
New.
that other. That's
Oh.
back to where we came, I think.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
so I guess it isn't just the white ones that go to other sectors. Well, then what's
Did
that
you
white one
actually
over
want to go
there?
through that one?
Well, I don't think we've gone to this white one. I
Oh,
want to see where
yeah,
that
that's.
goes.
I wonder if that's a new sector.
There's also there. I don't know. It's we got to start doing better at knowing where we've come from and where we're going because we're gonna need to kind of get our bearings here and map things out.
I have a small map in my head so far.
Okay, the first question is easy to answer. The second question is hard to answer. So let's start with how big are the planets. Currently, the planets are 1 square kilometer. That does seem a little small, but that's just the initial phase here. The goal is to get them up to 4 by 4, which would be 16 square kilometers. That's going to happen over the course of early access. As for how many different planets are there, there's no way for me to actually answer that question because, hey,
I
this
don't know
goes
how
to a
many
different
sprung up.
zone. This goes to that other
Isn't this
zone.
where you started?
Yeah, let's
I
go
wonder if
there.
it's a circle.
It could be.
Or no, that means it is a circle.
It's a circle. But cannot say how many planets there are for sure because in this game is designed so that depending on like player population, the server can generate new zones, new space sectors, new planets, and there will be
Hey, I finally got to be here.
more players, more planets. So yeah, this is the space sector I landed in originally.
Yeah, here's World 1. Is this World 2 over here?
Oh yeah, no, one's World 1, one's I'm not sure. Maybe it's World 2. I've been to both of these though.
Oh, this is the way back to the other one. The end of the other part of the circle.
Oh, okay. So this whole corner is like a little triangle between three space zones. Okay. So we now have a triangle of three connected space zones. And another thing about the number of planets is there are also wild wormholes that open just kind of sporadically, never know when or where. And those will give you access to a planet that the wild wormhole is eventually going to collapse. So it's not a permanent place that you are going to be living, but it's another world entirely that you can go explore.
Oh, that's a bat.
And you found a space bat. It's another world you can explore and gather resources from that, those are going to be coming and going constantly. So which portal do we want to head towards? You were getting harassed by a bat.
I was just heading towards the space station to start with to see
Oh,
if I can see
okay.
more there.
Yeah, we'll head towards the space station. There is a red portal in front of the space station. There's another white portal over there. It's been a while.
Is the red which one is? Do you know which one is the one of the planets?
No, because I only went to that cluster of three that we just came from. So these other four that I'm seeing on the map, I haven't gone to any of those.
So I guess we should go to the other planet one at least.
Yeah, and there, who knows? One of these might head off into another sector. I'm really looking forward to somebody making a map of these space sectors.
Yeah.
So there's the white one. There's kind of a red one. There should be another one around here somewhere. Want to go to the white one over here first?
Sure.
Let me take a look at my map here.
Followers of Dr.
Oh, wait,
Wilson.
there's got to be another one. Or is that a wild wormhole location that closed?
Maybe.
Because I'm seeing another portal location on the map, but I'm not seeing one when I look. Like, it's just not showing up. Could have been a...
Imagine there's a hidden one in an asteroid or something.
There's not even any asteroids in that area.
I know.
I'm thinking maybe it's where a wild wormhole collapsed and it's just still on
Probably.
the map. Until
I wonder if they open up in the same spot and collapse in the same spot.
I'm not sure, considering I've only seen one so far. Because there are two. There's one really far away from everything else. So I'm not sure if that's a
Hey, look! Sky sharks!
broken sky sharks or actual
They're
sky
still
sharks.
broken.
Yeah, sky sharks have an issue with their animations. Oh well.
They'll get fixed eventually.
Well, let's see. What is this one? Does this
This
go
is
to a
Kai.
zone?
I
Oh,
think
that's
it's a zone.
That's a zone. That's a new space zone. You want to go to Kai?
Sure.
One of us has been to Kai yet.
I like how easy it is to pronounce that one. I like
that to different sectors of space, or can you do some sort of easy quick travel when you've mapped them out? There's no quick travel, but there will be spaceships, and those should make traversing space a lot faster as well. So
Okay, which way do you want to go? Towards the boss or towards the
let's go.
other one?
Well, that's probably the closest one is towards the boss. So
Okay.
oh wait, there's like three behind us
Oh?
that are all in a cluster. Let's go to the. Oh wait, I only technically see one over there though, so maybe that's where Wild Wormhole's closed.
I'm going towards the boss one.
Yeah, yeah. Since it looks like those others are closed wormholes. 'Cause it does look like there were at least 2 others over there. There's not as many zones in this one. There's only 6.
Random has pizza.
Ooh. I like pizza. And now that you've said the word pizza, I start to realize I am hungry because I only ate like half my lunch. I was in such a hurry today.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
sure what
have
dinner's gonna be.
a little less than an hour before I need to stop so I can get a little food and get ready to go to ballroom.
So what is this? Is this another zone or is this a planet? If this is a zone, I think we probably skip this until we find a planet because we want to see at least.
Zone, and it's a zone I've been to before.
Oh, is this another connection that we found?
Yep.
Being harassed by a ball hog. All right. Ah. Yeah, which zone is this? Oh, okay. What? Did I get hit by the? I got hit by the ball hog. I accidentally landed on the station structure or the wormhole structure.
Oh,
Oops.
I'll come pick you up, I guess.
Oops.
Oh no, I could have picked you up. Okay.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
and now I'm dead.
Yeah, that ball hog is not nice, but what do you expect? So we'll just head back out there real quick.
Yep.
Grab our.
I don't know what hit me.
Grab our grave markers.
I was just suddenly dead.
Very angry ball hog shots.
I guess so.
So maybe we want to go to. I saw a red portal, I think. One of these has to be a planet. Can't all just be zones, I don't think. At least I don't think. I'll be completely honest. I don't know for a fact.
Yeah, they're good. Well, if we looked at the mission terminal, it'll probably tell us.
Well, Jorgen, thank you very much for stopping by. Anytime you want to ask questions, feel free. I do stream regularly. So you're wondering if the plan is to go from space sector, which has multiple wormholes, which take you to orbit around a planet, or from there, multiple landing zones. As in, like, maybe a planet has multiple different landing zones to go to? Like, if there were multiple different parts of a planet?
Yeah, because we only get to see little parts of a planet whenever we go to them.
I do believe the lore reason behind this is that, this is quote-unquote the garden, which is, run by the servitors, so kind of a machine race. It was created by the old ones who terraformed this region of space and terraformed all the planets. Also apparently may have done some genetic experiments and other stuff on these worlds. So that's part of the lore reason why you see similar types of creatures across multiple worlds, is it was all terraformed by one ancient alien race.
And why I found sheep.
They are gone now for unknown reasons, and the servitors run this place and maintain this place. And we are here because the various races, the various playable races, we've all ended up, apparently, our species have ended up destroying our worlds or having catastrophes destroy our worlds or stuff, and the servitors have basically...
I won.
Alright, let's go here. Have basically brought us to this region of space to allow us to live in the garden. And so that's kind of why there are barriers that keep us into that square kilometer, because they're allowing us to use the planet, not necessarily, giving us the whole, whoa. That's an interesting view to start with.
This is pretty.
Wow, okay. This is nice. Kai 1.
I like this place. How many people live here?
Only 4 people live here. This might be this might be a cool place to live, Kai 1. And we could actually say the name of our planet if we lived here.
Yeah.
We just have those are massive and really high sky islands. The one thing I will say though is
there's sky islands here?
Did you not look up?
No, gamers don't look up.
My
I was wondering why it was so dark.
My camera started by looking up. That's why I entered the world and went, whoa.
I thought you were happy with how pretty it was.
No, I immediately saw the Sky Islands. It does look like one of the Sky Islands has spawned in the corner of the map because it has two very flat sides that come to a point, but that's okay.
What? Did a bit of one of them fall off over here? Take a look at this. It's just like a pillar.
I'm not sure where you went, but
to the right towards the corner island.
Oh, towards the corner island? Because I'm trying to find maybe a high point to climb to. Like, I think it's gonna... Oh, wow, yeah. I think that generated naturally. That is, like, a hole in the Sky Island resulted in all of that material falling down. Now, if I lived here, that's something I'd kind of clean up because it looks dumb.
Yeah, and it acts a little glitchy.
And there's sky sharks here, but that's, you know, whatever. So yeah, I'd probably clean this up if I were living here, but it's probably just stuff that fell off the Sky Island, you're right.
Climby, climby, climb.
Those are some really high Sky Islands, and...
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get to them.
You're gonna almost need a grav mesh to get up there.
Oh, almost 100%. Or... I don't know how else you would actually build up to some of them.
Landing zones on the same map. Okay, that's what you were talking about. I do believe at some point something along those lines is going to be possible.
There's invaders here.
Yeah, invaders. There's a snail. I've never seen a snail before.
Oh yeah, that was like one of the first things I killed after I got off Haven was a snail.
I've never seen a snail before. Are they friendly or...
I don't know. I killed it.
It doesn't appear to be friendly. I don't think there are any friendly creatures, but there are at least some creatures that... Hey, I found the snail den. There are at least some creatures that are scared and will run away from people. So I wasn't sure like which one it would be. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, invaders,
I think there is going to be a way for players to set up their own starport. Whoa, look at this rain. This is wild. And there's just lots of invaders everywhere. I think we can get onto this Sky Island. Because it's practically resting on the side of a mountain, so... This one looks easy to reach.
I think I see which one you're talking about.
Really not enjoying your company, you invader. Oh, sliding down a hill. Come on. There you are. Luckily, invaders are not that strong. Pretty standard attacks, easy to avoid. They don't have...
I'm up on this Sky Island, I think.
Getting dark.
Oh, they're still hitting me! Go away!
I want to get up there, but now it's dark and hard to see what I'm aiming.
I think I'm up there. Just trying to get to the tallest peak. There's sky sharks. That's the tallest peak.
There's sky sharks on the Sky Island. That kind of makes sense. Man, I would love to get on that tall, high up corner one. Could you imagine living on the... Wait, I bet you can't live on that high one. Because look, it looks like it has some... It looks like it has some flat tops to it. I think that one might be at build height. You could probably still live on it, but you're not living on the highest point of it. Because the highest point is build height.
Oh, you're aiming at me.
I will say, I have noticed that I believe there is a slight bug with the aiming reticle as far as the grapple goes. Because it sometimes shows like I'm in range, and then I fire it, and it doesn't connect. And I think that's because this grapple is not as good as the one we used to get from the tutorial. They toned it down to a weaker grapple. Now, if I could just get good footing around here.
Yeah, to help me kill the sky sharks.
Trying. There we go. Wow, are these kind of snowy, kind of
I think
cold
so.
tops? I think even this one touches build height. I think we're to build height.
There's a sky shark in here.
Oh yeah, these are icy.
Yeah, we're sliding. Oh
These
my
are-
goodness.
We have there's a skating rink up here. This is build height for one. So you can't build on top of these. I tried to build on a mountain like this before. You
Ooh.
can't. It's build height. But they are nice and icy, and you are gonna get frostbite.
What about over here? This is a bigger one.
Yeah, we got a skating rink up here. I love it.
Yes, I am definitely gonna get frostbite. I do not have shoes on.
Oh, Kai 1 is an awesome planet.
Yeah.
I like Kai
This is
1.
definitely a candidate of some place to come back.
Woohoo! Slip aside. What if I go through the divot? Oh, yep.
Oh,
Just go right
slides.
through.
Woo!
Slip in and out. But I think the peak over there on that far corner island is even bigger. It's like the
Oh, we
it's
can
like
get up there, yeah.
I don't think we can without a grav mesh. But at least we got up to this
Yeah.
one because I haven't done this in a long time. Like the last
Skate or
yeah, the last time I saw a the last time I saw a mountain peak this high up that was flat and frozen was probably over a year ago. So it was funny
yeah, I've
because
certainly never seen anything like this.
I wanted to build a house on top of it. So I got everything I needed to build on top of it. That's when I discovered it's like, oh wait, this is build height. I can't. So I went slightly down it and built down lower where it was still snowy. And I went and I gathered up a bunch of sand and I built a sand castle on top of a snowy mountain.
Sky Shark's wisdom is death.
Switch,
Oh,
please.
this is the ow!
You got murdered by the yellow one.
Yep.
He can't fly any higher than this. Like, he's also stuck by build height.
Yeah, please don't die so that you can save me.
Oh, those are
They
homing.
hurt. Yeah, they hurt.
It's a little harder on the slippery slope.
Slide off!
Yeah, no kidding, huh? Woo! Would you just die already? I mean, it's great that I get to show off my combat abilities, even on slippery terrain. But
Yeah.
that guy's
I
kind of annoying.
I got some stuff from you picking those up. Even though I'm dead.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because you can also pick up loot caches from maker hunts while you are There we go. You've been revived.
Yay.
Just die already in game. So this is a fun place. I'd love to take out the maker that's up here just to make it safer. But I think
Yeah,
that might be
it's probably
better to
in
do
one of these
at the
mountains.
other one.
Well, actually, it could be on top. We just can't see it.
All right. But there's more to this world to see, I think. This is really a
where shall
unique
we go?
place.
Ooh.
I think I already know some clips I'm going to make based on that combat on top of a snowy frozen cliff or mountain.
Look, snails.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not too keen on the wildlife this planet has. Snails
I like
and
the
broken sky sharks. So
And
this
invaders.
this sky island actually is embedded in the side of this mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not 100% technically a sky island.
Yeah, this would be a good island to steal the anti-gravium from.
Yeah, because it's still attached in multiple places, so it would potentially still hold up. Let me just double check and see that it is actually being supported by anti-gravium.
And that we're not just calling a giant mountain
Just a
sky
very
mountain,
strange
island.
mountain. But yeah, it's got this interesting little cave-like area. Man,
Where's the nearby it's talking about? Oh, up.
and then there's this cave through here. There's raptors. We've got raptors.
Oh god, raptors.
There's raptors in this cave and valley. In that ravine. Oh, they're
Oh jeez, yeah, I found them.
acid raptors too.
Oh god. Run away.
I want to see the rest of the planet because it seems like there's more going on than just sky islands and that big mountain. As I twist my ankle.
Gas and fog up here, but
Yeah, some clouds.
yeah, it's not the worst I've seen. Like this side of the island is a little,
And it's really
doesn't have a lot of greenery, but
it's really easy to oh, there's owl deer here. It's really easy on this world to see, you know, where you are from spawn. Because it kind of seems like everything slopes down towards spawn. So no mountains really get in the way, even though it has mountains.
But I also don't think there's mountains right next to spawn, so no worry about people accidentally covering the portal.
Yeah. This is a cool planet. I will say though, still not finding much water out here.
Yeah, I still haven't seen water on any planet.
I'm assuming I'm assuming that since, you know, this is the first time we're getting to play with some of these really unique new planets and new world generation, that maybe we don't have any water worlds or watery worlds at the moment, or we just haven't found any.
Water off.
Yeah, because I haven't seen water. They may be saving that for after they get to do more work with the water.
Because maybe they add whenever they add swimming.
Yeah, they've got
underwater.
They've got stuff on the roadmap for enhancing the water physics. So maybe they're just waiting on like that. Plus, yeah, swimming. There's no swimming, so maybe they decided large bodies of water aren't necessary until they get swimming and updates to the water. But then once we get that, they won't even necessarily have to reset the worlds. They just start generating some new ones. But yeah, this is my favorite planet that we've seen so far.
Is this like a full cave system?
There were some caves, yes. I found raptors in some of them.
Well, I mean, I found something that goes down, down, down.
Okay, I found one area of this planet where it's a little bit difficult to see where spawn is, and that's just because it's kind of a dense forest. But it's still not that hard to figure out where spawn is. Oh! Something's fire... Oh, there are Carvix. There are fire Carvix on this planet. Instead of plasma Carvix, we got fire Carvix. So this might be a nice place to settle, Kai 1. But I still feel like there's a Kai 2 out there we want to check out.
Yeah, I'm in a big hole.
I'm back towards spawn as the sun rises.
Are those birds flying above? Or what is flying in that flock of something?
There are birds that fly through the skybox. We've had those for a while now.
It was just I kind of looked up from my hole and I saw them flying.
Gamers really don't look up, huh?
No, gamers don't look up.
I guess it's lucky for me that when I loaded into this world, it was already making me look up.
Well, sounds like you would have looked up either way. Where is spawn? Where am I?
Where are you is probably the more important question. Spawn can be located once you know where you are. Yeah, so sky sharks, snails, Carvix, owl deer, raptors. Let me double check something, because I think we can look at the collection. and get an idea of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 creatures total on this planet. Guess I didn't need to count them. I could have just read the number in the top right. So
There's
sky
raptors,
sharks,
invaders, sky shark.
invaders don't count.
Oh,
Sky sharks, Carvix,
perfect.
raptors, snails, owl deer. Did we see anything else? Did I miss something?
Those are the ones we saw. What's the last one? Does it say?
No, it's you have to have xenobiology skills in the scanner to scan them,
Mm.
and then once you do that, you get it in the collection. But you can go to the collection to kind of see how many are on this planet. So there's
And
6.
invaders don't count?
No, because invaders come from an event. They fall from space.
Oh, we just happened to find the invader event.
Right. Hey, look, it's president.
Yeah, I saw them earlier.
Yeah, so 5 people live here now. Somebody else, maybe president, just decided they live here now. See, part of the problem is living in a world with some of these kind of cool features. I I legit worry what some people might do to it and how it might end up looking over time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's a
Yeah, I'm
very
worried about like what happens if they knock down some of the Sky Island supports.
I wonder if there are any planets out there that have sky islands directly over
Spawn?
their
Hope
spawn
not.
points. That'd be a really interesting thing to see tested. I'm still thinking like a playtester instead of, a gamer in early access. That's just me.
Yeah, we're still testing.
Early access
I
is
can
still
tell.
a test. But shall we go try to find Kai 2?
Yeah, I'm finally heading towards the spawn. I'm a little bit away,
I
though.
like that one little piece of Sky Island that's disconnected from everything else, but has a massive tree on it. That is incredible.
In the forest.
But yeah, see, if I were in charge of a planet like this, I probably would clean up little jagged bits like that right there. I wouldn't want that in my sky, little bits like that. But that one little island there with the tree on it, it doesn't look like it's too jagged, so it looks like a cool one to keep.
Stop having homing attacks. Ah!
Homing attacks are the worst.
Okay, I finally made my way back.
Oh yes, there you are. Is
I think I took the long way around.
this person gonna become a resident? They ran over to the GovPot.
Maybe.
Hello. Oh, they seem friendly.
Yeah. How?
Oh,
Yeah.
I heard it. I heard the fireworks as we
Yep,
left.
Yep.
They became a citizen. Yep.
Yeah. I'll probably check out Kai too, but then I'm probably gonna have to hop off for the day.
All right. Let's take a look around here. Where could Kai 2 be? We know it wasn't that white one because that's where we got owned,
Yeah.
and that was to another sector. Take a look at the map and see what's out there. There was that one portal that was over there by the 3 where we thought 2 of them might have been closed wild wormholes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see it way out there past the
Is it the reddish one?
no, it's way past the starport. It's like catty corner furthest away it possibly could be from us.
Is that not a red? Is it not glowing reddish?
The center is, but the outer edge almost looks blue, but that could be just the nebula gases around it that are tricking me.
Am I heading towards it?
I don't know, because I don't know where you are.
Oh, I thought it was in front of you.
I just know it's past the space station. They're definitely gonna have a hell of a time keeping players from using the cellular automata simulation to grief I am a big advocate of making the planetary permissions and rules and stuff much like lower on the GovBot, so it's easier to manage. The other thing I'm in favor of is, in all honesty, I kind of feel like the process to claiming a world might someday involve a trade-off where instead of leveling up the GovBot necessarily, you gather up the resources to construct your own stabilized portal. That way you can set the permissions before the world even exists. That way no one will ever get a chance to grief it.
Oh, interesting.
That's something I would advocate for. Because otherwise, yeah, I do feel like there is a lot of potential for griefing. So that's why I am prepared to just kind of roll with things during early access. Again, this is part of the reason why I've decided that our guild is not going to be trying to claim a planet during early access. We're going to wait till 1.0, and then at 1.0, that's when we are planning to try to uh, set up our own planet.
Yep.
In the meantime, though, we'll find a nice place to live with other people around and share a nice world for as long as it remains nice. And if it does not remain nice,
Yep, this is Sky 2.
hopefully it will remain functional. As long as I have a functional place to call my own, then we're good. That's my early access. That's the bar for early access for me. Functional place to call home. After 1.0, I want a nice place that will remain nice.
So it's very hilly here.
Indeed. So didn't Kickstarter allow people to pay a lot for their own planet? Yeah, but that's a 1.0 reward. So the Kickstarters that did the planetary tier, they don't have their planets yet. And I'm pretty sure that they get a planet that already has, like, one way or another, already has the permissions unlocked. So they should have a nice protected planet right from the beginning. This is what is this? What is this we're climbing on? It's very...
It's probably mud again. Clay.
This reminds me of the same type of hills we had in the last playtest in the planet we built a house on, except it's less green and a lot more red.
Yeah. I wonder if we can poke a hole in it.
Probably. This is like the same type of mountain we collapsed one on my head. Choose a climate and a planet type. Have it named after you and assume immediate governance. Yeah, immediate governance sounds like they get the protections right away.
Yeah, you didn't go to that.
No,
you didn't get that reward. You just went to the. You get a lifetime homestead.
Satham, right? if you're reading that off like the Kickstarter or something, what was the price of that tier again? Like, do you see that? Because that was way up there. Oh, I see a maker. You want to break it?
Yes.
Go break a maker. It's on the top of a mountain, so there are pigs. There are pigs here.
I think the maker's making pigs.
The maker's it's a bacon maker? Bacon maker!
Yay!
Okay, that was weird. My grapple went the wrong way. So we got pigs. That's another creature I hadn't seen. And again, a lot of these could have potentially been possible in the playtest. We just didn't have planets that gave them to us. Okay. Yeah. So this is the pig maker. And we're just gonna break it.
Yeah, it's really not putting up a fight this time.
There we go. Common loot cache for both of us. Very nice. I think I see another maker over there. Yeah, I do. Yeah, we're on a makeshift maker hunt.
Kill the makers.
The pigs are not happy with us, but what are they going to do? They're down there.
And we're up here.
At
And they
least we,
don't seem to have long range attacks.
at least we didn't murder them for their bacon. We just broke their maker. That's one of the things with like these mountainous worlds. You get a maker that's up high, and it doesn't. Everything it spawns ends up down low, so the maker and the things you fight are pretty separate.
Yeah, but some of the creatures really do have like a far range of attack. They would be down there and kill me all the way up here.
So apparently it was $2,000 plus to get your own planet.
Yeah.
Is the game any good? Does it run all right? It runs all right most of the time. I will say that the starting zone has a little bit of lag,
Ow.
but it's launch day of an MMO. So
Yeah.
you know, tutorial zone is absolutely going to have a bit of lag and stuttering for most MMO launches.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's just a lot of people there. And then there is one sector that we were on that was a little
yeah,
that was dropping some frames, but there was a ton of people on the space
there
station.
was one space zone that had a lot of people on the space station that was a little
But I
on the
think all the
laggy
planets
side
we've
too.
been on, it's been fine.
Yeah, as the players go out and spread out, we haven't been seeing that kind of lag. I think just a lot of players started on that one space station, so it was very populated, very busy. This planet, I don't know how many people. Hold on a second. I wonder if this command still does what I think it does. Yeah, there's only 4 players on this planet right now, and so we have no lag issues here at all.
What command did you use to do that?
You can do /who and it'll tell you everyone on the planet.
Oh, who? Okay.
Yep. I don't use it very often, but since we were talking about lag,
one of my friends here.
One of
I've
your
made friends with all the people I got stuck on that wormhole.
which one were you stuck with?
Recry.
Recry? Oh, well, I saw them running around earlier. So yeah.
I don't. How does the friend system work exactly?
Oh,
'Cause
wants
you
to be
can't
your
add
friend.
friends now.
Yes, we're friends now, I think.
Yeah. So now I don't know what that does though. Currently.
Social. There it is. So you have to go to profile, and then down at the bottom there is self and social. That's really kind of a. I do kind of feel like that's a unintuitive place to put the friends list, but it does show the basic form of the friends list.
Mm-hmm.
So self shows me my stats and my status effects and my stomach, and then social ends up showing my friends list, my blocked list, if I can speak, guilds, which will be coming
One
soon,
day.
and citizenship, which I am currently not a citizen anywhere.
Oh, cool! I finally got an uncommon loot crate. I wonder if that'll give me. I wonder if that'll be a puzzle or if it'll just give me stuff.
Where at? What?
Oh, uncommon! I got an uncommon loot crate at some point. I didn't have to do a puzzle to open it.
Okay, yeah, because I've got uncommon
Center
too.
wrap.
Let's see if I got
Center
anything
wrap.
interesting.
Huh.
Branches, wall corner with window, large recipe. That's one I'll use. Beach shorts recipe. Can you make me some beach shorts?
Sure.
And 59
Fruit juice
clatus.
recipe, burner 1. I got both burner 1 and burner 3 recipe in the same loot crate.
Here we go. Uncommon. What do we got? Smoothie recipe. Maybe Chef Jarrett can make me a smoothie. And then just zinc, mercury, and clatus.
Oh, bioprocessor 3 recipe. And machine shop 1.
I think you ended up getting one more loot box or loot cache than I did. That last one, I think you did much more damage on it because I got distracted. And by the time I started shooting it, it was already like halfway.
Oh, I think I have burner 1, 3, and 4 recipes.
Nice.
I guess if someone wants a burner.
I saw a din somewhere over here. I think dins can give commons at least.
Yeah. Wait, which way did you go?
Just ran down into the valley.
Towards the boss?
Away from the
away?
boss.
Okay.
Trying to figure out where that din I saw was. I didn't get a... Didn't make a good mental note of it. I see a deer. Maybe the deer came from the den.
Dear Den. We're
I-
just destroying the population on this
Oh,
planet,
there's...
aren't we?
That's definitely not the den I saw, but that's a den. Probably a deer den, since there was a den near it. Or deer near it.
So, go towards the deer.
Yeah, go towards the deer.
The
That deer just got annihilated. All right,
the
so
deer is now dead.
if we shoot this den, we'll see what it is, who belongs to it by who gets pissed off. Well, there we go.
Does it want to take damage? Okay.
It was the deer.
Deer Den.
And a little bit of Kai 2 horn. Give me your bacon.
Want your meat?
Got some meat.
Boom.
Wait, these pigs have horns?
Huh.
I'm guessing one of those pigs I hit and you didn't.
Yeah.
And that's why you couldn't pick up my loot.
Mhm.
I want to get a good look at one of these pigs. Let's leave one alive and
Oh,
get
okay.
close to it. Because I picked up horns from it at one point. Why are these
Oh yeah, I did get
pigs
a horn.
dropping horns? You have... Wait a minute, wait a minute. If I don't physically see a horn, do I really want to know where a pig horn comes from?
Maybe it's like a tusk.
It does seem to be afraid of us.
It does.
It just looks like a pig. There's no horns.
Yep.
Well, apparently I was wrong. There were horns. Woohoo! I love this power-up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's gonna run out.
Don't run out while jumping.
It'd be like that NPC from Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. Anybody who's played Morrowind knows what I'm talking about. Feel like the UI design has not felt the love of a UI designer. Yeah, I
Now
can't.
this is much better than what it was.
Yeah, it has definitely improved. It continues to make improvements. However, there are some things that I feel like don't make a whole lot of sense.
Mhm.
It's not too intuitive to have the social switch at the bottom of a page when you have all these other tabs up here. That seems
Yeah,
weird.
and didn't they also kind of want to make it possible to maybe have like multiple windows open at the same time instead of having just like this one window that takes up your entire screen?
I would like to... I mean, I want to see that. I don't know that they said for sure if they're going to do that. I would
But
love...
I think that was something that they wanted to
I
maybe
want
do.
I want modular windows like, you know, you see in most MMOs. Because think about it, when I open my inventory and I'm looking at my profile,
Cat.
my collection, my map, when I'm looking at all these things, I have zero way to see any part of the world or chat. Chat is gone too. That I feel like in an MMO is a bit of a UI faux pas. Having something that absolutely is fully blocking of chat. Now, I mean, if you have modular windows you can move around and somebody moves a window over chat, well, that's their own doing. But I do kind of feel like blocking chat is weird. Weird decision. Oh, is it dance time? That makes sense.
Yeah, just a few wounds, especially to stamina.
You've listed your feedback in the associated Discord channel already too. The crafting issues. I will say, crafting got some got a major overhaul. In like the second to last major update on the playtest. So there's there's stuff with crafting that they're still sorting out, and probably feedback they're still addressing from the playtest regarding that as well. So I suspect it's going to be going through an iterative process, but yeah, a lot of changes went on there. I do want to get a nice workshop with multiple different crafting tables so that we can kind of have a guild workshop where people can work and build things, craft things. So maybe we need to keep those ovens, those oven recipes, so we can get some ovens for a future guild workshop. Like I said, my goal for early access is a functional place for us to live, not necessarily the prettiest. Though, pretty does always help. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so is it time to go? Yeah. Back to space. Wrap up for myself. I don't know if you're gonna continue on.
I might. I've got some things I'm keeping an eye on. Let's see. There's the space station, so there's where we came from. There's the portal to the zone I haven't been to, but Alexa's been to, and on the far side there is Kai 1, the coolest planet I've seen so far.
Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna head over to the space station, maybe look at what's for sale, but also I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up.
Did you get any additional money that you're gonna now spend on
No, I don't.
things?
Well, unless someone bought some of my recipes, but I haven't seen what happens when someone buys your stuff, so I don't know if anyone has.
Yeah, and I wonder if you have to go back to that specific trading terminal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have to go back to that sector anyways for at least one thing, so.
But yeah, I'll have to start earning some money and working my way towards a homestead, and we'll have to get a couple of our homesteads together because we need to build kind of a nice little guild complex of sorts.
Yep.
Kind of like making a studio, our own studio. Let's just take a peek around here, see what's going on in the space station, see how many people are here. Oh yeah, I could also use who, couldn't I? Like who is on this area? There's 11 people in the space zone.
Yeah, this space zone seems a little less populated. Maybe it spun up a little later than the others.
I should have done the who command in the
Some
space
of the others,
sector
but yeah.
that had a little bit of lag. Because then it would have told us, maybe what the threshold was.
No, there is nothing on the market here.
Yeah, that's the one downside, I suppose, to being on a less populated, smoother kind of space zone is
It's less
not,
populated.
yeah, it's less
A player-driven
populated.
economy.
But of course, you can always just travel to that zone if you want to do
Exactly.
trade.
Yeah, it's
But
not like
hey,
it takes forever to get from one place to another.
you know one thing I do like about having multiple space zones and uh, multiple space stations.
What?
My name is all over space.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I have my name in every sector. It's such a silly thing. Are you chicken dancing on my tile?
Yes.
Fair enough. That's fair. But
I'm gonna wrap up because I need to get some food for myself and get ready to go dance.
you mean you're not already
But
dancing?
dance IRL.
Yeah. I
We're
wonder.
learning the Argentine tango in our group classes right now.
I see. I see. So I guess the bank terminals here are local as well. So if I put stuff in the bank here, it won't be in the bank anywhere else.
Really?
So that's something I'm gonna have to keep in
That's a
mind.
little odd.
Because wherever I decide to live, I've got some things I need to store.
Why are the banks not connected?
Well, nothing seems to be connected. Part of it, part of it is smuggling is going to be a thing down the road.
Oh.
Smuggling of things that the servitors don't want to be transported. And as a result, they don't want you to just be able to stuff it in a bank one place and pull it out another. You actually have to
That
carry
makes
it.
sense.
Oh, there's a maker in space. I'm going to go shoot a space maker.
Yeah, I did that earlier. I killed the maker and then I died.
Well,
But yep.
actually, that guy's
I'm gonna wrap
yellow.
up.
I don't know if
Have
I
a good
want to...
evening.
That's not odd. That's how it should be. Okay, I'm glad this guy doesn't have any... Well, his big attack could still be homing. Yeah, he did have a slightly homing ability. See, that guy was the one guy that potentially scared me. See, all these other little guys, I should be able to handle them. Oh, something hit me. What's fighting me? Woo! It was, you know what? It was probably that homing missile looped back around and hit me. Yeah, someone is assisting. That's good. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with the bank system being like that. Especially if they are going to do things like smuggling and stuff like that. Something to look forward to. Smuggling. Real smuggling. Alright. Common loot cache. Well, we're going to go to the next space sector then, I think. I will probably have to take a break in the not-too-distant future when it becomes dinner time. Which, actually, I just, I just heard a sound like it might actually be about that time, so I might have to grab my food and take care of a few other things. It'll just be a short break, not a long one, but it will be a necessary one. So let's go ahead and check out the next space sector here. That is true, and at at my Kickstarter level, I should have some sort of cargo ship at some point, which should be pretty cool. Oh wow, this landing zone is so far away from everything else. Okay, well, we'll get to the space station, then I'll probably step AFK for maybe 5-ish minutes, somewhere around in there. But yeah, I wonder what kind of capacities we're talking with the cargo ship. And is that going to be around the same time that they maybe reevaluate? They reevaluate the inventory limit, which is I think currently set to 500, simply to make it easy on testing and things, since that's not something they're focused on just yet. So we'll just go ahead and slip in here. Yeah. So I guess this bug's been popping up quite a bit. I mean, this is probably low priority, but yeah, just the floating particle effect. So, all right, I will be back in just a bit. Hang tight, everybody, and we will see you on the other side. Okay, and apparently see you on the other side means right now because I can't ignore a raid. So how's it going, everybody? I am Yeti. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So we've been exploring the galaxy, jumping around from planet to planet. I was about to step AFK for a second there, but couldn't just go away and not say hello to everybody, right? Depends if the dance particle effect can be spammed like that. Um, not really. Not that I've seen. I mean, it happens when you do a dance, but I mean, as soon as you stop dancing, it normally goes away. The bug, I think, is occurring when someone is dancing, they have the particle effect, and they disconnect from the game. I think that's what causes it to stay there. So it doesn't seem like it would be something that'd be too hard to fix. Just a little kind of a sanity check on the particle effect to figure out if the player is gone or not. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How have things been going for you? Been having fun with the early access launch? I've been to, I want to say 4, maybe 5 space sectors. I'm not entirely sure. Just checking out the different planets. Someone can Alt F4, that's true. But the thing is, I honestly think if the player that leaves it comes back into the game, it might actually go away then. And hey, how's it going? So, what have you guys been up to? I did see at one point there was another streamer streaming a giant hole on a planet that they were all digging. So there were at 1.3 streams all focused on one giant hole. QA tester brain here. Yeah, I can relate. I sometimes have a bit of dev brain because I used to be a programmer for an indie dev, so I try to figure out what could be going on and kind of in the underlying code and components. Well, let's see. Small indie on a Tuesday morning and afternoon. I'm not too terribly concerned, honestly. It doesn't seem too bad for what we're working with. We're not this isn't going to be World of Warcraft by any means. But we'll see. I'll keep an eye on the numbers. So my question is, Yeti, have you visited the Kai system yet? Because so far that seems to be one of the nicer looking planets was Kai 1. Had some really cool floating islands, really cool topography. Really nice place. What is this one? Oh, this is to go back to Kai. I don't want to go back to Kai. I flew to the wrong portal on the wrong side of the map. I want to go to that one. So you're an old school UO player, played Star Wars Galaxies a bit as well, was hoping this would take off. You know, I'm an old school Star Wars Galaxies player as well. I'm definitely hoping that this gets the best shot possible. I'm not too concerned if 500 plus is what you're seeing right now. We've got the rest of the week. We've got the weekend. It's more about, you know, what the devs need to maintain development. I don't know what their internal numbers are. Why is everyone flying around? There's no spaceship system. At the moment, there is spaceships are on the next priorities list. So we've already kind of tinkered and tested with them in some of the past play tests. They're still going through some work. The early access is considered an alpha test, so there are features that are still work in progress. Spaceships being one of them. You think the weekend is going to be kind of a second wind for EA launch? Well, we'll definitely see if that's the case. But yeah, that it's actually kind of funny because that's another thing that this game has in common with Star Wars Galaxies. Because Star Wars Galaxy's initial release did not have any any ships or anything in it originally either. In fact, Star Wars Galaxy's ships arrived later in an expansion. So Star Wars Galaxies, you had to actually pay for access to ships originally. But this no, it's going to be a free update during early access. I couldn't predict when. It's on the next priorities list, along with the new building system, and along with more points of interest. So, some pretty good systems coming to the future. So we found Tuppen X Pavi 1. Population 0. No one has chosen this planet to live on yet. Not yet, anyway. Why people are flying like Superman? Yeah, it's just the temporary lack of ships. Oh, wow. Dirt shifting as I'm trying to climb here. Okay, I can kind of see why people might not be too enthusiastic to live on this planet. Does seem a little dusty, a little dirty. Kind of just red. There is a boss mob over there. Don't think I'd be able to handle that too well on my own. Lots of mountains and things. Probably makes it difficult to traverse around here. Has the game at least been entertaining so far? I would say so. It's got a very interesting physics simulation system that if you do a lot of mining and stuff like that, keeps things interesting. It's got a deeper and deeper crafting system as they continue to bring more professions online. We've recently gotten new weapons as well for combat characters. You know, like the assault rifle here. That one's relatively new. The combat is a lot more action arcade oriented, so a lot of movement, a lot of dodging, a lot of. There's even power-ups like this one. Oh, my favorite power-up, the speed and jump boost. I do. Oh, gotta be careful that it doesn't run out while I'm in the air, though. That would hurt. And there's fun to be had in groups as well. Because right here we see a den. It's likely where those creatures came from. And dens can also eventually turn into makers. Makers, as they get stronger and stronger, produce more powerful, harder to defeat creatures. And a high-level maker will actually cloak itself so it's invisible. So it'll be harder to take out. Like, if I eliminate this den, which dens always have slightly more hit points than their bar seems to show for some reason. There we go. So, take care of that. Grab myself a common loot cache. And now those creatures that were spawning here technically will not spawn here anymore. Though there may still be some. Yeah, there's still a couple down there that aren't happy with me for wrecking their home. But yeah, so maker hunts are a lot of fun if you got a group of people that go out and take out the really high level ones. Fight some crazy higher level creatures, get some really good loot, things like that. These guys are all weak, so they're going down real easy. Not a whole lot of challenge to them. Ooh! I see some sort of strange geographic structure over there. I'm kind of curious what's going on there. We'll take a closer look. Yeah, and as someone said on YouTube, a quote unquote common audience is not good for this particular type of game. It seems like not a good game for Steam. I mean, it kind of feels like general public might not it focuses towards crafters and sandbox players for sure. It's very different from the theme park MMOs you'd see like World of Warcraft or things like that. So your mainstream MMO audience might not find it quite as appealing as a more sandbox oriented player or a crafting oriented player. I don't consider myself much of a crafting oriented player necessarily, but I know that there are a lot of people in the community that do consider themselves that. What a weird structure has fallen off of this. Yep, the bears. So yeah, we got these weird stone rings here. See, this bear's a little tougher than the things we were fighting a moment ago. But, you know, yellow is still not too terribly tough if you're good with dodging and things like that. So yeah, over there on YouTube, Rokish, you're fine with a little bit of jank. Yeah, there's a little bit of rough edges here and there for sure. It is an alpha test. The developers have not been shy about that. They've got their development roadmap where they share all the updates and changes coming to the game, bug fixes that are going through the pipe, things like that. It gets updated daily, pretty much. And at the moment, that includes weekends. They've been working weekends lately. So you see changes to it all the time. I've been playtesting for about 1.5 years. So I keep an eye on that thing all the time. Always a good place to get you a sneak peek of what's coming next, what they're currently working on, what the next priorities are, and what the long-term roadmap is. So definitely recommend checking out the Stars Reach, the I guess living development roadmap. So unlike there is, I think, on the Steam page, a, you know, standard early access roadmap that is just an image, but the living roadmap on their website is so much more. The devs are good about communicating. That is one thing I give them full credit for. So I think, so you think if the game will be laggy and glitchy, it's not much for Steam because it'll tank reviews? Yeah, see, that's the weirdest thing to me. I saw some of the reviews this morning from shortly after it launched. People complaining about the lag, and they had less than a half hour played. And I'm just sitting there thinking, this is the launch of an MMO. And you probably didn't even leave the tutorial area, which is going to be the most populated part of the game at launch. I don't know. I've never... I maybe it's possible, but I have never played an MMO launch where you didn't get some lag and stuff on launch day. I'm used to sitting in queues on launch day, and I've only done a little bit of queuing here. There was a little bit of queuing, but not terrible. Not hours and hours. Yeah, it's like 12 minutes. They started the tutorial. I will say one thing. There is one bizarre character creation bug that I could totally see someone starting up the game, playing like 12 minutes and going, okay, what the hell? Because there was I call it the stick bug because it's a character creation bug where characters look like they're made out of a long stretched stick or multiple sticks. And it's a very unfortunate bug. It is not one I saw during the playtest, so it is new. It is unfortunately a bad time for a new bug like that to show up. But since it is new, I don't expect it to be a bug for long. If it's that new, it's probably not that hard to fix. It just happened. So, the weird stick bug character creation thing should hopefully be taken care of quickly. They are aware of it, they've acknowledged it, and they've acknowledged it in... And they've kind of made joking references to it. So they can play things kind of tongue-in-cheek sometimes. I know one of the official streams one time, the streamer that was hosting it and running it, he's I think maybe the community manager or something. He was running around without a head because of a bug that was happening at the time. And you know, I mean, they're aware of things. They're talking to people in the community, in the Discord all the time. Very active. So I admit when they announced the early access release date, I did have some worries, but it was more so worries about how some people on Steam would react to it rather than to actually the quality or the enjoyment of the game itself. That's what I concerned myself with. It's like, oh, what is Steam gonna have to say? I normally avoid like the Steam community discussion boards and things like that. But I find it interesting that on this planet there's a lot of shifting soil just naturally in the world. I don't know that I have anything to do with what's actually occurring here. This dirt is literally just flowing down this hill. I assume it's because this is a relatively new world and the dirt is settling. You did see a lot of backers that wishing it wasn't yet released for public, but you got to do what you got to do as a business. I've heard that as well, and like I said, I was a little concerned how the general public would respond, but I'm not concerned with the state of the game. It's an alpha test, and we knew it was going to be an alpha test. Either you release it because you need funds, or you don't and run out of funds. So, I mean, there's a little bit more to it, I think, as well. I don't know that it's like that necessarily dire. I just know that, like, coming up, there's a lot of stuff going on in the not too distant future. Gamescom. Release of big AAA titles like Grand Theft Auto, basically anything from the holiday release schedule that AAA might be trying to put out. It's like if they don't release now, then they run into a basically a media vacuum where media is going to be focused so much on everything else. So maybe that's part of the problem as well. So I don't know that it was necessarily a right this instant last resort kind of thing. I think it was more so that there wasn't going to be another good window for a long time. I think that played a role into it too. And Brokish, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Gotta find a planet to call home. Seems like the... Whoa. Didn't realize I picked that up. But yeah, seems like the planets with sky islands are currently pretty popular. Whew. Those guys go down pretty quick, don't they? They aren't terribly strong, but I'm surprised they still go down that quick. But yeah, definitely got to be careful with makers. I'm not sure why this one is levitating, but I mean, didn't stop me. Is there a way to see what planet area people are congregating on? I mean, other than seeing that there's a large group of people somewhere, I'm not sure specifically. You could ask around in Discord and stuff. I know there's a command in game if you do /who, you can find out who's on a planet with you, but that only works with the planet or space zone that you're in. So I can see that there are actually 7 people on this planet with me. That's more than the last planet we were on. The last planet we were on had 4 players, and it was me and my friend who were both streaming, so... I mean, again, long-term wise, probably. Finances are always going to be a necessity. But again, you're looking at finances, looking at release windows, looking at all that stuff. It all plays a factor. So it's true that there are spaceships. At the moment, there are not spaceships. That is on the next priorities list. So that's going to be just a little bit down the road here in early access. So not at the moment right now. Well, that was... Yeah, exactly. Say them exactly. One would hope that it wasn't... Oh, there's multiple wild wormholes open right now. All right, let's go check out these wild wormhole worlds. These were not here last time I looked, right? I didn't miss these when I went into that portal, did I? So wild wormhole worlds are temporary worlds, good for gathering resources and just absolutely destroying the place because you don't have to worry about living there. Or I seem to have missed the prompt, though. There's another person. These things are so big and bright. There we go. What is the gameplay like? Well, which kind of gameplay are you interested in the most? Combat, crafting, there's social mechanics, there's building mechanics, mining, Minecraft. What sandbox games have you played? Minecraft. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do some tunneling, some digging, some mining. You can then go build your own base. So, I mean, those are all things you can do. So right now it says in queue waiting for server slot. So what I'm thinking is this wild wormhole may have just formed. So this server might be in the process of booting up to allow players into it. So we'll see if it lets me in relatively quickly or if it's going to make me wait. I haven't had to wait too terribly long before, though there was one time where I got a queue and my friend didn't, so I ended up rebooting my game. So, I mean, to get even more Minecrafty, You can technically build a house entirely out of Instaformer blocks, which means you are then building a house out of cubes, which then feels a lot more like Minecraft. But that's not the only way. There it goes. That queue wasn't very long at all. So, house, but you don't have to build it like Minecraft. You can build with other things. I mean, I think the queue is functioning part of the time, maybe even most of the time, but it does seem to it got stuck for me maybe once. And I didn't stay stuck for long because I was just like, well, my friend got through, so I'm going to reboot. Any other time I've gotten a queue, I actually waited it out and it was fine. It's hard to tell if if it's like, oh, I'm being impatient, or, oh, it's legitimately a queue. But since this wild wormhole is relatively new, I just kind of made the assumption that it was still kind of booting up. There we go. I've seen some mountains like this before during the playtesting. Different type of world though. Didn't have the large scale mountains behind it, so this kind of world is a little bit of a pain to travel, just because there's so many barriers from going from one place to the other. You got to do a lot of grappling and climbing to get around. Every little section, every little valley is closed off by another ridge. We got some Athrax down there. I'm even saying that correctly. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I mean, the thing is though, the thing is though, this has been in a playtest for probably close to 2 years now, and as of recently, it was really easy to get into the playtest. So, a couple weeks ago, if you wanted to play this game for free, you could just sign up for the playtest and almost certainly get in. So, I mean, it's been free. It's been free for months at this point. It's just it hasn't been free on Steam. So, if we just... Oh, this kind of world is also quite a bit dangerous for fall damage. It's also getting quite dark in here. I don't know what kind of plant life we got going on here. See some owl deer. Owl deer halfway up the ridge as well. Thing is, I don't know if they're makers or dens that are producing these guys. Potential server wipes. We have been told that there will absolutely be one for sure at 1.0. So when the game goes into 1.0, there will be a server wipe. As for additional server wipes, their goal is to avoid them if at all possible. There could be a server wipe, but they don't want the server wipe. So that's kind of the stance of things. Basically, if there's a significant reason why they think they need to do a server wipe for some big update or something, they'll likely announce one, but if they can avoid it, they don't want to. They don't want the server wipe until 1.0. Why do I think it got such bad reviews, or why it's getting negative reviews? I think because it's an alpha test. I think that's probably the main reason. People people on Steam generally don't like paying for what is an alpha test. And I mean, that is what it is. That's what the developers have called it, an alpha test. So I have to say that that is probably the reason. I mean, I've seen early access in all kinds of states, but it is true that the more complete the game is, the better it tends to do on early access, the better the reviews tend to be. But I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the original vision for early access. People want it to be kind of like different people have different expectations. And to each their own. You still have you have your beta 2 CD and case for Star Wars Galaxies. I'm a little bit jealous of that. I didn't get into Star Wars Galaxies until just shortly after release. So I didn't do beta or anything like that. But I would have liked to. I mean, I get it. I get it. It's I don't know. I don't know what to say necessarily about reading comprehension, but the devs, all I can say is the devs are really open with their communication. They don't hold a lot back. They've got their living development roadmap that shows you everything that's being worked on and what state it's in. So I think that is something that's going to really help this game in the long run, is just their level of communication and openness. Is it helping right this second with the way the general Steam community is interacting with the game necessarily? Hard to say. Seems like there's some strong opinions here and there. I mean, the entire time that I have been in the playtesting, the pre-alpha playtesting, there has not been any NDA or anything like that. So I was actually able to stream some of the very, very early footage over a year ago. So, I mean, the state it's in, they have nothing that they feel they need to hide. Compared to the roadmap of Star Citizen, I'll be completely honest, Star Citizen is not something I pay attention to. So I don't know what the roadmap of Star Citizen is like. You'd have to tell me. Let's see here. Well, all right. Oh, did I see a maker? I think I just saw a maker. It was over this way. Did I see it through a mountain? That would be weird. It could be I just caught a weird glimpse of something through a wall that I shouldn't have. Yeah, you think that people leaving reviews... I don't necessarily think that's true. because I have seen I have seen some of the reviews that seem to lament the state that the game is in, and sounds like that they're people that maybe followed it but didn't do the playtest, which is kind of an odd combination, in my opinion, since the playtest was so easy to get into. I mean, to me, I don't know about the low end on the 30 there. Dev's got to be able to fund further development somehow, so 30 doesn't sound too wild to me. I mean, and I never consider the high end. Like it doesn't matter if a game has like a 70 or $100 edition to me. If that's not the baseline, it doesn't really matter because you don't have to spend that much. It's not like they're saying, "Hey, you got to spend $70 to play the game." So, I kind of feel like a lot of people just kind of balk at that kind of thing, but it really doesn't impact them at all. Why make a big deal out of it? Especially now, there's another side to that coin though. If you're playing a game where the big expensive edition also gives you a like ridiculous amount of bonuses that basically turn it into play to win or pay to win. That kind of thing I could understand people getting up in arms about. Huh. Interesting. I seem to be temporarily marooned on this planet, as the portal has gone offline. Which is not something I've experienced yet, but then again, I haven't experienced a whole lot of Wild Wormhole Worlds at the moment. So, does look like there is a pretty large cave system, or at least a large cave down here. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how early access progresses. The only people that know for sure what the numbers are is the development team at this point. We don't have access to the numbers, so we can't really be sure on that part. Now, see, Saint, that is actually something I haven't tested. I know they should be tradable, but I don't know about the bank. I've found a few of them in loot caches, but haven't tried putting any of them in a bank yet. I don't know why I'm just massacring deer at the moment. Maybe for the loot crate. Oh. One of those guys as well. You played all the tests, not extensively, but you participated in them. That's your opinion stands as $30 is too much for this current? I mean, that's fair. To each their own. Obviously, no one can tell you what to do with your money but you. There seem to be a decent amount of people in that boat that don't want to pay 30 for it. I've played the playtests. I've been enjoying the playtests. And I don't personally have an issue with 30 on the low end. That's just me. That's so, I mean, in your case, if you think it's too high, then I assume there's two ways for that to change, right? I assume that either the game could get cheaper and you'd look at it, or the game could get better and you'd look at it, right? Either or. Is that kind of your current position? Let's see. I'm kind of curious about something. There's gold on this planet, and I do have something I would like to use gold for. Yeah. Just not willing to pay 30 in its current state. Okay. Okay. So the stuff on the development roadmap. What stuff do you want to see the most then? Because there's the better building system, there's the spaceships and that kind of thing. There's the points of interest system. Of course, obviously, bugs, bug fixes, and quality of life improvements are always on the list. What kind of stuff would drive your decisions? There we go. Couple more. Wow, I got two from that one. Unfortunately, they are just common, and that's probably all I end up getting from any of the times I take out a den. But Devi Mist. I mean, that's kind of how I feel as well. Like I said, I do enjoy the game, so I play it. There are people that I guess ran into some lag issues with the starting area, which honestly I feel like even if this game was like 99% complete and was just doing early access as a kind of final beta, I still feel like launch day would have potential lag in the starting zones. That's just my understanding of MMOs. There is a skill system. It's not necessarily classes. There are lots of different skills you can advance in and unlock, earn experience, different abilities you can get for different weapons, different tools you can get for mining, crafting, farming. There's a lot of work in progress stuff. If you see, I just opened the ranger tree, and there's a lot of work in progress in the ranger. But there's the camping stuff over here, and there's some tools like the Trailblazer over here. But a lot of this is what we're going to be seeing in early access, is things like this starting to fill in as we go down the line. We recently did, in the playtest, see the addition of the assault rifle skill tree. So that's relatively new. The sniper rifle tree also new, but also, as you can see, has less skills in it than the assault rifle, because the assault rifle is still got a lot more work being done to it. So the assault rifle feels pretty good right now. Last time I used the sniper rifle, it was a little clunky. So they're working more on things like that. So Mad King was talking about the better building system. That is honestly the thing I'm looking forward to the most. Flesh out a lot of the game-breaking bugs, obviously. Add ships, farming, more fleshed out roles. All on the most of what you're mentioning there is part of the next priorities list, so hopefully those will be in sooner rather than later. What's the main goal of the game? Find a world to live in and build your home, craft and find resources. Yeah, I mean it is a sandbox. So a lot of what you choose to do is just based on what you want to do. So if you're motivated by creating a space for yourself, getting a home, finding a place you want to live, that's one motivating factor. There are ways for groups of players to work together to claim their own planet and kind of act as that planet's government. So groups of players, potentially guilds, would be able to build their own player cities on their own planets. And that could be a motivating factor for others. Some people that enjoy crafting want to be able to set up their own businesses, run their own shops, almost like a simulation type game. That could be a motivating factor. There are bosses and world events and things like that that could motivate groups to go out and do combat. There are things like makers and things like that that are technically the literal spawn points of these creatures, that if you get a big group together, you can go out maker hunting, and that's one way to get the higher end loot caches and things like that. Now, all of the equipment, aside from your starting gear, is made by players. So the crafters are very important. What you get from these loot caches doesn't tend to be completed items. It tends to be components and recipes and things like that. So there's also going to be professions for mapping out worlds, making maps, trading maps, things like that. So if you want to be an explorer, you can go out and find new planets to maybe make the first maps of. I haven't been doing any mapping at all. I could try to map the world I'm on, but I've just kind of been running around fighting things and stuff like that. Yeah. Star Wars Galaxies tends to be the closer comparison, but if you don't have experience with Star Wars Galaxies and you're more so familiar with Ultima or Worm Online, then I mean, for the most part, yeah, it's sandbox driven. So really, when it comes down to it, most of the quote unquote questing that you do tends to be right there at the tutorial, and then the whole galaxy just kind of opens up for what you want to do with it. Ah, in the post you read? Okay. Again, coming from someone that has, if it were coming from someone who has more of a Ultima Online background, then that's very possible. I'm assuming you're just talking about just the general post you saw online, people talking about it. Oh, it was one of their news posts. Okay. Then that one I'm not sure about. I could see players definitely making the comparisons. But as far as the developers go, I mean, the head of the studio, he was a designer for Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. So there is that connection there. But oops. So, sorry about that one. I think we've got links disabled in the Twitch chat. So sharing a link doesn't necessarily work. We had some issues with trolls back in the day. It's when we turned those off. So I will say though, I kind of feel like the explosive power up may not be working because it doesn't seem to be dealing the AoE damage that I would expect it to. But the other power ups are definitely working. But all right, guys, I think I'm just going to take a short break here, a little refresher, get something to drink, maybe grab a quick bite to eat, and then I will be back in just a bit. So hang tight, everybody. We will be right back. Hey everyone, I'm back. Now see, that's another thing I don't have a lot of experience with, because I didn't really follow Ashes of Creation either. There's a lot of things that I don't quite have that reference to that I've seen a lot of other people reference. Like Ashes and Creation, I've seen people mention that on a handful of cases. Oh, there we go. That was my problem. For a second there, I'm like, why can't I move my mouse? Is the game stuck? No, my mouse went to sleep. It's wireless. I'm just an idiot. But yeah, actually, what I think I might go ahead and do, since we are getting into the evening, I actually do kind of want to maybe switch over, try making a new character, and just kind of see what the new player experience is right now. Because, when I did it earlier, it was still technically early in the day, so there might not have been a whole lot of or as much traffic in the starting areas. So there might actually be more now as we get later and later. So I'm kind of curious. I want to see what the status is. I want to know the real deal. One of my interests is the journalist profession that they're going to have in game. So I want to go see how things are going over there. So while I switch this over and get restarted, we'll just go ahead and switch on over to this. Let's see. This one is a little different from some of the others out there, especially that one. But that's a fair fear. You're talking about the Ashes Creation thing? You're the one that asked about the assault rifle in the early access version after accidentally wandering into your house. Oh, yeah. I mean, nothing wrong with wandering into random houses in a open world game like this. So how are you supposed to reach the floating islands for missions? Okay, now this is an interesting predicament you found yourself in, because the floating islands, um some of them you can grapple to, but I know not all of them. The other method is, I would assume you would need a grav mesh, which is a bit like a short use jetpack. So that's a little bit of a later game item, probably more of a mid game item. So you might probably wouldn't have access necessarily to a grav mesh just yet, because you'd either need to craft one or you need to buy one from someone who did craft one. So yeah, there are definitely some that you can grapple up to, but there are others that are out of range. So if you've got a mission on a floating sky island that you absolutely cannot reach, I'm just gonna unfortunately, I think you probably have to abandon that mission and grab another one. Luckily, those are just missions, not like quests. It's kind of annoying, but um, once you have the better equipment and more stuff like the grav mesh, it'll become easier. Let's see. Now you're wanting to message me something on Discord. Is that something you want to talk about now, or is that something you talk about after stream? Because I just did a complete and total dumb. It's gonna take me a little bit longer. I got so sidetracked by talking to chat that I loaded back into my same character when I intended to build a new character. Ugh, sometimes I can be a little bit scatterbrained. It happens. Your camp disappeared. Got to do something with it after you. Camps are meant to be temporary. Uh, if there is, should I wait a second for? Because apparently you got an ad. So we'll just load up one more time. This time I'll make sure to do the right thing and create a new character. But yeah, Saint, if you're back around from that ad break, let me know. Definitely don't want you to miss the answer to your question there. All right. Create new character. We're going to try this fresh here. You have been here before. Does your latest reconstitution require orientation? Yeah, I'm going to redo the tutorial because I want to see what the status of the starting zones are right now. So basically, the story of Stars Reach, all the different races, all kinds of horrible extinction events, had to be rescued by the servitors, brought across the galaxy to the garden of the old ones. I don't know if I caught the reference, though. But yeah, so hopefully Saint's gotten through their ad at this point. But after you place a camp, a camp is meant to be temporary. You can prolong the length of time that a camp is up, but you have to go back to the camp and kind of right click on the relife station, and there should be a button for extending it. But I mean, there are ranger skills that increase the length that a camp will last. So yeah, the correct answer to everything in the tutorial when they tell you how you've melted and how everything's gone horribly wrong and all that is always to scream internally in horror. There is there is no other option. Everything is existential dread and chaos. So I think I might go ahead and make the character that is going to end up being my crafter, because I do have some crafting plans. Just going to stick with a Terran male. The character creation still a little bit of a work in progress, but a lot more options than we'd had previously. And yes, at some point we will get pants. I'm not going to do everything here in my underwear. It's kind of hard to see what I'm doing with my eyebrows when I have this hair. This hair is just covering everything I'm sliding. So let's go ahead and just go bald for a second till we at least figure out what we're doing with this character here. I'm generally not too picky or concerned with character creator sliders. I just hope I don't end up with a stick bug. Stick bug would be something to avoid. Maybe reduce the size of that nose too. That is a big nose. This is another thing that they seem to have tweaked for early access, is that they've they've randomized a lot of the sliders. So it used to all start with the sliders in the middle. I guess that resulted in a lot of characters looking the same. So they've started randomizing where the sliders go. So even if you touch nothing, you end up looking different than somebody else. Yeah, the homestead is the permanent residence, the your permanent fixture in the world. I think a newbie starter camp is maybe like 10 minutes unless you refresh it. And I think you can get. Oh, hey. Mad King Diamond, thank you very much for the prime. Much appreciated. But yeah, so with some ranger skills, you can also get longer camp durations. I think it can last up to 30 minutes if you have the skills. Now, what kind of hair do I want? One of these days, we're going to get hair color choices and skin tone choices. I already went with the messy on my last character. I think I'll go with this one this time. There we go. That's fine. This is fine. Undershirt is fine. Shirt. Yeah, we'll keep that shirt. Pants. This is going to be my crafter. I'll probably end up using one of my cosmetics anyway. Let's go ahead and give my crafting character my usual crafting character name. Been using that name since Star Wars Galaxy's days for my crafter. Yeah, this should also look very familiar to Star Wars Galaxy's fans. The three different stats that go into each of the three bars. One of the middle bar controls the regen rate. The bottom bar controls how much that bar gets used with each use. And hey, Wrath Phoenix, thank you very much as well. Thank you for the sub and welcome, welcome. So I think for now, though, I honestly don't know what a good build would be right now. So I normally just go with balanced. With my crafter, I never seem to notice that crafting uses anything necessarily, but it might someday. You're just sitting here playing old school RuneScape while watching. You notice you had your well. I appreciate you tossing the prime this way, and Wrath, thank you very much as well. So we'll just go with the balanced here. Get into the tutorial. I think I'll probably skip the optional tutorial missions because I'm just jumping in this to see what it's like. Now wait, did that literally did the two the I see. So those two subs back to back were apparently close enough to start the process of a hype train. I have not seen that occur for a long time. But that's cool. Nice to see that's still a thing. So, I mean... Oh, apparently I have ears under my ears. I didn't notice that. That's a slight character bug. Ears under my ears. And those were there by default, because I don't think I turned them on. Kind of looks like I've got, like, hearing aids on. We'll just go ahead and talk to Mayor Bob here. Just take care of the, so we got the Galactipedia, all the useful information. We've got the mission, all the information there. The inventory. The inventory, which is full of my... I'm confused by something completely different. Why do I have 3 grav meshes and 3 grapples? Why are there 3? I mean, that's an interesting bug to have. Can't say I complain about that. But I'm not using my grav mesh today because today is launch day and I want to make sure I'm playing the way that the entry-level players, everyone would be all playing the same. So, no enhanced stuff today. Cosmetics, okay. Enhanced grav mesh or grapple, not today. So do I want to go... I don't think I want to do the jumpsuit. I think I'll go with the ground suit. Kind of makes me look like a some sort of military officer. Just a temporary real-life glitch in the cloning matrix. You'll be fine with some ointment on that. Exactly. Yeah, not 100% sure, but I mean, that's what I have. I will say, I noticed though that like when you put on a ground suit like this, which is considered overalls, it also covers the pants slot, so you can't wear separate pants because it covers everything. But this ground suit also has its own shoes, but it doesn't cover the shoe slot. So when you put the shoes on, they kind of look a little hollowed out. Just a minor graphical glitch with some of the Founders items that I've noticed. But actually, I'm kind of curious about something else. What's this Founders shirt? Okay, not that one. Not that one. What about this one? Oh! First landing. I think that's similar to the shirt I'm wearing right now. With the... I think it has that logo on the back. So I'm wearing my first landing shirt right now as well. You know what? Maybe I'll go ahead and wear the first landing shirt for now. That works. From Big Shoe? Oh, Lord. Not Big Shoe. And of course, it's going to tell me all the little pop-ups. It's going to tell me all about repairing things. It's going to tell me all about... Well, apparently I also have to go kill a... It's all the way up there? Man, they want me to work for this one. Here I thought I was going to speedrun the tutorial, but I have to go kill the tentacle vine on the top of the archway. My luck. The last one I had to kill was just like right over there. Something's not happy with me. Oh, it's just the deer. Okay. See, there's no difference in the sound effect between when a deer aggroes and when a deer just gets scared of you and runs away. It gives you the same sound cue. So you hear it and you start to think you're under attack, but then you realize it's just a bunch of deer running away from you. That's also where your gear's loaded in? Well, I mean, you get a good view. So, of the people that are actually playing the early access, Anybody travel through the cave in the giant hand yet? There's a giant hand over in that direction. Can't quite see it right now, but it has a hole in the middle. It has a cave, and it's actually pretty cool in there. It's a massive cavern, but there's some cool stuff in there. Little bit of lag I felt right there. I mean, this is far from the worst lag I've experienced on an MMO launch. This is inconvenient, but playable. Oh, is there another one here? I feel like that might be someone else's quest. If I kill it, do I save them a trip up here? Or does it do something to their quest? I don't know. Oh, like, wait, it's probably theirs. But it's still mad at me. I'm gonna help. It took a shot at me, so it's only fair that I take shots at it too. Oh look, you dropped loot. I think we both got a cash out of that. Excellent. Is it choppy because I'm in the starting area? I believe that to be the case because, you know, it's launch day. I was running around another planet on my other character just a little while ago, and everything was fine. Everything was smooth. But it's a little choppy here in the tutorial. We'll see what happens when I finish the tutorial. My goal is to try to finish it quickly, and then we can go see what it's like when I get into space. But it's a little choppy. I do see a lot of players, so I am kind of curious. Maybe if I use the who command, we can find out how many there are. That's 57 people. That's 57 people in this starting zone. Okay. That's the most I've seen in the zone so far. I was in another zone earlier with like maybe 20-ish. There was a space station that had a pretty decent number of people on it, but this area, 57? Seems like 57 might be the point at which things start to get a little on the choppy side. Is there falling damage? Yes, there is falling damage. Absolutely. I would not want to jump off of one of those giant stone archways. Which is actually kind of funny, because that's exactly what I did when I made my last character. I jumped off it and tried to grapple myself to the ground. Because if anyone has played, like, the Just Cause games, like Just Cause 2 with the grapple, you can grapple to the ground to save yourself from fall damage. Just like in Just Cause. How were you able to start with an assault rifle? That's the new starting weapon. If you played the playtest previously and started with a pistol, in early access, they've started giving everybody assault rifles. I mean, I feel like the pistol is an appropriate starting weapon, but I think the assault rifle is a more fun weapon, and maybe they just decided that, you know, for early access, they'll give us the one that's a little more fun. So, you know that they're coming out with ships in the future, but are there any vehicles in the game currently? Currently, no. But that is also on the list for the future, just like spaceships. Because you can actually already find that the work-in-progress skill tree for vehicles is already here. The vehicles aren't here yet, but the skill tree has started. And you can see ships are actually a part of this. Ships are part of vehicles, which also includes ground vehicles, which also for some reason contains a second vehicles. whenever they do release starships and vehicles, this work in progress skill tree is likely going to branch out and expand. So we will be getting that. So it does kind of, in a sense, remind me of the old Star Wars Galaxies days where the launch of that game did not have vehicles or starships either. Don't know why that's a trend we're continuing, but I mean, hey, look, this game, it even has an Ewok. Would you look at that? It has an Ewok. Yeah, there's speed ammo, debuff ammo. One of my favorite things from testing the assault rifle on the playtest was getting the status ammo for the fire assault rifle. And I opened fire on some creatures in a forest, and I didn't realize I was going to set the whole forest on fire. It was not what I was expecting, but it was hilarious. So, alright. Let's go ahead and knock out some more of these quests. I'm not going to do the optional ones, because I want to kind of show a comparison of, you know, the little bit of the lag stuttering we're having here versus what happens when we get out into open space. Because we already know there's 57 people into this zone. So I want to get to the space zone, and I want to see how that compares. Like, how many people are at the station. And since there are multiple space zones and multiple stations, we'll just have to see how many people are at the one we end up at. I assume it's probably going to try to disperse the players and put us at different stations based on, you know, how many people are actively playing in that region. Unintentional arsonist, which is quite a bit different from my normally intentional arson. I'm not saying I don't burn things. I'm just saying I normally know when I'm going to burn things. So there's also going to be air vehicles too. Okay, that makes sense. So that would explain why there's 3 different ones. It's just slightly confusing why vehicles also contains vehicles. So we'll get to that eventually. So weak signal, scanning, establishing direction. Oh, I briefly saw a signal lock in this direction. All right. You can do the scanning both by the text at the top or by listening to the sound cues. Sometimes if I'm not picking up the right direction with the sound cues, I end up turning to the verbal cues, the text on the screen. Scanning. There's got to be more around here. I do probably after early access has, you know, the load has lightened on the tutorials. I want to take a character, I want to go through the tutorial, and I want to map this entire planet just so I can have a full map. But I don't want to do it right now. Until, whoa, where did you come from? That's probably someone else's quest as well. Alright. Tentacle gone. Scanning. Locking that way. Because sometimes it's hard to use the audio cues when I'm talking on stream. So, I am glad that the text cues are there as well. How's this looking so far? I've been enjoying it. I like the potential here. Some people have prices over the or have concerns over the prices. $30 for an alpha test, because it is legitimately an alpha test. But it just depends what you want out of the game. It is a little laggy in the starting zone, as you can see. That's not my stream's frame rate. That is some stuttering in the starting zone. I have had a lot better experiences out in the rest of the galaxy. I came back to the starting zone to see what the evening was like and how many people were here after, a lot of people got off work. Wanted to do a comparison. So, that's what brought us back out here. I'll go ahead and take care of this. We just got 2 more quests to take care of, and then we can go see how space handles. Alright, so just a little quick quest to run and grab some form of plant life. It always sends you to something different. Now it's good. I did this earlier. It actually made me go harvest a rose bush from way up there. This time it's making me harvest a giant land lily down here. So, seems like no matter what I do, I always end up with one quest that points me to the top of those stone archways. Yep. It's probably just startled some deer. Man, that is a big flower. Honestly, I don't know that I don't know how well that would have worked. I mean, quite frankly, I don't necessarily know what the need for the internal testing being under NDA would be for. I mean, I get the opinion that some people would have preferred it to stay in testing longer rather than going to early access, but sometimes the options just aren't there. So now I'll just go ahead and head back over here, craft a couple mushroom skewers. Yeah. But like I said, lag in the starting zone on an MMO's launch day is not a surprise. It's not a shocker. I've never played an MMO that didn't have some lag on launch day. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just saying I've never done it. But see, that's part of the thing. That's part of the thing. The developers from the very beginning have wanted the community to be involved, have wanted feedback, have wanted to communicate what is being done with the game. And I actually do kind of find that somewhat refreshing, that we don't have to guess about what the state of things is behind the scenes. I've been part of the playtesting for a year and a half, and I was able to stream what I was doing from day one. So, I mean, it's to each their own, but how many times has a big like AAA game come out looking like it's going to be great, and then there's just half a dozen different game-breaking bugs that ruin it from day one, and nobody ever knew because nobody ever had a chance to see it. I've been playing this for a year and a half. Devs can't work for free. The coffers run out eventually. True. And there are no guarantees that you'd be able to get that kind of alternative funding that that you're suggesting that they should have done. I mean, the game has a lot of cool mechanics to it. A lot of interesting features. Rough edges for sure. But I mean, if the choice is between putting it out to the public to get some players involved and try to get some funding through the community and playing the game and putting the game out there versus trying to get alternative funding that never comes and then the game withers on the vine, you know, I want this game to have the best shot that it can. So there are 20 players. There are 20 players on Crucible here. So there should be less lag. And I'm noticing a couple names I'm familiar with. And no, I'm not referring to Jesus Christ. I don't know him personally. But apparently he is on Crucible right now. There are also a few other people on that list that I recognize from the playtesting. I mean, say them absolutely. Absolutely. There has been some damage done to the games industry by AAA, for sure. Especially when they have... I mean, there's been times when AAAs have had embargoes on reviews and things that last until, like, the day after release. And it's like, what? If I can't remember what game that was that had that, but there was a game that had an embargo on reviews and review copies that did not end until the day after the game was released. And when I heard about that, I'm like, that's a red flag. Specifically publishers, not developers. I mean, that's probably true in like 95% of cases, but I feel like there's some cases where AAA and the AAA publishers and the developers, neither one cares. I'm sure that has been the case at least part of the time. So let's see, looking for a little pyroxene, or however the hell you say the name of that rock. Yeah, so I'm getting a lot less lag here on Crucible, with only 20 players here, versus the 57 on Haven. See, there we go. Able to finish that task pretty easily. I mean, it's totally legitimate to have concerns, to have doubts. I tend to be more optimistic. And like I said, I've been playing it for a year and a half. I think one of the big make or break things is potentially going to have an influence is, first of all, how quickly can the developers respond to the issues that are coming up on release day? How quickly can they sort out this stick bug? How quickly can they sort out... I think I've seen a couple players without heads. How quickly can they sort these issues out? Then after that, it comes down to how quickly until we get a major content update that adds some new big feature that everyone's excited about. If they can nail those two things, there's room for growth here. So that's where I'm standing with this. I mean, that's the thing. If this game were free right now, you'd test it out again, but not worth $30. But I mean, I think that is part of the deal here is the development team does need a revenue source of some sort to continue developing. I do believe that's part of the equation here. So play testing it for free. I mean, there is not a game released that an extra few months of play testing would hurt. At least I don't think there is. But reality often is different from what would ideally happen. You were beta tested before Steam and kept crashing and you just stopped playing. Eh, 424. I keep hearing the numbers about how many people are playing right now. I mean, that I feel like that's a rush to judgment. We're not talking about a high profile AAA game release here. I mean, so five around the 500 mark does not sound bad to me. I mean, obviously, the more the better, but 500 does not sound bad. So let's see here. We should now just be able to talk to. So see, now we're back. Now we're back on Haven, and we're stuttering a little bit here. What's Haven at right now? 58 players. It's gone up. Okay, Haven's even more populated right now, and I'm having a little bit of lag. But Crucible wasn't bad at all. So let's go ahead and get out of Haven, and we'll be able to see what the space zone is like. Because I'm suspecting it's going to be a little bit smoother. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wreck a planet. I'm going to go save a planet. Most likely, the planet will wreck me. I mean, that's already happened multiple times, so absolutely, a planet is most likely going to wreck me. So let's see. How many people are here in this space sector, huh? Oh, still 53. So this one, there might still be some issue. This looks like a pretty populated zone then. Let's take a look. Why do they always have such complicated names? Letiamolpas? Letiamolpas. I don't know. You know, randomly generated names here. They're absolutely going to it's going to be up to the players to decide how the hell they want to say these things. Yeah, the weekend could prove to be a little bit different. Because if we get higher numbers of players all playing at once, it could be a little bit more hectic. So where is so we could drop down to a planet, see what's around here. This is a relatively busy station. I was on a station earlier that had significantly less. So we'll just hop on down to Letty 2, because I'm not going to bother saying the rest of the name of this planet. No way. Because I don't think I've been to this one on any of my characters. Oh, wait, I take it back. I have been to this planet. This planet is crazy. This planet has some unusual plant life. Seems like the density on plants got turned up a little too high on this one. Yeah, this planet, I think, maybe a little, maybe too many trees. I'm not sure what caused this planet to generate with this thick of a forest. I could see potentially some players having some frame rate issues on a world like this. So we'll try somewhere else with a little more free space. Wonder how many people are on this one though. Let's see. I am kind of curious. 18 people hanging on this planet. See, I've seen nicer planets than this with fewer people. Time to start shopping because I wish I had the tool, I would. There's like 3 different tools I could use to take care of that problem. If I had the Xylo slicer, I could legitimately chop down the trees and get lumber. If I had a flame-based assault rifle with the status ammo, I could burn the whole thing down. Or if I had the Trailblazer, I could also take that flamethrower and burn the whole thing down. I would not be surprised if that ends up being the fate of that planet. So we'll go try Letty 1. See what's on Letty 1. It does kind of seem like this might be the most populated sector the current galaxy. So here we are. Oh, I remember this planet. This was the planet where everybody was digging one giant hole. Last time I was here, people were just digging a giant hole to the center of the Earth. Apparently, this is what they came up with. Are they still down there? Have they moved deeper? Or is it just one person? Oh. You better be careful. There's some loose soil kind of slipping in there. Soil is running down the hill, and, oh, and I think he's trying to seal it. Wait, did that guy want to try to crush me in there? Was he going to dump a bunch of dirt on me to try to crush me? Oh, Lord. But this planet does have some sky islands. So, you think early progression needs speeding up a little bit? Yeah, that. What is there any particular part of progression you'd like to see sped up? Are we talking like combat skill progression, crafting progression? What kind of progression are you looking at when you say that? See if we can go do a little bit of hunting out here. Definitely some people have been digging holes around here. Yeah, No Man's Sky is an interesting case. Because No Man's Sky failed to live up to expectations, at least at launch. But had an incredible bounce back. So I definitely agree with that. So how long to chop a friggin' tree down? Well, since my goal was not chopping trees down, let's see. I'd need a xylo slicer, which I think you can get from the basic tool store. I would need, I believe, the forestry skill. So I'd probably need to do a little bit of botany, enough to get the first level of botany. So I need to go out and harvest some plants. So I'll start with some small plants, get some experience, go get that skill, get the forestry skill, earn enough money from missions to maybe pick up a basic xylo slicer. I could probably do that in what? Maybe a half hour? Depends. I did play No Man's Sky at launch when it first came out. I don't remember much about the performance at the time. I just remember it was not anything like I expected it to be. It didn't play like I expected it to. Didn't have the features I expected it to. Didn't have what I felt was advertised at the time. So yeah, I can relate to that. Again, don't remember much about the performance. Just remember the disappointment and not playing it again for a very long time. But, you know, eventually got back around to it. Once people started saying it was actually good. But that one didn't release as an early access, did it? That was a straight up release, right? Oh, okay. I saw that name and I'm like, what kind of creature is that? And then I realized, oh, that's a player's name. Yeah, so No Man's Sky came out just a straight up release, not early access. Oh, that's not good. What is that doing here? Just about the only thing in this game that is actually melee. And he is going to eat me. Whew. That is pretty much the only enemy I know of in the game that is actually melee based. And it's still melee based. I don't even think that was supposed to be there. I think that was from somebody's leftover mission. I've seen those on a few instances. I've been eaten by those on several instances. Yeah, I mean, if anything should have been a early access release, the original No Man's Sky release probably should have fallen into that category. This planet is made of so much clay and mud. It's not the prettiest place to look at. There are crocodiles on this planet? Okay. Not what I expected to find here. There are boars inside the cave. Okay. Very precarious slope. My character wants to slide down the slope. Or fall down the slope. They don't look like they're particularly dangerous, but a whole group of them, if I fall down, take fall damage, and land in the center of all of them, that probably would not end well. Man, loot glows. But all right. I wonder where the spawner is that's making those things that end up down in this hole. Hell of a hole, though. And the battery on the grapple recharge. The grapple in the playtest was so much better. Its battery actually recharged, but they want to encourage a player-driven economy where you buy better products crafted by other players rather than just have something good enough from the start. See, that does kind of create a little bit of a conundrum, though. Because I do feel like, and maybe Steam Early Access is not the right place for what I'm trying to suggest here, but I feel like there should be an avenue somewhere where a early access style alpha test game can find a platform for players to contribute and take part in. So kind of like Steam Early Access, but not, but more emphasis on the fact that, hey, this is going to be a test. It is going to be buggy. It is going to have some rough edges. Something like that. And clearly people have been mining the edges of this floating island. Because we have weird sand towers coming down. And we have little bits of floating anti-gravium. Oh. And I made a friend. Just turn and immediately blown away. So obviously, so this is a very weird structure that this. What material is this made out of? It's almost like a ladder. But what created it? It's razor thin. Alright, so there are little bits of loose anti-gravium out here. I wonder if I can... These little bits are sometimes a little bit challenging to hit. But if you could find the right spot, these little bits can be hit. The right angle. This is part of the jank that needs to be worked out. For sure. Because it does end up making things kind of look a little unpleasant. When you have just a few little bits floating here and there. I mean, the whole concept is that anti-gravium, as a resource, is the reason that this stuff is floating. So if you mine out the anti-gravium, theoretically everything on top of it collapses. But then when you leave little bits of anti-gravium floating like this, you end up with all these little janky bits. Oh. Invaders. Possibly from space. Also, on the complete opposite side of the world from me. So, not a whole lot of expectation for me to go all the way over there. But yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, what happens with this game and its early access is it's a time will tell scenario. Everybody's got their bets, everybody's got their hopes. But time will answer all. Like I said, I think there's still some good possibilities here if the developers knock out some jank and bugs from the launch pretty quickly, and then follow that up with a solid content patch. That 1-2 punch keeps this in the fight. Am I saying those little bits are supposed to be there? Not necessarily, but I know why they're there. They're partially anti-gravium, so they're floating there because they are anti-gravium, and on top of that, they are a little small and hard to hit, and that's the janky part. If they were easier to hit, they wouldn't be there. And I appear to have dumped some more material off the edge of this platform. So yeah, if it was easier to target them, they wouldn't be there. That's the janky part. But why they are floating there is because of anti-gravium. If there was no anti-gravium, they would fall to the ground and become part of the terrain down below. But now I guess I have ended up with a little bit of anti-gravium, so I'm kind of curious. Apparently I also ended up with some antimatter as well. So the anti-gravium... Honestly, those stats are not particularly good. Not from my experience. Like, only 2 stats above 500. And 1 just barely, so... I mean, it can still make a grav mesh, but I bet there are other better sources of anti-gravium somewhere out there. See, now here's the thing I'll say. Now, No Man's Sky and this game, very different scenarios, very different states. But at the core, I believe the quote-unquote hate, if you're saying haste. I was going to say, the negativity comes from the same general sense. So if they can do the 1-2 punch, then there is still the issue of the negativity they'd have to overcome, but the 1-2 punch would help. So we'll see how that goes. You'd assume that there's a team you assume their team has been planning out their budget all the way to 1.0. I mean, I assume they have some sort of plans for sure, but again, that's not something I can really speculate on because can't say. But Rita, thank you very much for this sub for the Prime. Much appreciated. How are you doing this evening? Are you playing in the early access? Or are you just here to hang out and chill? So, yeah, ultimately, the speculation... Oof, that was a bad time for that. Hey, it's the first time I died. At least on this character. Don't think anybody's gonna come pick me up, so that's unfortunate. You're on and playing? Alright, good deal. Have you found your own spot in the galaxy yet? Or are you still exploring around? I've found a few cool planets that I kind of like and might want to set up a homestead on. This is not one of them. This one is a gray and grimy, ugly mess. And I'm not too keen on staying here. You're just out exploring? Have you found the Kai system yet? Nope, you haven't found the Kai system yet? Okay. Well, it does have at least one really nice planet on it that I really liked. Have you figured out the Jedi unlock yet? Not yet, but I am the kind of person that experiments with a lot of different types of professions, so if it has anything to do with that, I'll be able to figure it out. More of these names. More of these names I'm never going to be able to remember or say. Easy, just find holocrons. I mean, holocrons can only get you so far. They can guide you on the first few steps, but they never guide you to the end. You got to figure that out on your own. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, some of the makers on this planet are already getting pretty strong. If we've got, like, a pink-named creature over there. I mean, I could potentially fight a yellow if I'm prepared for it. But pink, red, purple, that's when things start getting rough. Good news is I think that probably means people are going to be doing maker hunts relatively quickly after early access launch. So you're on a planet that is the nicest, and you like. What's it like on that planet? Can you describe it to me for a little bit? Because I'm not going to be able to remember if I've been to it by the name. I gotta know what it looks like a little bit. Yes, it would be nice to be able to rename planets once you've got a group of players that have established their own government. How many planets are there? That is a question I can't answer because the game is designed to spin up new planets and new worlds whenever there is a need for it. Whenever the population of the server increases, it spins up new worlds. And I have not been around to see how many planets or sectors there are. On top of that, there is the wild wormhole system. So the wild wormholes open periodically, and they're temporary planets. So you could have several of those open throughout the galaxy at once. Eventually, they close back down, but it keeps us guessing at how many planets there are. Of course, Mad King Diamond seems to think there are 42. Which is as good as guess as any, I suppose. When in doubt, just answer with 42. How goes the continued exploration? I ended back up at the whole world. I ended up back at the world where they were digging the giant hole. It looks like they're not digging it anymore, but that's what they made out of it. I don't remember. Alexa, how many people were there that were digging that hole? I ended up making a new character to test out the tutorial area again. See how the lag was there. And with about 58 people all in one zone there, it was stuttery. Then the space zone it put me out in also had like 50 some people in it. So that space zone was a little stuttery. So I had to get down to a planet to avoid the excess of people. Black and white mountains with large floating mountains. Not sure. I mean, there was definitely one I saw that had black and white mountains, but I don't think it's the same one you're on, so maybe I'm thinking of something different. The file size. The file size. I mean, I can look it up real quick. Let me see here. Just know, if you are thinking about picking it up, just a friendly reminder, this is an alpha test. There's bugs. That's, not something the developers shy away from. And there is some lag in the starting zone. And the high populated space zone if you happen to end up in that one. So, but you get to one of the other space zones, you get to the planets, much smoother experience. And it is 5.5 gigs, it appears. You think there were 5 to 8 people digging that hole? Well, I feel like there were more at one point digging that hole, because I mean, at one point the two of us were contributing, so that would have been 5 to 8 plus 2. Just on a little break. Okay, Alexa. Well, you have fun. Alright, so we'll just slip through here. I didn't even 100% check where we're going. I just knew this is the portal I aimed for, so I'm like, hey, we're gonna go through it. Alright, we've arrived at... Oh, wow, okay. I've been here. This was the first planet I explored after completing the tutorial. What the... Oh. Diamond chunks from the sky. They're, like, diamond asteroids speeding through the, space zone right now. Oh, one of them actually hit that asteroid there. As long as one doesn't hit me. Boomer plays. Well, see, there's reference to that again. What, Ashes of Creation? I really need to look this up because I've heard of it, but I never paid attention to it. I have no idea what happened with that. Or what that even is. So it's got limestone and loam mountains. Okay. See, I'm trying to find more areas that I haven't been to. Because I know there's definitely portals I haven't explored. They laid off the dev team and shut the game down after making so much money. Wait, so it's not that they ran out of money and everything fell apart. It's that they took the money and ran? Is that what you're saying? So I think this is a portal I haven't gone through before. Got sky sharks hanging out around here. What is this one? Let's see. Oh, oh wait, this goes to Kai? Okay, I'll go back to Kai. I liked Kai. Kai was the planets I'd seen so far. I bet if I looked over on Discord, I might find some people that have already put together a sector map that can tell where each thing goes. Not liking the ball hives here, though. So I'm going to do things slightly different here in this one. I'm going to go fly over to the station, and I'm going to maybe pick up some missions this time. And also see if there's anybody that can help me with the slight amount of wounds I've picked up over the course of exploring. From what you could find when it shut down, is they lost all the money or spent it. 3.2 million from in Kickstarter funds allegedly spent on private chefs and trading cards and other BS. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like some bad faith spending. No wonder people can be so jaded. So how many people we have hanging out in the Kai system? Okay, so there's 11 people here. Other things you saw were unpaid legal fees and other stuff. Well, I don't know much about that kind of thing, so... Let's pick up some missions and figure out which planet it can lead us to. Kai 1, Kai 2, Kai 3, Kai 4. Kind of curious about Kai 3. I think I've seen 1 and 2. I think I can probably handle a dangerous... Um... That mission already expired? What? Curious. Local plant? Oh, I see. Okay, I think Kai 3 was a wild wormhole that may have already closed. Is Kai 4 a thing? I guess Kai 4 is a thing. Though I probably just picked a mission that was not one I should take. Maybe not. Formidable? I can try it. We'll try to harvest a challenging local plant, challenging field reactor, and I guess whichever survey point gives us more money. Anything but the combat missions, it is theoretically possible to do a hit and run, so the challenge level is not too terribly concerning. Yeah, Montague, I mean, hang out for a bit, watch me play the game. I can answer any questions you might have about it. I will say the it is an alpha test. The developers have said it's an alpha test. There is some jank, there's some bugs. There's work in progress content that has not been completed. Like if I show you here on the botany skill tree, you can see only about well, this whole side of the skill tree is kind of expanded upon, but then there's things here that are work in progress. This is the kind of thing that's going to happen during early access. They're going to be building out and expanding on some of these systems. Most recently, one of the combat trees we got was the assault rifle. We got that during one of the last updates in the playtest before early access. Expanded out assault rifles, which have turned out to be a pretty fun, pretty satisfying weapon to use. So much so that they made it the default starting weapon of the early access period. So that is something to take into consideration. The alpha testing and the work in progress nature of it. I will say the developers have a living roadmap that is updated on pretty much a daily basis. Shows all the things that are being worked on as far as bug fixes, upcoming features. You can watch something move from one category to the other as it gets closer and closer to release. So that's always a good thing to have. Over on Discord, the developers are very active with the community. A lot of times I've been able to, get responses to things when I post bug reports and things on Discord. So good communication, good transparency. That's always a plus. That's why I continue to feel, pretty optimistic. They do a good job with that. Like I said though, it's in an alpha state, and people generally generally just aren't big fans of this level of early access. So, yeah, the Steam reviews have been fairly negative from the ones I've seen. But I do enjoy playing the game. I like hanging out with the community. I've got plans for what I want to do with the game. And so I continue to work on those. And I think we're going to try going to Kai 1 now. Because it looked like Kai 4 was trying to send me to a wild wormhole world where the wormhole had already shut down. So that's not technically something we can go do then. Couple of easy surveys. I'd prefer a little bit more challenging, but that's okay. So what I'm looking at right now, this is the starting kind of space station of the zone. So this is the one thing that's not player made. And as far as things that are player made, this is launch day. Nobody's made anything interesting on launch day, unfortunately. I've got some other videos on my YouTube channel that show off things players have built in the playtest, but they just haven't had enough time to build anything interesting on here. Though, believe me, some of them are in the process. I know Dr. Drake was already working with a bunch of other people to try to claim a planet and get started there. And hey, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, the starships currently are in the next priorities list on the development roadmap. So that should be one of the next big content features that come along in early access. Yeah, the roadmap is definitely kind of like a studio development progress board. I mean, there are definitely some good bug fixes that came up between this and actually the last playtest build we got. Though there have also been some new bugs with this build. I will say, there are the stick bug with character creation. Oh, the Horde Master is here. Why do I feel like this is a bad idea? How many people are actually trying to fight the Horde Master right now? This is a bad idea, but here we are. This is what I spawn into, huh? People fighting the Horde Master. I mean, it looks like we're doing decent damage to him. Just gotta wait for that shield to drop again. He is extra scary in space. For sure. But here on the planet's surface, it's a lot easier to dodge. So I'm not as worried about him. And I think we got the firepower now. Yeah, lots of firepower here. And here comes some Horde. Oh, Lord. Got an artillery hog on me. Arty hog. Whew. Nope. Artillery shots aren't too hard to dodge out of the way of, though. Tucker hogs are nasty little buggers, though. Alright, I think that was that mission accomplished? Or is there still a... Or is... Oh, nope, we still got one balloon hog. Or... And a gas hog. This ain't over is what I'm getting out of this. Is it over yet? Whoa, somebody's already got... Oh, right. They sell shields on the basic tool shop. I forgot about that. Did we do it? Are we good? Not what I expected to come here and find. And then I don't put the slash, and I just literally tell everybody, dance! Did you fly into uncharted... Did you fly into uncharted space and find new planets, or is everything made and just waiting to be teleported to? So definitely not a deal breaker for me. Just something you'd want to do if possible. So it's not seamless as mentioned, but there are new planets that pop in from time to time that can be explored. So there is that. You can be the first person onto a planet. There's basically two types of planets right now. There's the stable ones, which you'll see kind of a portal inside of some sort of constructed frame. That's a stable planet. It isn't going to be going anywhere. It's not going to disappear. But then there's also wild wormholes that appear from time to time anywhere throughout the galaxy, and they lead you to a kind of a temporary planet that is great for basically gathering resources, exploring, looting, uh, things like that. What is that thing? Ow. Whatever it wasn't too happy to see us. So, you can definitely explore new planets, new regions, stuff like that. And space sectors with stable planets, they open and close based on population and need. So the more players playing, the more sectors and systems will open up. And that's for the stable planets. And then every sector can potentially open wild wormholes as well. Oh, there's another one. It is dark right now. We are at that very dark period. There it is. Dark period between sun up and moon down. So yeah, in the day-night cycle on these planets, there are 2 times of day when it actually gets really pretty dark. And that is right before the sun comes up and right before the sun goes, or right after the sun goes down. Because I guess the 2 light sources in the skybox, the sun and the moon, are opposite each other. So when they're lined up with the terrain, it gets really dark. Bit of an oddity, but I suspect that will change when they do some revamps to skyboxes, because I think at some point we're going to get, like, planets that have, like, binary star systems and the like, so a lot that we could see. Now, where is this survey node that I need? This will technically be the first survey node I've picked up here. I haven't been doing a lot of exploring. Maybe I kind of should. I like this planet, so it'd be a good one to map out. But this planet does have some sky islands that are hard to get to, and if one of my missions is on the sky island, that would be really unfortunate. It's hard to get to some of these sky islands without a grav mesh. Which, I mean, I do technically have one, but I refuse to use it today. I'm not going to use my grav mesh until at least tomorrow. Because I'm playing today entirely just base game entry level. Because I do have a grav mesh that was part of the stuff that came with Kickstarter, so it is an option, but I refuse to do it. Let's take a look around here. Which mission is closer? That one's 726. That one's 647. Okay. We've got our target. Already completed 2 of the missions. We killed the creature we were sent here to kill. We surveyed the survey node we were sent for. Now we have to dig up a lost relic of some sort, and we have to harvest a particular plant. Missions are very basic. They're not meant to be necessarily a core feature so much, at least this version of it. I know the development plan is that eventually they're going to have mission kiosks and mission terminals where players can establish missions and send other players out to do things. So basically one player paying another player to accomplish some sort of task for them. That system, I'm not sure exactly when we should expect, though. It's definitely going to be after the new building system, after the spaceship system, after the points of interest, and things like that. So that's a long-term roadmap kind of deal. Until then, we just have these basic missions to provide the faucet for in-game credits to come into the game. Yep, I bet they could as well. I was up at the top of one that was easier to reach earlier. And it was so high up into the air that the top of the mountain was frozen. And it basically functioned like a giant skating rink. That's a big snail. That is a big, angry, electric snail. Luckily, he seems to only have artillery attacks, which aren't terrible. Oh, where'd that guy come from? Alright, we're basically to where we need to be to try to find this buried thing here. Oh, I just realized I'm also close to a survey point, so I might as well grab that. Reveal more of the map. Oh good, I've got parts of the map revealed on either side of the planet. Not really anything in between, but just lots on the edges. Lots of distance between the two. Alright, let's get the terraformer here. We're looking for a field recorder. Ah, there it is. So that's a field recorder. Okay. Then we'll fill the hole back in. Keep the planet looking nice, I guess. See, what I just dumped out all over the place is the hopper from the terraformer. It's all the junk resources you get when you mine. And it ends up looking like gravel, but it will erode back down into soil. So, if you fill a hole with it, you basically refill a hole with dirt, which, you know, kind of keeps the world from feeling like it's full of tiny little Swiss cheese holes. So I got one more mission over here to harvest something. What does revealing the map do for you? Well, I mean, it really depends. Sometimes you want to have a map so you see where things are. It also reveals things on the map, such as homesteads and other things. Ranger experience, you earn ranger experience from revealing the map. And I need to test this, but in the playtest version of the game, and I don't know if this is going to stay the same, but at least in playtesting, when you fully mapped a planet, you got some sort of trophy to put in your house. Again, I don't know if that's a long-term thing. I don't know if that's intended to stay the way it is, but I know it's something we got in playtesting. So, you map a planet, you got a trophy for it. And you got the map, and you got a bunch of ranger experience. They on the roadmap there is also a cartography update, and the cartography update will add new abilities to the ranger that will allow for trading and selling maps, as well as marking landmarks and naming landmarks. So a ranger could map out a brand new world, and other people could buy the map and learn where to find things. And hey, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Let me just double check something here. Where did my window go? Ah, there it is. Perfect. There we go. So, Jojo9000, thank you very much for the follow. I just wanted to double check the name because I only caught it for a glimpse there. Thank you for the follow. So, as someone who played a lot of public Minecraft servers, isn't there anything that prevents people from absolutely destroying planets? There is so there is the GovBot, which is a terminal near the portal that you can register as a citizen and you can contribute resources to, and as the GovBot levels up, the person that provides the most resources becomes the mayor. And then through the GovBot, you unlock, planetary government controls that you can then eventually decide who is allowed to use like mining tools or flamethrowers or things, or who's allowed to cut trees and things on your planet, and eventually then you have control over it. There is some concern amongst the community right now that it might take too long or be too hard to unlock those permissions, and that there is a window in which griefers could make a mess of things, which is exactly why me and my guild are not planning to, well, it's not exactly, it's one of the reasons why me and my guild are not planning on trying to own a planet during early access. We're just going to share one with another group of people when we find the right group of people. And then once 1.0 goes live, we'll probably try to own our own planet, because by then the growing pains and testing to prevent the kinds of thing you're talking about should be done. So, yeah, there is concerns about that. It is something that needs to be monitored. Yeah. Because, yeah, when I first learned about Stars Reach, and they were doing they do what they call a fireside chat. It's where the developers get on Twitch, do a stream. It's like a podcast. They let people ask questions. They answer questions. One of the very first questions I asked one of those was asking what prevented griefers. What kind of system would be in there to stop the horrible kinds of things I could think of doing? Because I used to be in game dev, and I used to think a lot about these kind of horrible things that griefers could do. So it always concerns me. And the answer I got at the time was, because this was like almost 2 years ago when they were doing this. They said player governance. And then they basically said that there'd be more about that system they'd talk about in the future. So that was 2 years ago. Now we have the GovBot. There's some systems in place. There's some concerns that there's that it's too hard to set up necessarily or takes too long to set up, but we'll see how testing goes. They will do a pass on revising the GovBot at some point. I know that much. One of those long-term roadmap things. Some raptors in this cave. This isn't even a cave, it's just like a giant canyon. Giant ravine. Oh, hey, there's actually a raptor maker. So this right here is a maker. You haven't seen one yet? This is the in-game... Let me just get those loot bits out of the fog here because they glow like a beacon. But this is the in-game spawning system. This is what spawns the creatures. It is the lore explanation for why creatures spawn out of thin air. It is a maker. It makes raptors. If it is left alone for too long, it becomes stronger. And it makes stronger raptors. And if it's left alone for too long, it'll upgrade itself to the point where it's basically a stealth field and will become invisible. And then requires a bioscanner to make it visible again. So, hunting makers is actually a really kind of fun group activity to do. This one's actually a weak one, so I could probably handle it on my own. But when they get bigger, when they get stealthier, when they become more powerful, it's a whole nother ballgame and need a group. But it's a lore-friendly way of saying, hey, creatures spawn out of thin air because of this thing. It's advanced technology left behind by the ancient aliens that terraformed this part of space. So there we go. Now raptors are no longer going to spawn here. But, just to be clear, makers also have a secondary function. That maker would make raptors, but eventually, if there were not a lot of makers left, the maker would make a new maker somewhere else. So, they spread. Let's go ahead and head on up. We gotta head out, get our missions back there. By the ancient Sith. By the ancient race that's currently only known as the Old Ones. Where'd they go? We don't know. Man, I haven't been to this side of the planet. It's very cloudy and foggy. And hey, Nitro Nova, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing this evening? Nerd? You can call me a nerd? What were you playing tonight? And, Dravix, welcome, welcome. Oh, look, Random's calling me a nerd, too. Fair enough. Maybe I am a nerd. What do you think of that? EJ is also known as the Old One. Well, did you terraform this part of the galaxy? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Everybody's calling me a nerd. Okay, I'm a nerd then. Just plain Stars Reach. Okay. I'm just curious if you're a nerd too. I don't know what you were playing. You tell me. You can neither confirm nor deny your terraforming past. Okay. I see how it is. All right, sounds good, Montague. Playing Leighton versus Phoenix Wright. Okay, that seems like kind of a nerdy thing to play. So are we all just nerds here? One criticism I saw in some of the reviews that I absolutely do agree with, but don't think it's a deal breaker, is that little plants like this should not be blocking. Little plants like this, I should be able to walk through. Not a deal breaker for me, but I agree with that criticism. Puzzle and Murder, your favorite. Oh, well, good news. So, you can be a murder hobo, and with the release of Early Access, they added puzzles to high-level loot caches. Alexa did one earlier. So there's puzzles and murder in this, too. Why are there multiple camps out here? Nice name. You'll leave the puzzles to Alexa? Actually, I think that. Yes, Random, it is a campground. So we're just going to fly back to the station here real quick. Turn in our missions, get some money. Maybe unlock some assault rifle skills. I'm sure I have some experience by now. I haven't been paying too close attention to my assault rifle experience, but then again, I was also playing on another character, so how much experience I think I have could easily be split between two characters. Yes, yes. I could check it, that's true. Yeah, I've got about 457, which is indeed lower than I thought it might be, but it's enough to get a couple of the starters. I do like the speed and status ammo, but does my starting assault rifle even have a status it can inflict? What kind of status does the basic assault rifle have? I mean, it looks like just... That's true. I can buy all of the 0-0 skills for free. Haven't done it, but could. Actually, I think there is a 0-0 that I couldn't buy because I'd need to buy another skill first. Where did I see that one? Oh yeah, it's in botany. I need botany first before I can get the 0-0 farming skill. So, there is that. So a couple of them are gated behind other skills that I can't get for free. So it sounds like you've been playing a fair amount, at least maybe played some of the playtest, right? I'll go ahead and get my money there. Ooh, and I get some loot caches. Nice. Which technically could also contain more money. I'll pop the loot crates open after we grab some of these skills here. Just played earlier today? Alright, good deal. What are you thinking about it so far? You're a Kickstarter but can't play much yet? I too am indeed a Kickstarter. Let's go ahead and grab... I know I want. Well, we have to get the 0-0 first, obviously. It would help. I clicked on the right thing here. Oh wait, I gotta get ranged first and combat first. Oh yeah, there's a whole series of 0-0s. Okay. See, those didn't used to be 0-0s. Back in the playtest, you started with those. Yeah, I have up to 80 active skills. Apparently I've got 10 right now. I know during the playtest, combat, and I also feel like ranged. Could be wrong about ranged, but I feel like combat was unlocked by default. There were other things that were unlocked by default as well. It does appear that standard crafting is unlocked by default. But constructing is a 0 XP skill, which is something I probably will go into. I want to build a house. Tailoring seems to currently be blocked. It should be a 0-0 skill, but it's not. But yeah. I mean, I guess sometimes you do what you gotta do, right? So we've entered early access. I am I am optimistic. I've been saying tonight that if if the developers can pull off a good 1-2 punch of knocking out release day bugs and issues, and then within a relatively short time window after that, follow through with some form of exciting new content update, then that could be taking us in the right direction. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and grab the speed ammo. See, I don't feel like I don't know if homing ammo would be all that useful. The creatures I'm shooting at don't tend to dodge. So, how useful is homing? I mean, there is a possibility that with homing, I wouldn't even need to aim, but I actually don't have any problems with aiming. So, for me, I don't know if homing ammo would work all that well. Spread ammo could be interesting. Turn the assault rifle into a multi-shot, almost like an out of an arcade. And if I had the fire version of the assault rifle, I would 100% be grabbing the status ammo. Instead, I think I'm going to double down on speed ammo because I know what it does, and I know that that is something I can use. Just extra fast pew pew. So we also got to go in here, change loadout. I'll put it on E. Speed ammo. Perfect. Now we have speed ammo. Now, what other 0 skills did we have? Technically, I cannot get this 0 skill because I do not have botany, so that one will have to pass on. Business is not 0. A lot of these different weapon types are 0s, so I guess I'll get those. Get each individual weapon. I'll definitely be doing some constructing. That's what I want to make this character do right now. Be a home builder. Engineering? Sure, engineering. That might unlock this stuff might unlock some crafting recipes. I'll have to double check, take a look. Nothing going on in humanities, but someday do want to follow up on that journalism skill. Nothing going on in leadership. I can get the Helix specials skill here. And the pharmacology. I bet that comes with some recipes as well. Mineralogy has the chronophase. I don't understand why the chronophaser skill is a 0/0 though. It really doesn't seem like it should be. Mining, I'm not sure what it actually does besides give you a path to the other ones. So I'm not sure what that skill necessarily does by itself. And I don't think there's any in this or this. And nothing there. So I think I've got all the 0/0s I can get now. Maybe at some point I'll pick up the 0/0 in botany, but I still need more experience for that. Combat challenges I could claim. Defeat any creature, we did that. Defeat 4 creatures rated as formidable. I think we did that when we fought that Horde Master in a group. Same thing with this deadly creature. Perform a dodge 5 times, that's easy. Don't even have to be fighting to do that. Harvest mushrooms. Use the harvester to gather mushrooms. Yeah, did that. Crafted mushroom skewer, definitely did that. Equip a pathfinder, grapple 5 times, and survey a node. All that stuff we did in the tutorial. We just never claimed the experience rewards. And then a little bit of experience for dancing and healing wounds. Challenge system will be expanded in the future as well. So there is that. Let's see what we got in our common loot caches here. But first, do we have... So this doesn't seem to change anything. Did we get any recipes that were given to us? Okay, I have no recipes. So let's go ahead and open some of these loot caches, see if we get anything. We got a focus drop recipe and a thunderclap. Thunderclap, that's a weapon, I believe. So I think we got some form of weapon recipe here. 1 barrel, 2 power chambers, a stock, a matrix manifold, and it becomes a thunderclap. Now, if I remember correctly, how do I craft this? Okay. Oh, okay, the thunderclap is a grenade launcher. So I got a recipe for a grenade launcher. And so this is oh, that is a tree. That is a tree. Let me see here. So I think the dark gray stuff is okay, so we got ingots, crystal blanks, structural ingots, the grip, the stock, refined metal ingots and wood. That doesn't seem too bad. The other thing needs oil, metal, wood. That doesn't seem too bad. I don't know how to do a crystal blank or some of these ingots, but lots of different wire bundles, circuit boards, control boards, housing, polymer, metal plates, all to make the power chamber. And then the barrel, fastener sets, metal rods, metal plates, several metal plates, it seems like. And it tells you that it can be crafted at a tier 2 machine shop for that, tier 3 machine shop for that, and the thunderclap itself is crafted at a tier 3 machine shop. Okay. So that's kind of a complex piece of hardware. A lot of moving parts going on there, a lot of complexity. But that reminds me, ooh, the other recipe I have is on my other character. I was gonna check what it made. It must be a good weapon then. Hopefully it's a fun weapon. Let's go ahead and open something else. See what we get here. Ceramic recipe, sleeve set. I'll have to give the sleeve set to Alexa. She wants to do tailoring. And what else we got here? Dunks question mark recipe. Dunks question mark recipe. I have absolutely no earthly idea what that could even be. But a wall monitor 1x1 recipe, that is something I actually probably will use. I want to go into construction and props and things like that. So let's take a look. Let's find this Dunks recipe and see what we can find. Dunks. Where are you, Dunks? It should be... There it is. Basic soul unit, woven apparel, textile, fine... Okay, this is tailoring, so it seems like it's clothes. It requires a tier 2 sewing bench, so we're at tier 2, not 3. So it's less complex than the grenade launcher. Need basic strap sets, fine thread, woven apparel textile, coarse thread. Alexa will be able to figure this stuff out, but it still doesn't tell me what it is. What are dunks question mark? Well, I've got a job for Alexa to do. She needs to figure out what the hell dunks are. Is it going to be some sort of weird shoes? Because it kind of makes me think of shoes. All right, dunks. What else we got? Small hexalamp recipe. That's something my character might do. Wall angle recipe. That's again something my character might do. Want to get some of these basics for crafting houses out of the way. Chopped avocado recipe. I could make that in real life. My 1-year-old daughter eats chopped avocado sometimes, and I have to chop it. Though normally my wife chops most of it. I chop it sometimes. But I know how to chop avocado. So, oh, here's that wall monitor. Let's see how complex that is. That is literally not complex at all. That is glass and metal. I feel like that one kind of needs to get expanded upon, because I feel like a monitor maybe needs at least a circuit board in there somewhere. I mean, I don't want to make it too terribly complicated, but it gets crafted on a tier 6 circuit bench. It's tier 6, and it requires 2 ingredients. 2 theoretically raw ingredients. Because you can acquire glass in the world. It just requires sand and heat. You Googled it and Nike shoes showed up? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. And then I got a wall angle recipe. Yeah, at least that's tier 1. Tier 1 and 2 common materials. Wouldn't be surprised if this wall monitor does end up getting a tweak to its recipe. Nitro, it's bedtime already? Conductive wire bundle recipe. Maybe someone would find that useful. Line breaker. That's an assault rifle. Not the one I want, though. And prep counter 6. So a high level cooking. You have work at 6 a.m. Oof. Oof. Fair enough, though. Let's see what else we've got here. Got another common. I think I have some caches that are other than common. Pink rug recipe. Curious. And silver recipe. What do these do? Pink rug. I think that's something I can make. Or I plan to make. It's from the field fabricator. Requires any kind of hide. It's used for, decorating. I mean, yeah, EJ. What are you talking about? What is that? Yeah, here's that prep counter. Let's see how crazy this is. That's not crazy at all. It's ingots, any kind of prepared meal, and okay, I have no idea what this means, but okay. But it only has 3 inputs. Hmm. An oven recipe? It requires a tier 4 machine shop. Refined metal ingots, a pastry. See, that's something I don't fully understand about this, is a lot of the recipes for crafting stations require an item that you would theoretically use, or that you would theoretically use that station to make. Because if you want to be a pastry chef, you really have to work that pastry into your oven. That's how it works, right? All right, let's see what other kind of caches I've got here. Just one uncommon. Okay. What makes it uncommon? Gothic platforms recipe. Gothic platforms. I immediately thought of building platforms, but I'm betting this is like platform shoes. So let's take a look. What do you think? Is it a building piece or is it shoes? Where are you? Gothic platforms. Assume you're going to be somewhere in the G section. There it is. Okay. How do I craft this? Armorer bench. Okay. So maybe these are reinforced armored shoes. They got a decent sized tree to them though. You got to do lots of different threads and cloth and thread. Some decorative trim, some tanned soft leather, basic sole unit. Yeah, it's shoes. It's shoes. So good to know. But we got a decent amount of recipes there. Captain Gecko here. Man, I love this. Captain Gecko has really maxed out the size of his head in the character creator. So when he puts on this spacesuit, it really kind of gives this, I don't know, maybe anime-ish, Power Ranger-ish kind of vibe to it. It's crazy. All right, let's see here. I'm kind of curious what's going on over on that other world where I originally found some of the people I knew. The ones that were trying to, I think, set up a claim on a planet. So we might fly over there to see what they're up to. We'll just work our way, if I can remember which portal I need to go through. Which portal do I go through to get there? Could it be that one? Oh, there's an open wild wormhole over there. I'm actually a little afraid of that right now. I don't want it to get... I don't want the wormhole to close while I'm inside the portal. That could be bad. They are also massive. I'm just going to go around checking the other portals to try to figure out how I get back to where I know people are trying to set up a planetary government. Then I also need to figure out what group of people I partner with to have our own planet. Because I know the Gunk guys are setting up a world, but they're the big guild. And I'd like to partner with some, smaller partners. So that there can be multiple planets instead of one just massively overpopulated planet. That's my theory anyway. Don't know how exactly their world's going to play out. So this does go to another... I think this goes in the right direction. It goes to another space sector. But I don't think it's the right one. On the way to the right one. Oh. Sky sharks. Sky sharks. Okay, I think the one we want is over here. The one we want is somewhere in this cluster of 3. So now I'm going to do something that I almost never do on stream. I'm actually going to have a little snack. I almost never eat on stream. But what can I say? I've been streaming for a very long time today. I probably need... Oh, EJ wants to do $1 million butt. Okay, we can do that. And how's the game? Well, I can say that it is because it is an alpha. So there are some bugs, there's some rough edges, there's some jank, there's some lag in the tutorial areas, but there's lots of people in the tutorial areas, so that part doesn't surprise me. I am enjoying it. I've been playtesting the game for about 1.5 years before early access, so I was enjoying it before the early access, and I am optimistic about the future. Though I am aware of a decent amount of negative reviews over on Steam at the moment. So I'm gonna pop on over. I'm looking to try to find some people I know setting up trying to set up ownership on a planet. So let's go ahead and draw our $1 million butt cards for EJ. All right, let me take a look at what we got here. As soon as I get out of this portal and start pointed towards one of these other portals. Not sure which portal we want to go to. We'll try going to this one and seeing if this is the right one, but all right. All right, EJ, this one's going to get intense, okay? So, you get $1 million, but every time your phone battery dies, a direct portal to hell appears. How are you feeling about that one? Are you feeling like the Doom Marine? So which planet does this go to? That doesn't go to a planet. That goes to another space sector. So we're going to go try to find another portal. Maybe that one over there. Touche, EJ. Touche. Bet you're wishing that one came with $1 million, right? I don't quite think I'd be able to take that one, though. Let me see, are there any other portals? Because I might not be in the right space zone yet. It might have actually been through there. I'm still trying to learn where I am. Oh, wait, is this the... I think this is the space zone that had a lot of people in the space station. So I think it is one more over. One more down the line. How often does your battery actually die and not just get really low? That's a good question. But one time does seem to be dangerous enough. For an elevator pitch for what the game is about? Well, the game is a sandbox MMO with a player-driven economy. So all of the items and gear and equipment, except for the basic starter tools, are player-made. It has an open-world housing system where you can build a house on pretty much any planet on a planet. You can build one on an asteroid or in space. So out in the open world with other players, groups of players can band together to set up a planetary government on their on one of the planets that they choose. I'm trying to find a group of people that are working on that right now. It's arcade action style combat. And when I say arcade, I kind of do mean there are some arcadey elements to it. So you run, you jump, you climb, you dodge, but also when defeating creatures and other things, they can sometimes drop literal power-ups. So there is an arcade element to it. And so yeah, I mean, if that's an elevator pitch, I mean, there's a lot more to it. I will say that it is in an alpha test state. That is the current state of the game. That is a very hotly debated thing right now, the state of the game being alpha. But that's the basics. Huh, there are actually a lot of portals clustered over here. This is a convenient space sector. Now let me see if I can figure out which one, because I'm pretty sure it's one of these that the people I know are hanging out on. I don't think it's this one. Nope, that's the portal to the other zone. So I think it's this one. I think we've narrowed it down. Because I remember coming through a portal from another zone and then jumping basically right into the portal next to it. That's where we found them last time. So let's see what people are up to. It's been hours since I stopped by here. This planet has floating islands and other crazy topography, geographic features. Yep, this is the right world. See what people are up to. Population of 58. I think that's probably more people than last time I was here. I recognize some of the names of people. They got their little campsite with with crafting stations. And they've already, I think, overloaded the... As you can see, some of the plants are flickering a little bit here. I think they've overplanted the area. I imagine they've been planting because advancing the GovBot to the next level so that they can claim the planet takes a lot of resources. So they've probably planted a lot of stuff around here. Current mayor to be determined. I mean, and someone else just became a citizen. Yeah, so citizenship count has already gone up a couple while we were here. Somebody's poked more holes in the floating island, I think. And mined out a little bit of the underside. Oh, wow. This is this is... When I was here earlier, somebody poked a hole in this floating island right there, and sand started to flow out of it. And this entire mound of sand came through that hole. Well, let's go see what's up there. Looks like somebody actually did mine into here. So, after it stopped flowing sand, someone started mining. And it looks like somebody might have sealed the top of the hole. So, I guess we... Or did the sand come through here? You know, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to go up top and find out. Oh, fall damage. Looks like other mounds of sand have fallen off of this island as well. I don't know, lots of holes getting poked in this floating mountain. Let's go up top and check it out. So somebody put a hole here and a bunch of sand probably fell through. Kind of feel like someone put a hole there and sand fell through. There was a lot of sand flowing here when I was here last. I think that goes to that hole. And that big mound down below. There's hardly any sand left up here. They've dumped all the sand off the floating island. That floating island over there looks mostly untouched, except for there is a giant mound underneath it, so I'm guessing somebody poked a hole in it. This is what people do with floating islands. They poke holes in them and see what falls out. What, are floating islands like piñatas? Oh, I missed grabbing the tree. Yeah, there's definitely a hole poked. I'm kind of curious to see what this looks like. Someone probably used this as a means to get up on top of the island. I'd like to go see the view from up there. Oh. Speaking of view, okay, that's over there. Huh. You could almost make like a sun or a... kind of like a lunar dial. Using holes carved in the floating rocks. Now, for anyone curious, these floating islands are floating thanks to a material called anti-gravium. The anti-gravium is on the bottom layer, and it holds up everything else. You know what? I don't necessarily think this is going to be good enough for me to get all the way up there, is it? Oh, yep. There's a will, there's a way. Ah, there's wasps. If I could, I'd kill it with fire. But I don't have fire. Yeah, there's some of those power-ups I was talking about. I got a run and jump boost power-up. Which is probably one of the craziest power-ups that they drop. Why are there so many wasps up here? Alright. There's 2 surveys up here? Well, thanks for the heads up. I would not have known to, I would not have thought to check that, because I've not been doing a lot of surveying lately. Ah, one right next to this hole. So now we can kind of see what the floating island looks like on the map, maybe a little bit? Kinda. We'll go grab the other one, but I want to get up top and see what the view is like. Nope. Probably need to let my stamina come back first. Second round the cliff, not up. Yeah, but I want to get up there and see the view. So I guess you've been hanging out on this planet a decent amount today? What happens if you build on that island and someone mines out the bottom? Well, let's see. If you've placed your homestead close enough to the lower layer where the anti-gravitium is, they wouldn't be able to, because your homestead would block them from doing that. But assuming you build up higher, then they could potentially mine it out, but they'd have to mine out basically all of the anti-gravitium or the supporting material underneath to get it to have any effect. And from there, building is done with currently two complementary systems. One is the Instaformer blocks, which are blocks of material that are good for forming foundations and things like that. They are built block by block, kind of like Minecraft blocks. Then there's also the fabricators items, which I can tell you right now, the fabricator items are just meant for furniture and stuff like that. So they actually don't have the physics. So odds are you're just going to have a floating house. So So someone says no audio on stream, but it could be their phone. That's on the YouTube side of things. Definitely people on the Twitch side of things are hearing me, so I don't know why there'd be a YouTube specific issue regarding that, but I'm not sure. Audio is good? All right, good deal. Yeah. I'm currently multi-streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So, oof. These jagged points, hard to get a good foothold and actually look around. But I think that works. Yeah, so very mountainous region over there. I wonder if there are any other floating islands that might be hidden amongst the mountains. I haven't been over there. Got to get 20k for the home. Yeah, it's a little more expensive than it was in the playtest, for sure. Yeah, this planet's got big mountains. It's going to take a lot of effort to climb over those. And it's once you get over there, it's going to be you're probably not going to have the greatest view because those clouds are going to be in just right in your face. I think the view's probably better from here than those mountains over there. Just the YouTube glitch, eh? So yeah, this is a pretty cool planet. I see why so many people are here trying to set up residence and trying to claim the planet. You know, I don't feel like there's any safe way down from here that's not going to result in me taking damage. Let me see. Oh, wait, can I hit that? Yes, okay. Alright, damage averted. That's cool. Got up on the top of the taller floating island. Oh, more wasps down here. I wonder if that one flew down from up there. I saw some Carvix jumping off of a floating mountain on or floating island on a different planet. This one's so low to the ground over here, though. Ooh, Blackheart has been summoned. That's one of the randomly occurring world bosses that can show up. I believe... Which one was Blackheart? So yeah, I know there's a decent number of people here working on getting all the resources to establish a player-run government on this planet. I probably know who's going to end up being the mayor. Matter of fact, let's go see what's going on here. Let's see what they think. How's the progress? See what they've got. Going well? Well, Dr. Drake says it's going well. A little over halfway done. All right, so basically, since early access launched this morning, these guys on this planet have gotten halfway towards leveling up the GovBot. And once they level up the GovBot, whoever contributed the most towards its next level is going to be the mayor. So, looks like they're progressing. That probably means by tomorrow they will have established their government, start setting up. Oh, look! Somebody has already managed to get their own homestead. Someone's been grinding missions so that they could plop a homestead right there by the beacon. That leaves me with a question, though, because I need to turn something on real quick. I need to turn on homestead boundaries so I can see if there's anybody else living around here. Nope, just one that I see. All right. One, that's the first homestead I've seen so far. Can't wait to get home and play. What you looking forward to? Dr. Drake is the most. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Dr. Drake having the most points. I built my homestead on the world with Dr. Drake in the last playtest session, so I was part of that world. Though I'm still not sure where I'm going to end up this time around. Exploring and making a base. I've been doing pretty much mostly exploring today because I wanted to know what kind of planets there were all over the galaxy. Now there's multiple space sectors, multiple planets. Someone is healing me. Gonna do a little bit of surveying around the planet so I can kind of map the place out a bit. But I do have to rely a little bit on the... It seems like there's one over this way. Exploring, maybe find a group to play with? See, I've been working on setting up my own guild in the game. Mostly new player focused, PvE focused, player organized events and things like that. But I haven't decided exactly where we're going to set up our operation. Because I know that in early access, I don't want to necessarily do a planet of our own, but find a group to kind of share. But once 1.0 goes live, that's when I actually want to focus on having a guild-owned world. So, early access, guild shares with others. 1.0, we try to find a world all our own. And thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated there, Tris Drake. Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of different reasons why. One, because the guild is a little bit small right now, so it would be a challenge to take control of a whole world. So that gives us early access to kind of recruit and build up. And then the other reason is because I'm kind of curious to see how the systems will work to prevent griefing and things. And I imagine that over time, the GovBot system was going to get a little bit of a revamp. So I'm going to wait for the growing pains to be over before we try to establish a world. That's the two main reasons. Do you choose a spawn place, or does everyone start in the same area? Well, everyone goes through the same tutorial zone, which is the only place in the game that is that has any kind of instancing. There can be multiple instances of the starting zone, but once you leave the starting zone, the game will kind of distribute players out among various space sectors. So not everybody ends up in the same place. And so then you can fly around from sector to sector. You can visit different planets in each sector. There is wild wormholes that open up, providing temporary planets to explore. I went to one of those earlier. A friend of mine got stuck on one of those when the portal closed. So I'm a little worried about getting stuck on one of those myself. So I'm kind of little hesitant to go to a wild wormhole at the moment. I mean, I don't feel like it's too terribly difficult because there's not a ridiculous number of space sectors right now. It's a manageable number. I can't say exactly what that number is, but I've been to a variety, and I've found people. I've bumped into people I know from the playtest. I managed to meet up with my friend when we streamed together earlier, and I've been back to a couple places already. So, I will say, it's technically harder to meet up with your friends than it was in the playtest. Because in the playtest, we only had one space zone and, like, 4 planets. Now we've got a handful of space zones, and every one of those space zones has a handful of planets. So you just kind of have to coordinate. Do we have any idea or timeline for when 1.0 will be? I only know what I saw on the early access page when it comes to that. It said a minimum of 6 months. They expected a minimum of 6 months. I am expecting longer. I mean, that's just me. I'm optimistic about the future of the game. I'm not that optimistic. I'm not 6 months optimistic. I'm somewhere in between. Not a pessimist, but not 6 months optimistic either. But again, that is why they probably said 6 months minimum. Well, they said at least 6 months, but that's 6 months minimum. Am I to assume that there is a node on the top of this island as well? It would make sense. You're thinking 1 year? See, I could get behind 1 year a little bit more than I could 6 months. I know what this game was like a year ago, so I also, but the thing is, I actually have a little bit of a hole in my early access, or not my early access, my playtest experience, where 6 months ago, I wasn't as active. I have a 1-year-old daughter, so there was a period of that time in early access where, or not early access, in playtest, where I did not play as much because I had a lot going on. I had a newborn baby. Now, though, she's gotten to a point where she seems a lot more manageable, and I've got a little more free time. My wife and I do shifts of baby duty, and then I have my free time to game when I can. Now, is the next one up here, or is it down there? It seems like it's close. It's probably down there. That's too far to grapple, so I gotta try maybe grappling to... Yep, that. That's the safe way to do it. There we go. It is down here. Excellent. So now we can almost see the entire shape of this floating island. Now I am curious, though, because these two floating islands are really down here on the north side of the planet. There's so much more planet to the north through the mountains. I'm gonna have to go check that out. I want to know if there's any secret hidden floating islands among the mountains. Or if there's one merged with a mountain, because I've seen that as well. There was a merged floating island. Pew pew. Alright, let's see. Weak signal, weak signal, weak signal. Establishing direction. I think I got a signal lock briefly over this way. Nope, that was weak signal. Well, establishing direction is still progress. Are there any vehicles? There are not vehicles yet. There is a placeholder in the skills list, and vehicles and starships and things are on the early access list of things that will be coming. Starships are one of the next priorities, so we can expect starships in the near term is what they're working towards. I see. You're helping to lead me towards the nodes. Alright, now I can see the whole outline of that floating island. Very cool. That's primarily what I wanted. And I've apparently found some common loot caches, too, from, I guess, surveying. Oh, I hear another one. There's another nearby node. But I think I'm just going to explore my way up into the mountains. Not any particular methodology here, just kind of working my way through. No rhyme or reason, no plan, just through the mountains. Just to see what's on the other side. These are some pretty decent-sized mountains. Just a few sparse trees up here as well. Head northwest. Oh, is there something interesting that's northwest? I see a maker down there, I think. Is that a maker? It looks like a maker that's like stuck partially into the ground. Looks like there's a camp up to the northwest. Yeah, secret tunnel. There's a lot more interesting caves as well in these new worlds. Yeah, someone's got a camp out there. This might be a good vantage point to kind of look around. Oh, and to find another node. What is that over there? That's a curious structure. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that is. More going on in this planet than I realized. Through the mountains. My mind is currently going to the movie Alien when I see this shape in front of me. And makes me think I maybe shouldn't head this direction. Hey, there's sheep. Oh, sheep. Nope, there is another node nearby. I can hear it. Oh, it's down there. Let me go get that real quick. Don't you have to mine those scans too? This is just for mapping the planet, the scans that I'm doing. Got really dark all of a sudden, but yeah, these are survey nodes for filling in the map. What a strange structure. It almost looks like it was a stone archway where the middle fell out. Like, it looks like there used to be more here, and now it's down there. But it also doesn't look like it was cut by players. It looks like this was natural, however this occurred. Because it would be a lot less smooth if players had cut this chunk and made it fall. Players can't cut that smoothly. And there are bats. And, whoa, weird bounce off the terrain there. At least it launched me in the right direction for a node here. It happens IRL, that kind of, Well, it is... this planet definitely has multiple biomes and quite a few different unique structures to it. That's a very angry bat guarding this other node here. Excuse me, coming through. Bye. I don't need your snot bat. There are archways that still stand next to towers like formations that broke earlier. Ooh, well, hey, there's another arch here. That's pretty cool. So this section of the map seems to have these stone archways and some unusual, unusual geographic features. So yeah, a block of this broke out here too. Yeah, no wonder people are trying to build on this world. It's got so many unique features to it. I still kind of like Kai 1 as a planet. Now, this just seems like some very odd generation here. It looks like this is mostly... What is this made out of? This is mostly dirt. Oh, ran out of stamina. Ow. Wow, ran out of stamina and fell into an even deeper ravine than I realized. Alright. We'll wait a second for my stamina to come back. I'm bad at stamina management. And then there are bats. I gotta say, the one thing that kind of detracts from this planet just a little bit, the snot bats. But what are you gonna do, huh? They were here first. Alright, stamina's good for another attempt. Doesn't help that I have a lot of exhaustion at the moment. So yeah, this was probably made somewhat of dirt, and the dirt has kind of collapsed in. And, oh wow, okay. I didn't realize it was going to have a smooth side on the other side. So it's got a sheer cliff face. And then on the other side, it's smooth. At least we did get the survey node. So I've kind of got a little bit of a disjointed map here. But you can see this section of the map does have some very jagged, straight edges. Whereas down here, things are much smoother and has floating islands. So we can see the wow, is this dirt shifting because we're walking on it? You can see how the biomes are kind of meshing together. There's a national park in the US called Arches National Park. Now, see, that is one I should probably know about, but can't really say I do. There's a den down there. Not sure what kind, but a den. I hear a node in this general direction. There's a signal lock this way. There it is. So I feel like I should go west and try to connect all the maps together, since I have so many different pieces. If I go west and then south, I can at least connect and have one solid chunk. Won't be anywhere close to completing the full map, but at least it'll be in one piece, and that will... Oh. That's cool. And it looks like it goes down quite a ways, too. Big caverns. Kind of impressive. You did some geology in your line of work? Not an expert, but take an interest in those kind of things? That's cool. I guess you might appreciate some of these unique topographical features as well. Oh, there it is, hiding in the clouds. Grab that. Perfect. Yep, now if I just go south, I can connect my maps together. Whoa, there's a hole there. It'll fall off a mountain because I can't see. Clouds are dangerous. And south goes this way. Excellent. And you can see different terrain types, different types of soil going on. Just kind of bare dirt of some sort over there. Grassy land over here. More deep ravines and cliffs. I wonder how many different biomes the game uses to generate this. How many different elements go together to produce something like this? Because in the earlier playtest days, part of what we did, we had planets that just had single biomes to test with. So a lot of the biome meshing and different features blending together is relatively new. All right, this should connect my map. Let's see. Yep, there we go. It's technically in one piece. Did you notice you were building a ring on your map? Bit of a ring. But I like keeping my map in one solid piece a little bit. I don't know. I'm just a little OCD with certain things. So I couldn't resist far top left. Yeah, I probably should go ahead and finish that corner because it does have some really cool features in that area. But it's getting dark again. And I've already depleted my stamina yet again. Someone has revealed a very challenging maker. So someone already has the bioscanner and the skills for the bioscanner, apparently. Are you guys... Are people over here actually fighting makers? Like the legit kind that use stealth to hide? I guess you guys really want to keep the planet safe and secure, don't you? So they just have one node they haven't reached yet. Oh, shields are down. I mean, I might as well chip in. There's enough loot for everybody, right? I'm just at the right time and the right place. I'm surprised that the maker wasn't firing off these blasts until it had been fully hacked. Haha, loot! So that's a, you know, kind of a maker hunt. Just kind of popped in on one. One of the last streams I did of the playtest before it ended was got a group of people together and we just ran around a planet fighting those makers pretty much everywhere we could. We accidentally made cats go extinct. It wasn't our goal, it just happened. We got the message saying that the cats had become endangered, and we decided we wanted to try to annoy the servitors by messing with the cats some more. But what we didn't realize was there were so few cats left that there were no cat makers left on the planet, and therefore cats could never repopulate. We made the planet devoid of cats. It's kind of a weird thing. I wonder if there's any plans to make any particular type of creature on this world disappear. Because in the last playtest, there was also a world where they made giant spiders go extinct. And I don't think anybody could possibly blame them. Who wants to live on a world with giant spiders? I mean, these things were big enough to even put Australian spiders to shame. Australian spiders looked like baby spiders compared to these things. So, yeah. I say wipe them out. I have not found a planet with spiders yet. in early access, though. So there might be some people very relieved to hear that. But they might also be a little nervous to hear that it is a possibility. Giant spiders. There must be something close. Yep, there it is. Hiding in the mist. There's got to be one more. Whoa. That's a weird... That's a weird pit. Very rounded. Yeah, but we've almost got this corner kind of separated out. The ring? The ring? What ring am I looking at? I've seen several rings. I can be a little thick sometimes. There we go. So we are filling out this corner nicely. It looks like there's just this one section kind of in this area that has a lot of that jagged topography. I kind of wonder what the what it looks like over here on this side of the planet as well. Found water you can harvest yet? I have not found water. I found sheep, though. That's apparently a thing. But no signs of water at the moment. Making progress on mapping this world, though. It is a nice world. This... What is this soil that I'm walking on? It seems to be relatively slow. I don't think it's mud, is it? Oh, that's homing. Homing snot. Not a big fan of homing snot. Oh. Well. That's unfortunate. Fell into a hole. Found even more angry bats. Oh! Oh! Maybe I shouldn't just charge off a cliff to try to get away from the bats. Unlike them, I can't fly. And it doesn't seem to be helping me get away from them either. How is that not connecting? There we go. Yeah, once again, not helping me get away. Bats can fly. Turns out they're quite good at it, actually. Gonna head that way. There seems to be a lot of smaller, pointy mountains in that region. Yet another different type of topology. The creatures do kind of have a tether range. I mean, it does look like he finally gave up. That's for sure. Definitely... There it is. Let's see. Definitely hear another one around here somewhere. I kind of wonder if this is really the character I should be doing this on. Since this is my crafting character. Or at least it's going to be. I don't know. I wonder if Team Gunk has a bunch of people lined up for doing building materials for different props and different blocks and things like that. Oh, I missed one. I missed one back here. That's not good. Wonder where it was. Oh. Huh. It's probably up there. Just gonna take a wild guess and say it's probably up there. Can I even get to this one, or is this one just so insane? I want to see. This one's very, very high. So there are more Sky Islands on this one. Holy crap. It's like looking up and seeing an alien mothership. I don't see a way up to that one. I think this one's going to require a grav mesh. Yeah, I can't get a tether on that. I'm not going to be able, I don't think I'm going to be able to map this world. Not completely anyway. Because I think the survey nodes are up there. I don't know. Has anybody gotten up there, I wonder? Because I'm sure there are people that have used a grav mesh. That had one from Kickstarter or something and got up there. So I wouldn't be surprised. But pretty sure that's unreachable. That one too. But it does look like if you got up on one of them, you could kind of cross and go between them. Maybe? You think someone's going to try to build up there? Live on the really ridiculously high floating islands? Oh, there are cats on this world. Man, it's really hard to connect with that particular... And then I jumped without having my battery ready. Definitely a node over here, though, so... Won't be able to map the entire planet until I can use my grav mesh to get up there, but I can still make a little progress. So this one has a piece of the floating floating island on it. If I go to the west, I might be able to find another node that's reachable. Those things do cast very interesting shadows, though. I hear a node. I don't see a node. Signal locking is this way. Oh, there it is. Grapple's already up to, or down to 70%, huh? Oh, wow, that's not even the one I thought I was going for. One I thought I was going for is probably over this way, maybe down in this valley. Probably not up there, because I think only a small portion of the floating island touches this particular square. Ah, there it is. mission accomplished. As I slide down the hill. Okay, so we can see half of that island, but I'm pretty confident this square here, the survey node is up on top of that island. This one may be possible to find, but I'm not sure. Seems like there's another hole over here. A lot of verticality on this. I wonder how deep you can dig if that thing's all the way up there. Because that seems so high. What's the build height again? And how deep can we dig? I wouldn't be surprised if this world has a thin crust but really tall mountains. If that makes sense. Or at least thin crust in certain portions, like around here. Like, how quickly would it be before we dug to bedrock in that location? Am I finding the gameplay under the reviews justified? Well, what I've been telling people is it really depends on the person. This is considered an alpha test. So, I mean, there are some bugs, there's some rough edges and some jank, as well as some work-in-progress features that are going to be coming along as early access progresses. So, I mean, if an alpha test does not sound like your cup of tea, then that's probably where a lot of the review problems are coming from. But for people that games, even in an alpha test state, then I do have a lot of fun playing this. And I do have a lot of fun exploring the worlds. I have fun getting together in groups and going on maker hunts, which is kind of a group activity that involves taking out mechanical creature spawners. Can be a lot of fun. And I like spending time with the Stars Reach community in general, so I mean, it all comes down to, are you okay with some bugs and some jank and some rough edges? If so, I mean, what kind of stuff are you interested in? Like, what kind of gameplay systems do you normally enjoy? I might be able to point you in the right direction. Oh, and I do know some of the Steam reviews, though. Some of them have valid concerns. Others, like the ones that played for like half an hour and complained about stutter and lag. I mean, it is launch day of a new MMO. In the first half hour, you're in the tutorial zone with pretty much everybody else. So there's a reason it was laggy and stuttery on launch day. That shouldn't last. That should be cleared up as the population kind of spreads out. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Are there any nodes? If I go to the east here, I should be able to find another survey node. You speedrun. Well, I'm talking about a completely new player. I mean, I can speedrun the tutorial in like 5 minutes. But I've done it how many dozen times now? I mean, I've played the playtest. I know what to do. You were a new player? You did it in 5 minutes? Okay. Here, I thought you were part of the playtest. I've been part of the playtest. I did it in about... I can do it in probably 5-10 minutes, just speedrunning it. I get distracted easily, though. So, sometimes I take more time. Day 1, about 8 hours in. I see, I see. So what are you thinking about it so far, since you're kind of a fresh perspective, fresh eyes? Something angry is potentially throwing fireballs at me. You're excited to see this played? Well, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're enthusiastic. I've got some, you know, I'm optimistic, got some hope for the game. Enjoying it so far. Oh, hey, look who I found. Mobs are annoying. 20k for a house is a lot. Crafting is a joke, but you're still here. I will disagree on one of those points. And, well, I will strongly disagree with one of those points. And the crafting is a joke is me just going, well, I haven't put enough time into it, so I can't answer that. But the one I strongly disagree with is 20k for a house is a lot. I don't think in the long term that is a lot. Everything feels like a lot when you're just starting the game. Eventually it's going to feel like, well, that wasn't hardly anything at all, was it? It's a lot to a new player at the very beginning. It's probably not that much in the grand scheme of things. That's the one I'm going to strongly disagree with. Crafting, I just haven't done enough to figure out yet, so I have little opinion on crafting. Mobs I can handle pretty well most of the time, but they can be annoying, so I do agree with that. What 1k per 5 missions, about 20 minutes, 5 each. I don't know. I can typically get more than 1k in a single mission run. But keep in mind, Tridian, when the people on this planet get the GovBot to the next level and someone becomes mayor, they're also going to start being able to put mission terminals right here on the planet. And you will no longer have to go up to the space station. You'll just be able to run the missions right here. Just boom, boom, boom. It's going to be a lot faster. So getting 20k is hard now. It will get easier. Especially when there are mission terminals. And if they do what I've seen them do before and put mission terminals on both sides of the planet, so that there's always one close by, it goes even faster. Yeah, sounds like a good deal. So 20k, I don't think that's going to be too much in the long run. Should you, as new players, rush towards a homestead? I mean, that depends on what motivates you. If you really want one, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't take that motivation and go for it. But if you're busy doing other things like exploring or mining or trying to figure out crafting, things like that, I mean, you can take your time for it if you want. The amount of rush you want to do towards getting a homestead is mostly just up to you. What do you feel like doing? Crafting is a non-starter without your own machines. I mean, complicated crafting is probably need your own machines. But I feel like the kind of crafting that I'm going to do with this character, I think a lot of that gets done just at the space station. I need these guys to stop following me. Yeah, That applies to you too, Wasp. Where'd you go? There you are. You seen a refiner anywhere? The refineries are necessary for a lot of things. However, let me see here. Oh, I have some loot caches. I introduce you to the kind of crafting that I do. Uh, Fabrication lathe, construction pieces, like this wall angle. Common metal, very common metal. There's no refining here. Granted, this stuff is probably uh due for refinement, but a lot of the stuff that I make or intend to make is relatively easy to craft still. Look, glass, common metal. I know how to make glass without a refinery. It is possible. There's no lathe on the station. They took that one off? I see. It has gotten more complicated. In the playtest, there was a lathe on the station. I had not taken a close enough look to see there was no lathe. So, I'm going to have to figure out a lathe, which is going to require a refinery. I admit I haven't checked. So, is there a lathe available in camps, I wonder? I don't know what crafting stations are available in camps either. No more lathe, really? Okay. So, I'm going to have to plan out crafting a little bit more. Because I will need a lathe. Which means I'll need to find someone who can make a lathe, because I'm probably not making a lathe. That being said, I will say there is, so like if you look at this recipe right here, aside from, well actually wait, this one requires a tier 6 circuit bench. Is there a circuit bench on the station? Because then I could craft this one pretty easy. But if there's no lathe, then this piece would be hard to craft. Circuit in camps, okay. But it does require a tier 6 circuit, which I doubt camps have tier 6. What about this rug recipe? Well, this is just a field fabricator. I'm pretty confident they have that on the station. So I could make pink rugs. Just need a bunch of hide. Just go out hunting, get a bunch of hide, make pink rugs. That being said, where is the other recipe I have? I do understand that some of the recipes are insane, because I have one that is crazy. Let me find it. There it is, Thunderclap recipe. How do I craft this? Well, you need a tier 3 machine shop. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. You're gonna need a stock. Okay, what else are you gonna need? Oh, I don't know. An entire hardware store? That is a diagram. That is a complicated diagram. I technically know why this is like this. The crafting plan is supposed to be that, you know, if you're a weaponsmith making the final product, you might also only be making like some of the main components, whereas someone else you work with is going to be the refiner making the ingots, and you're going to have to get ingots from someone who does that. Some of these things are raw materials like wood, but then there's also stuff crafted at the circuit bench, and you'd have to know somebody that's good with circuitry, that does wires and boards and things like that. It is complex. It is complex. Oh, you have you want to trade? I'm curious. Let's see. Do you want anything in return? What do you want for a yellow rug recipe? Oh, you have several rug recipes. Um, let me see. I feel like there's maybe a recipe here that I could pass to you. I don't know if you would want a recipe, but you might find someone that wants the recipe. I actually do have some refining recipes for turning argentite into silver and casterite into tin and clay into ceramic. That one actually probably sounds like something people would want to use. Turning clay into ceramic. I'm sure there's a purpose for that. Are you able to do everything over time? No, you will not have enough active recipe slots. You are not meant to do everything. Free just oh, whoops. I guess that timed out. I didn't realize trades could time out like that. My bad. So, no, they want groups of players to work together, and I'm pretty sure at a future point in time they intend to have companies which are kind of like guilds, but I think you can only belong to one company at a time. They actually plan to let you belong to multiple guilds, but that's just meant to be a social thing. So, joining multiple guilds is going to be a thing, but I think you're only going to be able to join one company. And then companies focus on, you know, putting together products, creating supply chains, making money, things like that. Oh, there's a harrer, a giant evil rabbit, way up in the top corner of the map. You have to make friends. That is my understanding. Yes. My understanding is that working together is important. Speaking of working together, even more people have become citizens here since we arrived. I think it was 58 when we got here. This planet's gained almost 10 citizens in the time we've been exploring. And look at that. Look at this. These guys already have refineries and things going. Refinery, oven, fermenter. That's cool. So these guys are making some serious progress here. If there's a will, there's a way, right? Players will find it. Though, here's the thing. In case anyone's looking at this and going, wait a minute, why is everything floating? I'm guessing it's because you can put down a crafting station just by using it out of your inventory. But to fine tune and position it, I think you still need the fabricator tool. And I'm guessing nobody's got the fabricator tool to fine tune and position these. So they float. How similar to Star Wars Galaxies is this? Well, it has a lot of the same DNA. And I can walk you through some of that here. The skill trees, even though some of them are still a work in progress, these will be coming out throughout the course of early access. But there are several trees that have been expanded recently, like the assault rifle tree. You got a tree for grenade launchers. You got a tree for pistols. The sniper tree is new. It's not as expanded or fleshed out yet, so it's new to the game. Crafting has similar skill trees. Cooking is nicely expanded upon here. Tailoring too. Engineering just recently got its own subcategory but it still looks like it needs some expanding as well. Ranger has a massive amount of things, camping stuff, just like Star Wars Galaxies had. A lot of work in progress stuff that has to do with, like, if you remember terrain negotiation in Star Wars Galaxies, there's stuff in here that's going to be part of that. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do with mapping as well. So cartography is a thing. Business skill tree is going to be a lot like merchant, where you have vendors sell things like a player driven economy, just like Star Wars Galaxies had. So a lot of the DNA is here. A lot of crafting stations and crafting professions. But it is an alpha test. I remind people of that constantly. If anybody's been watching this stream for probably more than an hour, you've heard me say it multiple times. Because I want everybody to know what the state of things is and what to expect. Alpha test, work in progress. Still fun, though, in my opinion. And, Snowdrop, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Poison showing off her Grav Mesh. Grav Mesh, the ultimate in mobility technology. Basically a short range, limited use jetpack. So that's at least a little bit different than Star Wars Galaxies. Star Wars Galaxies had jetpacks as vehicles. This game has grav meshes that actually boost like you might with a jetpack. And it's very temporary, like a real jetpack would probably be. I have no idea what this guy's doing. But he's certainly doing it. So Greg Howell over there on YouTube saying it's a fairly decent alpha test. Yeah, they have they've been actively fixing issues as they pop up. Indeed. And I expect that by the time I look at the development roadmap again, it's going to have quite a few changes to it since the last time I looked at it. Because I'm normally looking at that more frequently than I am today, but I'm just going all out with a long-term launch day stream. So I'll have to see what's been going on. I'm probably out of the loop on so many things right now that I need to catch up on. Because I haven't been in the Discord. I haven't been watching the dev map. I haven't seen if there's been any more announcements or anything lately. So who's to say? Let's take a look. We might want to... I actually kind of think I want to try to maybe play with a little bit of the crafting now. We've done exploring. We've done some combat, some hunting. We've been around the existing galaxy. I think we saw at least most of the space sectors. We may have missed one. Or who knows what's beyond that. So I could try to look into a little bit of crafting. Let's see what I have and what I can go for. So if I look at my recipes, the basic recipes, there is a fabricator, machine shop. Those probably require... Well, they just require metal and wood. That's not too hard to get. Metal, wood, gems, still not hard to get. So I can get those easily, but then I'd have nowhere to put them. So that's why other people are using camping skills. I have been doing a lot of surveying, mapping of this planet. So I have a decent amount of ranger experience that could get me camp upgrades. Let's take a look at what's over here. So camp size 1, camp duration, camp size 2, more camp duration, camp size 3. And then they have work in progress for camp stations, Oh, add stations and defenses. Okay, interesting. All right, good to know. So it looks like campsite 1 gives you the field fabricator. Campsite 2 gets you the burner. Campsite 3 gets you the machine shop and circuit bench. I feel like there's a lot of people that have been using those so far today. Explains why I've seen camps everywhere. Duration plus 5 minutes, plus 5 minutes, plus 5 minutes. So I could afford a few of these upgrades. It'd take 1,350 to get all the stations. I have that experience and I have that money. I climbed up onto the floating island. That's where I am. I have a habit in MMOs to just climb on anything. And that's even in MMOs where you actually don't physically have a means to climb. This game you can actually climb. But I'll parkour and climb on pretty much anything. Hmm. Man, I have a lot of resources in my inventory that are just like individual pieces. Not a lot of use for like one piece of raw alien meat. Oh, some various hides. Some of those could be useful, indeed. Thank you. Now I can make some carpet or some rugs. Do you want any rugs made? I probably need one of the skills. I probably haven't unlocked enough crafting skills to use one of these recipes, but let me see here. I kind of like the light blue rug myself. Let me see if I can add that to my recipe book. Okay, it's in my recipe book. That's good. If I look at it, it just requires the hide from a field fabricator. I think I'd have to go back to the station to go to a field fabricator. Well, if you ever need rugs, feel free to ask. I'm sure I can provide you with some rugs. They're over here chopping down some trees, I see. Someone's got a xylo slicer. Other equals material recipes. Over in the refinery, other. I see a lot of random things in there. There are lots of recipes that come out of that. I'm very curious about these because you only have so many recipe slots. And some of these can end up using up a lot of recipes. It seems a little weird to me. It kind of feels like you're not meant to have a crafting character that just does crafting. Because if I wanted to do refining, there are a lot of refining recipes. So if I just specialize in refining and I get a bunch of the refining recipes, then I don't have recipe space for anything else. So, what do I do then? Well, I guess I use my skill points other places. Your book is 68 of 70. I guess you unlocked something that gave you a lot of recipes then. You unlocked other. Yeah. Well, I guess it's a good thing it gave you It looks like it gave you some recipe slots, or did you get that through something else? Let me see here, because I know there's a new skill line here. This says it only increases by 5. By 5 and by 10, so that's 20 increased. So you can get 20 from that. I'm currently at 9 of 15, so it looks like I can get like 35 just from those skills. So there's got to be skills that give you more if you're up to 68 of 70. I'm assuming that the other one you unlocked must give you a lot of slots. Now see, that I'm curious about. So other added 55 recipes, making it 70. So it's 55 plus 15. But can you then go in here and just say remove from recipe book and take out all of the all of those refining recipes, so they're all gone, and then have like plus 55? Like, if you don't care about refining, but you want more crafting recipes, instead of going down this recipe book, which is 3 skills to get 20 recipe slots, you can just go into mineralogy, spend 2 and get 55. Okay, so for spending 2 skill points, you can get refining and other and get plus 55. Or for 3 skill points, you can get the recipe book ones and you can get plus 20. That is indeed an alpha thing, yes. They are still working on the balance. But it is kind of funny. Now, which recipe did I take out of here? I want to put it back. I took a recipe out. Which one was it? I think it might have been, was it this antiseptic band-aid? Because I knew it looked like a mushroom when I took it out. I can always check the VOD. But I'm assuming it might have been this one. I'll just hold on to it. This is a party over here. How many people we got on this planet? 21? That's not bad. Most of them are right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. About 17 of the 21 people on this planet are all right here. So, good deal. I look forward to seeing what becomes of this planet. Let me just take a little look here. Try to plan things out again. So what can I do to get a lathe? +7 from the soils. Yeah, that definitely gives you a lot. So field fab gives the field fabricator. Oh, hey, if you're a apparently if you're a machinist, you can improve your repair kit usage. That actually has a lot of general usage for lots of different types of players. Just keeping their gear topped off. Less chance of breaking, less chance of loot, or less max durability loss. So this unlocks the refinery recipe, so that's where you get that one. You gotta be machine shop 1. Alright, further down gets refinery 2. So it looks like they straight up give you refinery and machine shop, so you can keep progressing down this one. All the way up to refinery 6 and machine shop 6. Okay. What's in engineering? That's tools and gadgets. And the circuit bench. So you can make circuit benches if you do go down this line. Do I make the lathe? Does construction make the lathe? There's the lathe. I do make the lathe. Well, I have to get here. So, to make the lathe that I need to make my other stuff, I need to first make other things to get at least 300 construction. Well, what gets me construction experience? Skill to craft and place structures, roads, blocks, and building pieces. What gets me construction experience? I mean, I guess the light blue rug. The light blue rug probably gets... Oh, I took the light blue rug out of my book. Deactivated it. Put that back. Oh, neat. I took it out and I tried to put it back, and I discovered it now takes 5 hours before the recipe can be put back. They don't want you to just have a library of recipes so that you just swap them in and out. They want you to specialize. But luckily I have some other rugs. So I can just go ahead and like pop in the green rug. And then I'm fine. I could potentially go take that hide and turn it into... I have to go to a field fabricator. Okay, I'm going to go back to the space station and see if I can do that there. I'm going to see if I can make some green rugs out of the hide you gave me. And see how much constructing experience I potentially... And who knows? Maybe when I build my first house, I will carpet the floor green. Where's the station? There's the station. Hence why you said crafting is a joke. I will say, it is a bit complicated. Somewhat convoluted. I honestly think there are some people that like it that way, though. I think there are legitimately players that are excited about the level of complexity and putting together their own companies with different divisions, like gathering resources and refining resources and producing components and crafting the final products. If there's at least one profession that's you know, for simpletons and is a little bit easier, that's the kind of thing I would like to do. I want to be the simpleton crafter that does the basics. Crafting is the best part for you? You're big into the complexity? See, I don't necessarily understand all the complexities. Is there a glider or anything similar? There is a grav mesh. That is it's a short use, almost like jetpack that kind of lets you fly, but I guess when it runs out of power, it doesn't fly anymore. So a glider could be a useful addition. Maybe one that doesn't necessarily propel you upward like the grav mesh does, but allows you to drift down. Could be cool. Could be a fun addition. All right, I'm going to try making a green rug here and just seeing what kind of experience I get from it. I got 11 experience. Okay. What kind of experience did I get? I got constructing experience. That's exactly what I wanted. So, in order to get to lathe 1, I would need to do about little less than 30 of those. Which is fine. I can go out hunting things and get hide. I've got a little more hide. Let me see here. What happens if I do multiples? So if I just turn all of this hide into rugs. I didn't see how much experience that gave me, but I can always check. Okay, yeah. I crafted like 5 more, got like 55. Carrot went to bed early, woke up, and I'm still streaming. That's true, that's true. I'm going for a bit of a marathon today. So did you sleep well, Carrot? Love the dedication. You're going crazy. You could lose your mind in a place like this. Oof. Well, to be fair, hey, here's a fun fact, Carrot. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours for launch day in this game. Yes, I am having a good time. I've streamed 8.5 hours so far today. And that is after I stayed up until almost 4:30 in the morning last night working on videos for YouTube. So, yeah. It's been a very busy day. How do I still have energy? So, let's see here. Looking good on constructing. I'm gonna have to go on a bit of a hide hunt, I do believe. Because I'm gonna run out of what uh Gideon was kind enough to share. And then I can go get more. Not too hard to acquire. I can also merge some of these together. Like I can make mixed hide out of multiple different kinds of hide. The stats then get averaged out. So let me see. Where am I at with experience wise? I'm up to 127. So not quite halfway what I needed. I kind of ran out of water. I probably should take a little bit of a break to just go grab a drink, which I might do. But first I'm going to kind of merge these together. It averages the stats. And while it's not going to merge to be enough, it isn't merging to be enough for another craft. It is at least less inventory space. Go get some water. Okay, guys, my moderator says I gotta go get some water. So I'm gonna take a short little break. I'm gonna go refill my water. And then we'll be back and we'll go on a hide hunt. So hang tight, everybody. We will be right back. All right, we are back. Now we can go on a little bit of a hide hunt. Work on making some more green rugs. That's our quest right now. Make green rugs. I might pick up a few missions just to kind of maybe grab some cash along the way if we're out just killing things. It's number 2, right? The planet was number 2. So what do we got? Throw some rugs on the auction house. I mean, I could definitely see if anybody wants to buy them. I don't know if there's a high demand for it yet, but this seems like a good place to try to sell things, since that planet does have a decent number of people. I'll try to get a local plant here. Let's see. Try to find... Ooh, survey nodes don't seem too hard. Go for the more expensive Thunderhoof. That could be a mistake. And find the drone rack. Now, let's see. I haven't tested this before. Does this give me business experience if I sell things on here? Because I might need that. Yeah, survey is harder if you found them already. But that harder doesn't mean impossible. I'm just kind of looking to see what people have done. Oh, someone's got a Field Fabricator 1 recipe. That's kind of cool. Door frame recipe. Only for 10? I might need that? I don't know. Is that the kind of thing that you put in a house, a door frame? Or is it like a component to something else? There's an oven 2 recipe in here. Some high-end benches recipes. Fabricator 4 recipe. Field vest recipe. Lab bench recipe. So many things are recipes. There is a lot of potential here with the idea that they can add new recipes and things to the game pretty much whenever. And if they're not like core components, they can just add them to loot tables and things, and just people have to find them organically, and then new things just start to show up over time. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that comes together. That's the part of the recipe system and the crafting system I really like. I've never been a huge crafter myself personally. I dabbled in it in Star Wars Galaxies, but only to do exactly what I plan on doing in this game, making decorative furniture things for my house. But other than that, this actually gets me somewhat involved in the crafting system, even if I'm not a dedicated crafter. Because if I'm out doing maker hunts or other things, fighting things, missions, anything that gets me like a loot crate or a loot cache, and I pull out some recipes from that, I'm part of the system now because I can potentially then go sell recipes to people that need them. So, somebody's selling an epic loot cache for 2,000. The portal to... Hey, it's the wild wormholes just opened, apparently. I'm still a little scared of those, but... Yeah, every mission is a loot crate. Mostly commons, though. I do have, some commons and some uncommons that I could try to... So let's try selling... I don't want to sell it all in one batch, though. Because that's a lot, actually. 50 of them. Unit price. Can I go lower? It seems like tin's the lowest unit price. Okay. You know, maybe I'll just do lots of 50, because that seems like a good deal. Green rugs. Get your green rugs. 50 of them. For the lowest possible unit price. I can't make it go any lower or I would. I don't feel like... I don't feel like it's necessarily worth a whole mission. A whole good mission. To get a stack of these. But maybe someone does. You know what? No, I'm actually going to keep some for myself. I'm not going to sell all of them. I'll keep this 60. But there we go. We got some green rugs for sale. See if anybody buys. Get that player economy going. Now I can head back to the planet, work on the missions, and see if maybe I can get some hide while I'm at it. What would be a good source of hide? I already forget what kind of creatures we're dealing with here besides bats. Do bats provide hide? I think there's also those, like, fire golems. Those things probably don't have hide. So... You can get hide from wasps? That sounds like a weird thing to get hides from. I mean, I could see the bats. Bats having hide of some sort. They are giant flying mammals. Wasps seems like they should have a, like some sort of chitinous exoskeleton. Oh, realism? Goat spit. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? If goats can spit fire, wasps can have hide. I'm just gonna defend myself by saying it's not the first thing you think of when you're trying to figure out where to acquire hide. Because when it comes to goats spitting fire, I wasn't thinking about it. It probably just happens, and then I see, and then I experience. So we'll head over this way. See if we can find the drone wreck. Hopefully it's not in a location where I feel bad about digging. Because I don't want to mess with this nice planet. I know other people are. I just don't want to be a problem if anything I do is potentially a problem. I just want to be considerate. Okay, so it's going to be here. I'll fill my divot afterwards, so hopefully that'll be okay. Alright, I got it with minimal digging. And there, I filled my hole. Perfect. Hopefully that's not a problem. Aren't I a nice guy? Moderators are not allowed to answer that question. So now we've got a survey mission up here. And we'll have a combat mission. A plant gathering mission. It's up on the floating island. Gee, I wonder which survey node that one could be. It's gonna be so hard to find. So it says it's near here. Gee, it couldn't possibly be that one, could it? Now, if someone... I am curious. I'm not going to be the one to do this. Because I don't want to mess with the island. But if someone dug underneath that, would it would it go down to the ground below? Or would it stay floating here? Does it try to stay attached to the surface? Alright, so the plant is 366 that way. The Thunderhoof is much closer that way. Okay, so that's what we're doing first. Hypermaw? Someone just got eaten by a Hypermaw. That's not mine. That's not my mission. Confirmed deer equal hide? Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. That has logic. There's actually a node around here somewhere. There it is. I'll grab the node before I fight my target. Is my target going into a ravine? Hello, are you down there? Yes, you are down there. The question is, are you trapped down there? Alright, well. I don't know if they were fully trapped down there, but they were not in an advantageous position, that's for sure. So now I just have to harvest one last plant. And then maybe try to figure out where I can find some deer. Because deer seem like a good source of hide. They don't sound like they're going to put too much of a fight into it. Which is very unfortunate for them. Alright, up to the top of the mountain we go. Maybe I can find some cave deer. Yellow deer have learned to spit fire too. It's okay. As long as they don't have high-speed homing projectiles. Please tell me they don't have high-speed homing projectiles. I bet... would sheep have hide? I mean, I know they'd probably have, like, wool and stuff. But would they also have hide? Slow speed nades? Okay, that's easy. We've technically finished all the missions. Now we just have to find a good source of hides to hunt. So you got wool from them. Okay. Well, to be fair, I was getting horns from pigs. And I started to question how I was getting horns from pigs, and then I decided I didn't want to know. So yeah, wool and meat from that sheep. Doesn't mean that's the only thing that comes from sheep, but... Well, you said it, not me. Sheep do not drop hide. You can check the drops in the collection menu. Oh. But there's nothing in my collection menu. But I know deer do, so, I mean... So, it does tell me what the creatures are, I guess, when I click on it. Do cats give hide? I don't know if I want to skin a bunch of cats. I'd rather find the deer. Just gotta find a good place where deer are spawning. maybe not exhaust myself by sprinting everywhere. I kind of want to I kind of want to shoot those birds, but I know I can't. Those birds are basically part of the skybox. Every now and then you just see a shadow block of birds. Something's going on over there. Somebody fighting something. That's not a deer. That won't have hide. Yeah, I don't have a bioscanner yet. I should probably get one at some point so I can do some collecting. Far west? I seem to have gone east. Kind of feel like there's a node around here I should find. Why is this guy out here by himself? Normally they have friends. Yeah, where's your friends? Found a den of wasps. I mean, you did say wasps for some reason had hide, right? Bats drop hides? Yeah, that one I was kind of thinking they did. Well, I mean, that's insect meat. I can fly. You know, I bet if I manage to get this power up while standing underneath that really high floating island, I could then jump and grapple. Might have been a bat. Is there going to be a character wipe on launch? On the 1.0 launch? Yes. They have said at 1.0 there will be a server wipe. That's characters, that's worlds, that's everything to get ready for 1.0. There will be a wipe at that point. So those are some big wasps. But yeah, the things I would expect to drop hides are mostly mammals. I've been unable to confirm if the wasps drop hides, but... Oh, I've drained my stamina yet again. As I just slide down this entire cliff. Alright. Got enough back to climb. Oh, something has homing. Oh, right. Some of the bats have homing. See, that's kind of why I don't want to mess with the bats, and I would rather find deer. Because if the deer don't have homing, I want to be lazy. There's a den. A den of what? I don't know. Neon, nitrogen, and insect meat. Okay. Did get a little bit of hide there from that bat. There we go. I'm already up to 20 hide. So I think, is this a bat den then? I don't want to deal with the yellow bat, though. That's the one that has the scary homing. Oh, that's a hole. Hello, hole. Hello, bat. Put myself in a bit of a hole. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of deer on this planet. I feel like there's definitely some somewhere. But it kind of feels like bats have a little bit more rain. Because I've seen bats on the east and I've seen bats on the west. And sheep just kind of seem to be in the center mountain region. Someone put down a camp here? Fair enough. Nice, big, nice view. So, I can already tell looking at that floating island right there, it's pretty clear that that is the build height. All of these floating islands that are up this high, you can see they all have flat tops instead of peaks. So that is the maximum height of the world there. Unlike the other floating islands, which are down a little bit lower and have very rigid peaks. Oh, hey, look. It's the Horde Master again. I saw him earlier. Who is he? Who or what is he fighting? He just seems to be chasing somebody. Doesn't look like they're actually trying to fight him. I was on a planet earlier where Horde Master spawned like right next to the portal, and there were enough of us on the planet to take him out. So, but out here in this rugged mountainous region, kind of seems like it'd be a pain in the ass. I like that I can see him from a distance, but I struggle to see the players. Like the draw distance from players is shorter than the draw distance for Horde Master. But then again, Horde Master is massive, so makes sense you can see him from a distance. I found the cat lair. There is a purple cat down here. Get me out of here. Fire cats. Alright, I can rest and get stamina in here. Oh god. Am I safe? Am I safe from the fire cats? Oh. These fire cats want me dead. Why do the fire cats live in a hole? Is this like a fire cat volcano? I think this is a fire cat volcano. Someone's fighting the fire cats. I'll pass. I think deer would be more productive if I just knew where to find some. No, there's bats over there. Anything down in this hole? Surprising how... Yeah, there's wasps and bats down in that hole. That's an unpleasant hole. You got snot bats and wasps. More sheep over here. I've literally seen everything but the deer so far. No, they gotta be somewhere. I doubt they've made deer extinct already. A bioscanner would make this so much nicer. Being able to scan and get a general direction of where I might find a deer. But in order to be able to do that, one, I need the bioscanner, and two, I actually have to find a deer first. So that I can register the deer in the collection. Where is your deer spawner? Pink deer turned up? Oh, they've Hey, I see deer. I see a yellow deer. I could probably handle yellow deer. Far west middle. This is kind of far west middle. Well, I see. I think I see you. Well, hello there. Are these the deer you were talking about? The yellow and the pink? Now, are they scared of people? They do appear to still be scared, at least the yellow ones. Until they decide I got too close. Oh, here comes the pink one. The pink one is even scared, technically. So, I mean, they try to run away. That makes them a little bit easier to deal with. A little bit of speed ammo. I think my speed ammo's out. I got a hide, maybe? There we go. Got a few hide out of that. So it definitely means there's a maker over here that we can't see. It's gotten strong enough to be camouflaged. And it's able to produce a pink deer. I wonder how many deer spawners are out there. Man, if wait, oh, I got a horn from that deer. Couple more hide. I'm trying to do the math of how much I need. Let me take a look. Oh. All right. Oh, very nice. Thank you. 45 hide. Okay, let me see. Let me see how much hide I have here. If I could spell hide correctly. Okay, so I've got 66 of the local hide. And then for the recipe, it takes 5. So I could currently craft maybe 14 times at 11 experience each. That's not bad, but I still think I need a little bit more. I think we're almost to that then. And then I can maybe try to figure out crafting a lathe. But I know I'm going to unlock the lathe. Then I'm going to be like, oh crap, how do I craft this now? It'd be a never-ending cycle. It got so dark, too. Emergency flashlight. Alright, sun's coming up. Now, where exactly is the... I wonder where exactly the spawner is. Does seem to be right in this area. The spawner's like, no, screw you guys. I tried to spawn more deer and you immediately killed them. I'm waiting till you leave. All right. If we hide up in a tree, the deer won't see us, and they'll come out. Hey, I was right. So I'm kind of curious. So is that the homing shot that you fire with the little spiral of projectiles? All right, I think I got mostly horns and meat from that one. Yeah, mostly horns and meat that time. Homing finisher. Okay. That's another thing I need to look into is getting some more skills up to a finisher. Because I've got speed ammo, but I don't have a speed ammo finisher yet. Wonder how hard it's going to be to make the assault rifle with the fire ammo. Because ultimately, I would love to get that again. Oh, a drone light! Awesome. No, I like to joke about using the harvester as an emergency flashlight. It's just kind of a dumb joke I've been making. The drone light is probably better, but the harvester is funnier. Should I go hide in the tree again? All right, this is how real hunters do it, right? They hide in a tree, let the deer come to them. Does seem to be taking a little longer than last time. Hmm. The deer have gotten wise to us, I think. Maybe, yeah, maybe we need to go higher. Or lower. Lower works too. Are those... What's up with those trees? Oh! No time to figure out what's up with those trees. They're deer. Oh, my assault rifle finally hit 90%, huh? There we go. Now I got a little bit more hide. But yeah. Now I'm wondering something. What is up with these trees? These trees look like they've been frozen or something. This normal? These trees are up this high? I mean, some of these... This tree right here is not frozen. It's in the middle of them. Oh, wait, it just froze. What the hell? Oh, someone trading hide for meat? Sure. I think I've got some meat. What kind of meat specifically? The kind from here? The raw herbivore meat? Or any meat? Oh, why is the dirt shifting? Why did the dirt start shifting that I was standing on? And it does appear that patches of the dirt have gotten a little darker where I was standing. I do kind of feel like there is some sort of erosion or process that is occurring where we stand. Like what part of the ground we walk on is impacted. So we'll see if they want any of the meat that I have. Got like, oh, I had like 50 meat. Oh, that's all their hide. Okay. I mean, that's fair. You already traded? I didn't know if maybe they had more because I had some meat as well. Here, I can reimburse you the meat that you traded. That's how much I have meat-wise. I feel like it's probably a little bit easier to get the herbivore meat than it is to get the hides. Because you can also get it from the sheep. But how are we doing on a hide? Let me see. Oh, there was some Haven hide in here. Wow. I'm trying to merge all the hides that aren't from this planet, turning them into mixed hides. That should be a decent amount. Wonder how long it takes the makers to get up to the top purple tier. I wonder if there's a node around here. Yeah, there's one this way. You know, I might do that at some point too. I've got a bunch of missions. And I do have a decent amount of hide, so I don't think it's going to take too much longer to get the last of the hide. And I'm still wondering about these trees. Why have all these trees basically frozen? Is it the elevation? Is it the elevation from where they grow? Because it looks like anything higher than right here does seem to have frozen. So there kind of seems to be a line, maybe a temperature line. But I don't know. Having a hard time telling why everything looks like it's frozen here. Those trees... Yeah, that just watch that tree freeze. I swear that looks like they're frozen. I wish I could plant something to test. Just like plant a straight line of something. And see if that straight line at what point, if they start looking frozen, or what line they don't. I honestly feel like I would get more hide more quickly if this was just spawning weak deer, like if it was just a deer den. How did you combine those hide? You just drag one hide on top of the other. If it's a resource of the same type, you can merge the stacks, and it will try to average their stats, and it becomes a mixed stack. Since I'm not concerned about the resource qualities, I don't have a problem with just dragging, dropping, merging. So if you had iron from like 3 different planets, you could technically merge a stack of iron into mixed iron from all the different worlds you collected it from. But I think with something like meat, because there's like insect meat and there's like herbivore meat and things like that, I think with meat, it has to be the same type of meat. But with hide, I think hide is just hide. So let me see if there's anything else. Now see, these are 2 different types of soil. I have laterite soil and alluvian soil, so I don't think I'd be able to merge those. But let me try something else. Here we have 2 different types of bone. It's just bone, not something special. So I drag one on top of the other. It tells me, hey, merge these stacks. You got, I've got Kai bone. I've got some other type of bone. It tells me the stats of each. And then it shows me the resulting stats and kind of the resulting averaged stats as well. So you can see that, you know, it kind of just merges them and then you've got bones. And you no longer know necessarily where they came from, but you at least know that you can use them anywhere that you need bones, and if you have 2 small stacks, stick them together, become a big stack, you can get a recipe done that way. Also makes it so that if you've got little bitty, just like fractions of pieces, they're still useful if you just merge them together. It's Hubert. These deer, I would love to see a purple one. Because I don't find these deer to be too threatening. They run more than they attack. So not worried at them actually doing any damage. Purple deer would probably still run more than attack. And hey, look, some hide. About 6 hide, it looked like. So if I look at how much hide I have... Oh, Red wants to trade again? Did they find more hide? Do they want more meat? What kind of meat? I mean, is insect meat okay, or... I don't know what kind of meat they want, but I'll offer insect meat. Ta-da! Insect meat. Let me count up my my hide real quick, so I can see how many crafts I can do. So that's actually a lot of crafts. I think I'm probably good on hide now. I can go back and try to get that done. Get the lathe skill. And then figure out what it's going to take me to craft my own lathe for a workshop. And then I have to probably go through the process of getting a a homestead so I can put down the lathe. Which means I have to figure out where I want to live. Looks like we've got a mushroom farm going on here. So we've got the field fabricator. Got the machine shop. Got the burner. Got the circuit bench. I cannot make my rugs here because I think it requires 2. Feel free to use your lathe when you make it. I just gotta figure out what planet I want to live on. Do I want to... Maybe I'll just go stable planet in this sector. That way we all share the same market at the space station. But honestly, I actually think the other planet on this in this sector didn't impress me all that much, though. So we'll head on over. What's that I just heard? So I see a wild wormhole over here and over there. After this stream gets over, I'm probably going to make myself some food, sit down, relax, and catch up on all the community news that's been going on maybe today. Because I feel like there's probably things I haven't seen, things I've missed out on. Was just Planet 4? Now, how do I know when and if somebody's bought my rugs? Do I just have to come back here and keep checking? Nobody's bought any rugs yet. But that's okay, because we ran missions. Yep, so we're up to 3,000. You know what? Hold on a second. This guy's missing some health. I gotta be the nice guy. Take care of wounds here. I'll put just 1 unit of rug in and you'll buy it as a test. I can do that. Just 1 unit of rug. We'll see how it works. Alright, 1 unit of rug. Just 1 for 10. There we go. A single unit of rug is now available on the TPL public vendor. And my money is at 3065. Just in case it just like magics the money into my pocket, which I don't expect it to, but I can't, you know, guarantee it won't. Alright, so now I can make a few more rugs. It's 11 experience a rug. How much experience did I need? Okay, so 11 experience a rug. I have 127. I need 300. I need to craft 15 times. No, 16, technically. 15 would end up with me being just under the experience I needed, so 16 times. I can do that with all this. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's gonna be so many rugs. Was that enough? Or did I calculate correctly? I must have miscalculated. Oh, I remember. I remember. Okay. I think there's diminishing returns on crafting multiples. Like if you craft in bulk, you get diminishing experience. Yeah, so I get the 11. I get the 11 if I craft one, but I get a lot less if I craft multiple. So I lost a big chunk of possible experience there because I did bulk. Did bulk craft. Which does kind of make this a little bit more tedious. But that's also, par for the course because they did say eventually you're not going to earn you're only going to be able to earn experience for crafting something so many times, at which point you earn experience when someone uses it, not when you craft it. Yeah, apparently don't bulk because there's diminishing returns on experience. So I just confirmed that. But let me see. What if I just do two? How much experience do I get from two? Yeah, there's even diminishing returns on even two. So I get more than one time, but I get less than two times. So makes crafting a little bit more just a little bit more tedious. How's my experience looking? Okay, I went over. Whoops. What is the reason behind diminishing returns? Because I guess it's the time sink sort of thing. Like if you're earning experience like quickly, you can just get done with leveling quickly. The idea being like someone with a lot of money could just go on the market, buy a bunch of resources, hit bulk craft on like doing 1,000 of something, and then in just the blink of an eye, they could have all the experience in the world. So I think that's probably the reason for the diminishing returns. Because then you could theoretically just buy experience off the market by buying the resources to craft. So, all right, now I can get the lathe. Lathe 1. Excellent. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm up to 18 recipes now because I was given the fabrication lathe. I was given a glass panel recipe and a wall panel set recipe. So that's my lathe pieces there. 3 new recipes, 3 new slots. They didn't do that in Star Wars Galaxies because you couldn't do like a bulk craft like that, I don't think. Because they had factories that would do bulk crafting. And then I don't think you got any experience when you're factory crafted, but I could be wrong. It's been a long time. I just don't think you could personally mass craft something. It's what the factories were for. In this game, you can mass craft right out of your pocket at a station, so they can do things differently. You really wanted this game to be like pre-CU, pre-NG, SWG. Seems rough though. It is an alpha test. That is indeed what the developers refer to it as. So there are some bugs, there are some rough edges. We're going to see a lot more as development goes on, how the developers will work through that. You played a pretty early alpha playtest like a year ago. Yeah, I was in the playtests for about a year and a half. Well, let me see. Fabrication lathe requires machine shop to make. Okay. And it requires stone, wood, and very common metal. That's all easy. And then I guess I just use this machine shop here. I don't think I have the resources at the moment, but yeah, I don't have hardly anything of that. Soft wood, that's gonna be I don't have a xylo slicer or forestry, so that's gonna be a slight issue. And I guess I don't have any stone at the moment. So let's take a look here. Basic tools. I don't think the xylo slicer is on the basic tools now. So anyone that has a xylo slicer must know somebody that made one. Harvest planks for branches. I mean, that counts as wood, but does it count as... Oh, does it count as... Oh, I was looking at what I had, not what I needed. I'm dumb. You're right. Branches. Duh. I actually have some softwood that I probably got from a loot cache. Dread God offered to trade me again. Curious what this time. This is where it would be nice to have access to that chat. I do have some loot boxes I need to pop open. Is this the game you've waited for 16 years? So a fellow space nerd and you two like crafting games. I ask, what is this? This is an alpha test of the game. So this game is in early access as an alpha. That is an important note to share because it does have some bugs, some rough edges. Crafting is still being expanded upon. Oh, awesome. So Dreadgod's giving me even more stuff to make this with. Let me see. Hold on a second. I might have some meat to make this more fair so that I'm not just taking stuff. Here's some herbivore meat. Here's some hyper meat. I don't even know what the hell hyper meat is, but I've seen it in some recipes, so maybe that's useful to you in some way. There we go. Have some meat. Perfect. I don't know how fair that was, but the 16-year joke was Star Citizen. Oh, that is a game I do not keep up with. So I do need a little bit of common metal, but I think I can get that just from mining some asteroids. So I'll go see what kind of common metals are in the asteroid belt here. Iron or copper? Probably just grab some iron. There's normally a lot of that in asteroids. Wrap this up now. Wait, what? There's bound to be some metals right here in this rock. I don't need that much, though. Star Citizen meme from their recent live stream that got bombed hard. Oof. uh, I feel like I'm facilitating the start of a conversation between someone in YouTube chat and someone in Twitch chat. So, you guys both get the references. I'm just playing telephone to pass them between you. Bland Pickle says, hi, YouTube. Obviously, they're on Twitch. All right, I gotta double check because I wasn't smart enough to make a note of how much I needed. Okay, I need 12 very common metal. This will be easy. I'm standing right next to some of the very common metal. And apparently some not so very common metal. Probably more so some... Oops, now I'm standing on some very common metal. Alexa, you're still live? I'm about to go to bed. Well, I decided I was going to do my 10-hour stream today. So, I mean, I got another 20 minutes in me before I probably do wrap this up. All right, I should have enough iron. Did I ever find a planet better than Kai 1? I still like Kai 1. My second favorite is the one that Dr. Drake and everybody are on, but Kai 1 is still kind of my favorite. All right, so you're headed to the station. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens then if you buy my 1 unit of green rug. We can fly through space without a ship. Yes, because ships are in the next priorities list, which means they're going to be the next thing they implement. So we don't have ships yet. Those are the next thing coming. So, for any fans of Star Wars Galaxies, this should feel familiar. You start playing the ground game without the ships. You're normally on Twitch. You were just scrolling YouTube and decided to see what this was. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Bland Pickle. Much appreciated. But yeah, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways. But like I said, it's an alpha test game. I've been playing the... Oh, you know what? I didn't get the stone. Wait, I thought I was given some stone. Was it the wrong kind of stone? Maybe it was the wrong kind of stone. Oh, well, I can go get some stone. There's stone in an asteroid field, too. Star Wars Galaxies died before Jump to Light Speed? I don't know that I agree with that. I was still having a lot of fun in Star Wars Galaxies around the time of Jump to Light Speed. I mean, things definitely did start to go downhill. You know, I don't know if this counts as the right type of rock. Because this is the only type of rock here, and that's an exotic rock. So I think we're going to have to go to a planet and actually get rocks. I'm being beamed in. Hold on. You have stone? Excellent. I won't have to go land on a planet. I appreciate it. Yes, I agree with that. I would love to see this be a successful spiritual successor to Star Wars Galaxies. I am hoping for it. I'm pulling for it. So, what kind of rock does it want? Because I've got other types of rock and they're just not showing up. Let me look at the recipe again one more time before you throw things my way. Because I'm a little confused here. It said rock, right? Or am I losing my mind after almost 10 hours? Any kind of stone. Okay, specifically stone is the word, not rock. So, stone. I mean, apparently sandstone doesn't count. Star Wars Galaxies was your favorite game of all time? Way, way before its time. The game director of Star Wars Galaxies is the one who's doing this. So you have hope. I as well have hope. And Star Wars Galaxies was my very first MMO. I don't know if I can call it my favorite game of all time, but definitely my favorite MMO of all time because it was my first. I got really into it, and I just haven't played anything like it since. It's been theme park, theme park, theme park ever since. And while I can have fun in a theme park game if I have the right group of people to play with, I get bored of those quickly. You could lose your mind in a place like this. I agree. You're correct, EJ. Yes, favorite MMO. Alright, so I got some very common metal. I've got some wood. That wasn't stone you gave me? What does it want? Why is none of this counting as stone? Is this broken? Something's not clear with the fabrication lathe. Because what did you give me again? You gave me limestone. Yeah, 2765. So is the money just going to my bank automatically, going straight into my pockets? You bought one of the full stacks instead of the little one? I was expecting you to buy the one. Oh wait. There it was. It was for collection. Yeah, there we go. Now I get it. Now I see what you're saying. And yeah, I have to go to collect it. That's how it works. There is a skill point cap. There is. Since this is an alpha test, they are still kind of balance testing. And they're still adding new skills and new professions. So there is not a current... There is not a current... like, set in stone cap. But the current cap is, I think, 80. So, current cap, not necessarily final cap. You can't specialize in something else without respecing. So, the way it works is you can deactivate your skills and then learn new skills. The ones that are deactivated, though, you can reactivate them later. It just takes a little bit of time to reset. So, like, I think if you had a full skill tree and you deactivated it, you'd have to go through the skill tree, activating them in order, and each one would have like probably, right now each one has a 10-minute cooldown, so it could take a while to go through and reactivate. But you don't have to pay the experience and money that it costs to train. You just have to reactivate it with time. So it's a different kind of respec system, but we'll see how that evolves throughout the early access. Because things are subject to change via feedback. What players have to say about it, put in your 2 cents. So you still have your in-the-box Star Wars Galaxies Collector Edition, discs and all. Man, I wish I had the Collector's Edition. I just had the Standard Edition, and I have no idea what happened to that. It's been long lost. So what do we have here? Oh, you're giving me basalt. Oh, yes. I've used a fair amount of basalt in the playtest. It was good for converting from one thing to another. A lot of refining you can do with basalt, especially if you wanted gemstone. All right, let's see if this works. If this doesn't work, I don't know. I don't know what does. There's no basalt. I think there might be a bug here. I might have to report this one when I'm done with stream. Tried making fabrication lathe. Nothing I had or could find worked as stone. Because basalt, limestone, all kinds of other rocks and minerals. Maybe stone is after refined? But here's my thing. When I look at the recipe, if I do this, how do I craft? It says any kind of stone. It doesn't, there's no referring to refined. There's no referring to anything like that, because there's a lot of things that take refined metal ingots. But there's also recipes that just take metal. This just says stone. And it says any kind of stone. Any kind of wood. Any kind of very common metal. I definitely have the any kind of wood and any kind of very common metal. But what's with this any kind of stone that doesn't seem to work with anything? Everything you see is rock? Yeah, there might be something weird underneath this. Because it does talk about how everything is like, oh, this is an exotic rock. This is an igneous rock. This is a sedimentary rock. That's an ore. And then with the things that actually have stone in the name, it's like, oh, this is a sedimentary rock, but it's limestone. This is sedimentary rock, it's sandstone. This is a rock lobster. But yeah, I'm guessing that there just might be something, just one of those little bugs in here that the fabrication lathe is asking for the wrong type of thing. Because some of these other ones, like, require refined metal ingots. Some of these other stations I've found. Though the biofiber rig 2 doesn't seem too bad. Coarse thread, coarse hide, or rough hide, and common metal. That one seems like it should work. But I'm going to take a second to open some of my caches that I have here. See if we get anything interesting. Let's see. Oh, look! Fabrication Lathe 1 recipe. I just got the skill so that I could have that. And now I have found a duplicate. That's too good. I don't think this one's any different though, right? It still gives me the same stuff. So, yeah, okay. I just found another fabrication lathe recipe. Turns out the ones you can learn from skills, you can also find them. So, where are the rest of my caches? We'll keep cracking them open. A sewing bench. Oh, some tailor will like that. Carbon recipe. I think that's some form of refining. No recipes in here, unfortunately. Chalk blocks, okay. Powdered charcoal recipe, antitoxin culture recipe. Sounds like some medical recipes in there. Burn relief poultice recipe. Party hat recipe. Dude, I want a party hat. Is this RuneScape? How much is a party hat going to be worth? Couple million? Easy? Let's see. Mushroom broth recipe. Wall with small window recipe. That's actually something I want. Chronophaser recipe. Okay. About 100 hide, you'd say? Chalk block recipe. All right, now I've got one uncommon left. This is the best crate I got. Let's see. Clay recipe, quilted padding recipe, and guard belt recipe. So let me take a look at the, let me go ahead and take a look first at the recipe for the party hat. I want to see what it takes to make. Do we know if there's going to be an in-game need for things like musicians, dancers, doctors? Musicians and music and dancing is going to be in the game for wounds, just like Star Wars Galaxies. Could also potentially maybe be buffing. There is a pharmaceutical part of the healing branch. There's a special tool called the Helix for healing people. I don't know about Doctor buffs, though. I don't know if there's, like, a one-to-one relationship. But on top of musician and dancers, they're actually going to add another profession for acting. And kind of along the side of that, in the humanities tree, there's going to be another profession for journalism, which is going to tie into an in-game news net where you can write articles on the in-game news net. So I'm kind of interested in journalism. Here, let me pull up the humanities list real quick, because these are coming in the future. They're work in progress. Acting, dance, music, writing leads to journalism. So they're adding acting to the list of social professions, and they're adding journalism. And right now, since dance and music aren't available as skills yet because they're a work in progress, the only way to heal wounds is for you to be around other players that use the dance emote. So technically you already heal wounds by dancing. They wanted to start training players to think that way before they got the dance and music professions in the game. They wanted people to know, hey, you got wounds? Seek out someone that dances. So doesn't work in progress here just mean it's promise, but there may not be a single line of code for any of these? Well, like I just said, they've already got a simplified version of it in the game where your wounds are healed by people using the dance emote, which is going to be a core component of the dance profession. So there's definitely some code for it already in there, but it's not a fully fleshed out profession yet. So, some code, how much code, I don't know. But definitely some. We can see the results of some. So, all right, I was going to check that recipe for the party hat. See what it takes. The party hat is a tier 3 sewing bench. Requires coarse thread, decorative trim, woven plant cloth, which requires some more coarse thread and some fine thread, some cloth and some more fine thread. So a lot of tailoring components go together to make a party hat. And then there's plant fiber, wool, silk, plant fiber, bast fiber, plant fiber, wool, and silk. Okay. So it's a lot of steps, but it doesn't seem like it's a lot of different materials. There's a lot of wool in there. There's a lot of plant fiber in there, and there's like a couple specialty resources. Like I don't know how to get bast fiber. I don't know what that is, and I don't know how to get silk. But plant fiber and wool are repeated several times in this, so. And I guess silk is repeated twice. Bast fiber just once. So you just basically need those 4 raw ingredients, and then you have to go through all these steps, and you can get a party hat. So, silk equals spiders. Okay. Has anybody found any spiders yet? I haven't seen spiders yet, but I'm sure they're out there somewhere. But what exactly is the bast fiber? Yeah, there are food buffs. Interesting stomach system they have in this game. So, if you have a food that gives a buff and you eat it, you get a small buff while you're digesting, and then as soon as it finishes digesting, you get the full buff for a set amount of time. That's the way eating food works. And there's like 3 slots in your stomach. You have stomach slots. But yeah, I have a friend who I was streaming with earlier, and she was just in the YouTube chat not too long ago. My friend Alexa, she's working on she's working on I think doing tailoring, so maybe she'll be able to produce a uh, a line of party hats for everyone. We'll see how she delves into that. But in the meantime, though, let's see. I'm curious, what kind of crafting would you guys be interested in doing out of the various possible options? Because you assume there's some that are going to be fleshed out more that we haven't gotten fully expanded yet. They expanded cooking, they expanded tailoring, they've somewhat expanded engineering. Engineering seems to make tools. They're the tool makers. Let's see. The machinist makes the weapons, but they haven't had their skill tree expanded by much, really. So they just have a couple different weapons that they can make. You're going guns and tools? I briefly did weapons in Star Wars Galaxies, but most of the time I was an architect just making decorative furniture for myself and friends. Buying your party hat from Amazon now. uh I'm curious to see what the party hat would look like. Does it look as crazy as the ball hog hat? What if it does end up looking similar to the RuneScape hat? There's actually a recipe I found during the playtesting a little over a week ago that I'm actually sad I don't have anymore because I was kind of curious how it would turn out. Uh, it was it was a recipe for a lunar kimono, and I'm like, that sounds interesting. And I want to see what some of this stuff looks like. And of course, earlier today, I found this dunks recipe. Dunks question mark. I assume they're shoes. It is a tailor. recipe. It's a Taylor recipe, and there is a soul involved. Makes me think shoes. Dunks. So a lot of interesting things to explore. But I think, at my limit for today. It has been over 10 hours since I started streaming the launch of Stars Reach Early Access. And I'm going to check real quick and see if there's anybody else on Steam, or not Steam, on Twitch that is streaming Stars Reach, because if there is, I would kind of like to do a raid on the Twitch side. Can't really do anything like that on the YouTube side. But it does look like there's a few people streaming Stars Reach right now, so we'll go raid one of them on Twitch. You guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys have had fun. Let me find my raid button. There we go. And we're just going to go raid, and I think we are going to go raid. Are there any of these names I recognize? Here we go. Let's go raid. Let's go raid Linux MMORPG, I think. They're playing right now. So you guys take it easy. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.